Chapter 2298. Peak of Divine Tool. Just one more step and it will become a heavenly divine tool. Xianxia laughed. What a joke. If you guys knew that it's a primal origin treasure tool, what would happen? You guys would be so envious of me and think about me every day and night. Impressive. I was wondering why you didn't put a divine tool in your eyes. Wang Chongyang praised. No one would ask about Xianxia's background because it was his privacy. Xianxia had already given them face by telling them the truth about the heavenly dragon sword. No one was a fool. There were things that should be said and things that should not be said. Look, the three-eyed giant beast's body has melted. What's that? Someone exclaimed. A triangular crystal appeared under the body of the giant three-eyed beast that had melted into yellow sand. That should be the three-eyed giant beast's crystal. It should be something good. The divine origin energy in this thing is quite dense. It's comparable to a beast's demon crystal. Xianxia said. When Yang Jian looked at the demon crystal, his face was filled with envy. You can have this demon crystal, Yang Jian. The three-eyed giant beast and your sky-tearing eye should be similar. No one objected to Pan Hong's words, because Yang Jian had indeed made a great contribution in killing the three-eyed giant beast. Furthermore, the three-eyed giant beast was very similar to Yang Jian's sky-ripping eye. Giving the three-eyed giant beast's demon crystal to Yang Jian was the best outcome. The group of 12 finally started to move forward. They walked very carefully with Man Shuai and Yang Jian leading the way. The two of them understood the situation first before moving forward. In this place, the desert and the oasis were completely connected. Towering ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall could be seen everywhere. They were as tall as mountains. Moreover, deafening roars of beasts could be heard from the forest, shaking people's minds. They didn't dare to stay here for too long. Along the way they saw a few corpses. It had not even been a day since they entered the hidden secret realm and there were already people falling down. 365 days. Nobody knew how many more there would be. It seemed like it was not a joke that less than 1 out of 10 people could walk out of the hidden secret realm. Look, there seems to be someone running in this direction. Wang Chongyang's eyes were sharp and he saw that there were indeed 7 or 8 people running in their direction a few miles away. And at this moment Xianxia and the others felt a tremendous shock. That was because the ground beneath their feet started to tremble, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Not good, that group of people is fleeing. Let's run, there might be something terrifying behind them. Pan Hong shielded Xianxia and the others behind him and shouted in a deep voice, letting Xianxia and the others leave first. When Xianxia and the others turned around, they discovered that those people had already fallen one by one. Behind them, wherever those people passed, only a pile of white bones was left. It was quite terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 500 meters away from them. An ant tide? A profound Feng sect's disciple said in a trembling voice. Because those 7 or 8 people had already turned into white bones. They did not even have the chance to send out a distress signal. Those people were basically late void gods and early true gods. But at that moment, no matter who it was, they would be devoured by the millions of ants. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone screamed. At that moment, everyone's mental defense started to crumble. Xianxia did not expect that the white ant tide could devour people in an instant. Moreover, it did not even stop for a second and the people were devoured by the ant tide. What should we do? Bai Yunfei was a little dumbfounded. Obviously he had placed all his hopes on Xianxia. In his eyes, Xianxia's strength might even surpass Yang Jian and Pan Hong. One should know that Helian Wushuang, a peak mid-true god, was killed by Xianxia. I'm afraid it's too late to run now. Let's fly. The 3 inner sect disciples flew up to the sky. No. Before Xianxia could finish his words, his body was bitten by the flying ants in the sky. 3 sets of white bones fell from the sky at this moment. It was a horrifying scene. The 3 men who were talking just now were now separated from the heavens. Countless of flying ants found the location where Xianxia and the others were and started to attack them. Let's try everything we can. Xianxia roared and drew a circle with the Qilin Saint fire. The surrounding area was surrounded by the Qilin Saint fire. Countless ants rushed towards them. Looking at the burning ants and the countless flying ants, everyone's palms were sweating. If Xianxia was a second slower, they would have fallen and turned into white bones just like the other 3. Especially Bai Yunfei, his face, body and hands were all sweating. Xianxia stood there calmly. Yang Jian and Pan Hong were no exception. They looked at Zhang Chen with lingering fear. Zhang Chen's brows were knitted as if he was thinking about something. White bones ant-tied. These two words rose in everyone's heart. A pungent burning smell wafted in the surroundings. Millions of ants had already died under Zhang Chen's Qilin Saint fire. More and more ants seemed to have started to change their direction. They bypassed Zhang Chen's Qilin Saint fire and continued to advance forward at an extremely fast speed. Half an hour later, billions of ants had retreated. The ear-piercing rustling sound also disappeared without a trace. It was finally quiet. Everyone was sitting on the ground looking at the piles of scorched ants around them. Their hearts were pounding. Zhang Chen had saved their lives once again. Those three who wanted to protect themselves didn't see that the flying ant tide in the sky was even more terrifying. Otherwise, why didn't they fly into the sky to avoid the ants? They thought they were smart, but in the end, they were eaten by the ant tide until only a pile of white bones was left. Zhang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. Another 3 people had fallen behind and became eternal in this place. They died in the way of life and death, turning into dust and sleeping here forever. He wanted them to calm down. However, he did not expect that the 3 of them did not choose to believe in Zhang Chen. In the end, they killed themselves in order to save themselves. Another 3. Pan Hong's voice was a little depressed. One day, less than a day, and all 4 of them were dead. Not even their bodies were left. What a terrifying place it was. It was like a man-eating hell. Now, they finally knew why there were so few people in the hidden secret realm and why there were so few people who could get out of the realm. Zhang Chen did not have any solution. He was not a savior. However, this was all he could do at this moment. Out of the 13, only 9 remained. He did not know what would happen to these 9 people in the future. Zhang Chen knew that his initial thought was very wrong. He initially thought that he could protect his friends. However, it seemed that it would be difficult for him to protect himself in the future. This was not the hidden secret realm but the Avicii Hell. Chapter 2299. They were too impulsive. Yang Jian smiled bitterly inside. But what could they do? Even the gods couldn't stop the ants wherever they went. The terrifying ant tide that numbered in the billions was enough to devour everything. The ant tide left a horrifying impression in the hearts of these people. The man-eating ant tide was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. There was no warning at all. Thinking about it, everyone felt like they had a new lease of life. For a moment they thought they would become a pile of bones in the next second. But Zhang Chen still saved them from danger and saved them from the ant tide. But it was undeniable that this scene would become an eternal nightmare for everyone. Their own fellow apprentice brothers had turned into 3 sets of bones in a single second. Just a moment ago they had been alive and well, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into 10,000 corpses. Who would be able to endure such a blow to their hearts? Everyone, don't act on your own. Otherwise, life and death will be decided by fate. And don't implicate everyone. Pan Hong shouted in a deep voice. At this time, as the eldest senior brother, he had to show some dignity. If it wasn't for the 3 of them making a decision just now, they wouldn't have harmed themselves. Zhang Chen, this time, you saved our lives again. Unknowingly, even Pan Hong gradually understood that although Zhang Chen might not be the strongest, he was the one with the most cunning ideas. At this time, Zhang Chen had become the real backbone. What's the point of saying this now, Senior Pan? Let's find a place to hide first. I feel that something big might happen nearby. Zhang Chen shook his head and said with a straight face. At this moment he didn't want to look at the 3 skeletons anymore. They were courting death and no one could stop them. Moreover, the ant tide had already disappeared to who knew where. He was afraid that there would be more people dying. This was something that he couldn't do anything about. Bai Yunfei, Wang Chongyang and Man Shui all followed Zhang Chen's lead. Now even Pan Hong was the same. The remaining 3 already knew how capable this little outer sect junior was. Yang Jian was smart from the beginning because he knew that he was not Zhang Chen's match. He could only choose to follow Zhang Chen and listen to Zhang Chen's command. At this moment, life was extremely fragile and could not provide warmth. In this cold and gloomy hidden secret realm, staying alive was the only thing one could ask for. Zhang Chen and the others found a secluded place. The 3 of them stood guard outside in case any danger appeared so that they could react in time. Did you guys notice? That swarm of ants isn't targeting us, nor is it looking for food. Instead, it's running in the opposite direction from us. This means that there are only 2 possibilities. They're chasing something or they're running away from something. Jiang Chen said. I don't understand. I only know that we should stay away from the ant tide. Bai Yunfei shook his head like a rattle drum. Jiang Chen was so angry that he did not know whether to cry or not. What are you afraid of? Since the ant tide is afraid of my Qilin Saint Fire, it means that we are safe. What else do you have to worry about? I'm afraid. This is the first time I've experienced such a terrifying fear. Bai Yunfei scolded in anger. He got rid of his worries. He hated himself. Why couldn't he be stronger? But he did not want to see the ant tide again. We'll move forward for a distance. If there's no danger or movement, then we'll go back and chase after the ant tide. Is this what you mean, Jiang Chen? Pan Hong said. That's right. But I don't want to waste our efforts. We need to think carefully. Should we move forward or chase after them? Jiang Chen nodded and said. We just came from there. There shouldn't be any danger. But we can't deny it completely. Most likely the ant tide is running away from something. Wang Chongyang murmured. Yes, I think so too. So, if we continue to move forward, we will definitely meet what we want to meet. Although it's dangerous, it must be exciting. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He was the only one who could still smile at this moment. Pervert. You know there's a tiger in the mountain, but you still want to go there. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes. But he knew that he must not fall behind. At this moment he would follow Jiang Chen and the others to find something even more terrifying. Something that even the ant tide is afraid of. We do feel like we're courting death. Man Shui said with a smile. Although it looked like a joke, he did not turn back. Since they had entered the hidden secret realm, then they must not care about life and death anymore. Otherwise, how could they survive in the face of death? You're right. You know there's a tiger in the mountain, but you still want to go there. If we're scared of the tiger, then we'll become cowards. I believe in Jiang Chen. Pan Hong said seriously. At this moment no one would be a deserter. Bai Yunfei was just trying to lighten the atmosphere. At this moment no one talked about those three anymore. But it did not mean that everyone would not think about them. Was it self-inflicted or was life and death fated? No one could say for sure. But now he had to take it one step at a time. To live a more exciting life. After the united front, Jiang Chen stepped on the layers of ant tide and walked at the front. He was like a mighty ancient warrior. Yang Jian was the same. Both of them looked at each other, no one retreated. Wherever he passed, Pan Hong would recognize the people who had fallen to the ground. Those are the Raging Fire Sect's people. Those are the Immortal Crane Sect's people. And these are the people from one of the 10 major sects, the Mad God Palace. To think that one of the 10 major sects, the Mad God Palace, has people who died here. Pan Hong sighed endlessly. The strong might not necessarily survive and the weak might not necessarily die. Sometimes luck was also very important. Jiang Chen and the others walked for 800 miles. After 3 days they finally saw a barren mountain. The grass and trees were withered and everything was withered. It was as if this was a land of death. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The spring water was also blood red. Under the dim sky it made people feel even more depressed. Japan's Luoying Mountain. Jiang Chen saw a few broken words written on the mountain peak. Although it was dilapidated, it was still faintly visible. Look, there are traces of battle there. And they're all new. Bai Yunfei said. His pupils shrunk. A sword that could cut a 1,000-meter cliff. It was terrifying. Roar. Along with the roar of a beast, the dark clouds in the sky started to tremble. Chapter 2300. I didn't expect you to be here earlier than I expected. Lang Yi sneered and looked at the giant firefox in the sky. It had 9 tails and a fiery light soared into the sky. Its red tails stirred the wind and clouds. The surrounding aura became extremely hot. Since that's the case, I'll leave this 9-tailed firefox to you. Lang Yi Lung smiled. His eyes were cold. His men had already reported to him. Jiang Chen was in the Japan's Mount Luoying not far away. As long as they entered the foothills and reached the peak of the mountain, they would definitely anger the 9-tailed firefox. If he left, the 9-tailed firefox would definitely vent its anger on him. I hope you won't disappoint me, Jiang Chen, Lang Yi said faintly. But after that attack he quickly ran through the foothills, trying to get rid of the 9-tailed firefox. We should have found it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. If he was not wrong, the thing they were looking for should be here. But at this moment he suddenly had a bad premonition. I'm afraid this place isn't as peaceful as we thought. Jiangchen said. His premonitions had always been accurate. This Japan's Mount Luoying was definitely not as peaceful as it looked. Everyone be careful. Pan Hong said quietly. He was also carrying out Jiang Chen's order and carefully went through the Japan's Mount Luoying. The surrounding plants had all withered as if all their nutrients had been sucked dry. Not even the chirping of birds could be heard in the wilderness. A shiver ran down by Yunfei's spine. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this place was strange and intolerable. But he didn't say anything. Everyone was very careful, afraid that something might go wrong. After the deaths of 4 people, no one was able to take a leisurely stroll. Death could appear right next to them at any time and the god of death would brush past them. The soil beneath their feet seemed to have completely dried up, and it seemed as if it had lost all its moisture. Man Shuai and Wang Chongyang exchanged glances, and both of them raised their guard by 120%. They were deeply afraid that the slightest negligence would harm themselves or their fellow disciples. Only by being united could they be united. Everyone understood this logic. Only by linking their lives together could they let go of the last bit of worry and anxiety. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The sounds of collisions were getting closer and closer to them. Jiang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. He looked up and saw a fiery red silhouette piercing through the void. Lang Ye's face was a little pale, but his lips curved into a sinister smile. Jiangchen, I'm going to give you a big present today. As soon as Lang Ye finished speaking, he flew towards Jiang Chen's direction and finally managed to escape. However, the incoming 9-tailed firefox was already closing in on Jiang Chen. Yang Jian and Pan Hong's joint attack was pushed back by the 9-tailed firefox. Both of their faces were filled with shock. However, it was undeniable that the 9-tailed firefox was too terrifying. With just a wave of its hand, it had already broken a 1,000 meters tall mountain. One could imagine how terrifying the impact of the 9-tailed firefox was. Who dares to touch my golden lotus? The 9-tailed firefox's voice was deep and extremely oppressive. That penetrating power made Jiang Chen and the others tremble. All of them retreated and gathered together. You don't want to talk? Then I can only kill all of you as an offering to his soul in heaven. The 9-tailed firefox's entire body was emitting blazing flames that engulfed the horizon. Her enormous body covered the sun and the sky. Everyone stared at this scene speechlessly, because they didn't know what the 9-tailed firefox was talking about. Even Lang Ye, who was hiding, frowned his brows. Where's the golden lotus? Even he did not see it. Where did you come from? Why are you targeting us? We don't even know what the golden lotus is. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and stood proudly as if he was not afraid of the late true god 9-tailed firefox. You despicable humans. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You've all come here precisely for the sake of obtaining my golden lotus. Didn't you all come here to plunder and plunder for the sake of obtaining treasures? Did I say something wrong? Hee. What a joke. I better not believe in the words of humans. If you don't hand over the golden lotus, I'll kill you all. The 9-tailed firefox did not differentiate between right and wrong. It rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others without giving them any chance to explain. Damned fella. Lang Ye, I'll fight you to the death. Jiang Chen saw that figure clearly. It was Lang Ye. The 9-tailed firefox was also attracted by Lang Ye. His intention was clear. This ambitious fella did not only steal the golden lotus, but he also wanted to kill him. However, Jiang Chen felt relieved after thinking about it. After all, the two of them were already like fire and water. It's just that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Lang Ye wanted to kill Jiang Chen, so why wouldn't Jiang Chen want to kill him as well? Then, let's see how you're going to deal with this 9-tailed firefox. Lang Ye harumphed coldly. He turned around and left quietly. Even if he were to face the 9-tailed firefox, he would only have a slim chance of surviving. It was impossible for him to kill it. Now that he had lured the 9-tailed firefox to fight with Jiang Chen, a man and a beast would not give in. A fierce battle would surely break out. A mere void god trash dares to fight with me? Lang Ye had already made up his mind. As long as Jiang Chen died, Jiang Chen's item would belong to him. However, he also thought of a problem. The golden lotus that the 9-tailed firefox mentioned might have been stolen by the black shadow that he saw in its lair. Therefore, Lang Ye couldn't wait to catch up with that black shadow. As for who that black shadow was, he had no idea. However, Lang Yu would never let it go. Looking at the nine-tailed firefox's anger, that golden lotus was definitely not an ordinary item. It wouldn't be too late for him to deal with Zhang Chen and the others after getting the golden lotus. After that, he just needed to sit back and reap the benefits. We don't have the golden lotus that you mentioned. You've become crazy after losing something. You're just a beast. Compared to a human, your intelligence is too low. You don't even know that you're being used. Ridiculous. Zhang Chen sneered. You're just a lowly human. How dare you argue with me? You're not qualified. The nine-tailed firefox instantly flew up and flames filled the sky. At this moment, Zhang Chen was completely shrouded by it. The nine-tailed firefox waved its hand and thousands of fire arrows were shot towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was calm and did not panic at all. He used the heavenly dragon sword to block the fire arrows. Moreover, he did not panic at all. He was completely calm and composed. The nine-tailed firefox's eyes turned cold. Looks like this little guy is quite interesting. Although his strength is not good, it's not easy for him to block the first wave of fire arrows. Chapter 2301. A bunch of ants dare to compete with the bright moon? The nine-tailed firefox coldly harumphed. Its 9 slender tails swept across the universe. The surrounding people's countenance changed drastically because the sea of flames was pouring down from the sky. Except for Yang Jian and Pan Hong, everyone was forced to retreat because the nine-tailed firefox was too strong. He was a late true god realm expert. Only 2 of them were true gods while the rest were all half-step true gods. Their strength was not enough to withstand the flames. Wherever the flames passed, the flames would spread. They could not withstand the blazing flames at all. That's the nine-tailed heart flame. Zhang Chen gasped. The nine-tailed heart flame was not inferior to the Qilan Saint flame. Because the nine-tailed heart flame was completely fueled by its vitality. The raging flames of vitality could melt everything in the heavens and earth. It was a divine object that transcended the mortal world. The nine-tailed firefox was an existence that was on the same level as the Qilan Saint beast. No one knew when the nine-tailed firefox came from, but it had existed since the beginning of the immemorial era. However, it was as rare as the Qilan. You guys retreat for the time being. Leave this to us. Pan Hong shouted. At this moment there was no other way. They would only be delivering their heads to the enemy, which would only increase the casualties. It was better for them to recuperate in peace. Once there was any other movement, they would be able to react immediately. Then you should taste my flames too. Zhang Chen shouted. Even the nine-tailed firefox was slightly stunned when the Qilan Saint flame appeared. It did not expect this guy to have such a powerful means. No wonder he was fearless. However, his strength was still too weak. In the eyes of the nine-tailed firefox, even if he had the right to be arrogant, it was not enough to show off in front of it. Because its nine-tailed heart flame was not inferior to the Qilan Saint flame. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Zhang Chen struck out the Flame Dragon Seal. It was even more powerful than the Qilan Saint flame. This is. The pupils of the nine-tailed firefox shrunk as it exerted its full strength. Compared to the Qilan Saint fire, the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was much more terrifying. Moreover, the nine-tailed firefox was not willing to be outdone. Its heart flame incinerated everything as its 9 tails swept in all directions. Whether it was Yang Jian or Pan Hong, both of them were blown away by the nine-tailed firefox. In the end, the nine-tailed firefox managed to block the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Although it was also shocked, the difference in strength between the two was still too great. No one doubted this point. The nine-tailed firefox came whistling over at lightning speed. The nine-tailed heart flame engulfed Zhang Chen completely. At this moment he was completely surrounded by the power of flames. Zhang Chen. Bai Yunfei roared with a cold look in his eyes. However, no one was able to break through the nine-tailed firefox's defense. At this time, Zhang Chen was controlled by the nine-tailed firefox. This was something that no one expected. Halt, Bai Yunfei. Yang Jian grabbed Bai Yunfei, but Bai Yunfei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Are we just going to watch Zhang Chen get killed by the nine-tailed firefox? Bai Yunfei roared at Yang Jian before leaping into the air again. Wang Chongyang and Man Shui didn't hesitate either. The 3 of them had the strength of Pan Hong, but they still weren't able to do anything to the fox. Instead, they were sent flying by a single swipe of the fox's tail without mercy. You're overestimating yourself. Die. The 9 tails of the 9-tailed firefox completely entangled by Yunfei and the other two. The powerful trio was completely powerless in the hands of the 9-tailed firefox. 9 swords of prideful frost. Swords shatter the void. The sword in Wang Chongyang's hand waved again in an attempt to avoid the 9-tailed firefox's defense, but the latter did not kill them. This was because Jiang Qin had appeared in front of them again. How is this possible? The 9-tailed firefox was extremely shocked. At the same time, Bai Yunfei and the others were also shocked. You won't be able to trap me. Jiang Qin sneered, but the 9-tailed firefox was already furious. Its 9 tails swept through the air, causing the world to tremble. Under the fury of the 9-tailed firefox, Jiang Qin was unable to stand firm and was sent flying again. This time he wasn't injured. But in order to save Bai Yunfei and the others, Jiang Qin was viciously struck by the firefox. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart, as if his bones didn't belong to him anymore. Jiang Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were bloodshot. The 9-tailed firefox was truly too strong. At this moment the gap between the two was completely revealed. With the gap of 3 levels, Jiang Qin would only be able to passively take a beating if he didn't use his full strength. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. I'll find a way to escape. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He patted Wang Chongyang's shoulder. Wang Chongyang was the calmest of them all. Now Jiang Qin had no other choice. If they all stayed here, they would become a burden to Jiang Qin and make it impossible for him to use his full strength. But Bai Yunfei still wanted to say something, but Jiang Qin covered his mouth. If you don't want to watch me die, then scram. I don't want you to become a burden to me. Jiang Qin's angry roar left them all dumbfounded. They had never seen Jiang Qin so angry before and so solemn at that. Only now did Bai Yunfei realize that in Jiang Qin's eyes, they were indeed a burden. Although Jiang Qin's strength was similar to theirs, only Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei knew his true strength. Is it really okay? Pan Hong was very nervous because he was worried that Jiang Qin would be killed by the 9-tailed firefox. In that case he would become a sinner. Before this he had promised the sect master that he would protect Jiang Qin. Now that he had to abandon Jiang Qin, how could he feel at ease? Don't worry. Jiang Qin has killed a peak mid-true god expert before. He has many means. The second genius of the Tai Chi sect, Helian Wushuang, was killed by Jiang Qin. You should know this. Yang Jian dissuaded. At this time, if they continued to stay, they would only add to Jiang Qin's troubles. The only one who could really help him was himself. All right. Pan Hong was extremely unwilling, but under the advice of Yang Jian and the others, he left first and took a detour. Bai Yunfei's eyes were incomparably red. The moment he saw Jiang Qin, Bai Yunfei knew how much he longed to be able to fight side by side with Jiang Qin. However, his strength was too weak and could only bring endless dangers to the other party. Although he was respected by many in the outer sect, he finally understood how stupid and arrogant he was. In fact, he was nothing. If he met someone who was slightly stronger than him, he could only run away. There was nothing he could do, and he couldn't share the responsibility with Jiang Qin. I'm unwilling. Chapter 2302. At this moment the 9-tailed firefox obviously did not want them to leave just like that. Because Bai Yunfei and the others were its perfect lunch. Your opponent is me. Jiang Qin sneered. He rose up with his sword and blocked the 9-tailed firefox's path. If it wasn't for your supreme grade origin divine tool, I'm afraid you would have turned into ashes by now. The 9-tailed firefox sneered and said disdainfully. Really? Then let me see how powerful you are. Huh. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the dragon transformation. At this moment his strength had risen to the middle true god realm. The sudden change made the 9-tailed firefox slightly shocked. Never thought that you're from the dragon clan. But even so, there's no one here who can support you. Your strength is still not enough. The 9-tailed firefox moved its 9 tails and displayed its prowess. It was fighting fiercely with Jiang Qin. Both of them were evenly matched. The 9-tailed firefox did not expect that Jiang Qin would be so powerful after his dragon transformation. His heavenly dragon sword was an extremely powerful origin divine tool. At such a young age with such a cultivation realm, he could already hold such a origin divine tool. Even a divine king might not be able to own a origin divine tool. Along with the deafening clashing sound, both of them had a winner and a loser. However, it was obvious that the nine-tailed firefox had the upper hand. After all, its strength had reached the late true god realm. It was not a joke. The difference in strength was the most serious. Man and sword, unity of dragon and sword. Jiangchen roared furiously. The nine-tailed firefox struck out with its 9 tails and collided with Jiangchen's attack. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, like a sudden clap of thunder that shook everyone's heart. The nine-tailed firefox's eyes were filled with astonishment. In its heart it was finally in awe of Jiangchen. Because this void god realm fella had really opened its eyes. It had never heard of such combat power. Jiangchen's union of dragon and sword was actually blocked by the nine-tailed firefox. Jiangchen was quite surprised. If the nine-tailed firefox was not an ancient sacred beast, it would not have been able to block his attack. Are you a human or a member of the dragon clan? I'm very interested in you. As long as you hand over the golden lotus, I won't make things difficult for you. The nine-tailed firefox said coldly. It still believed that the golden lotus had been stolen by Jiangchen. Jiangchen rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. How long do I have to say for you to believe that I don't know anything about the golden lotus you speak of? Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Then let's see who's the real deal. This is your last chance. The nine-tailed firefox said nothing and attacked Jiangchen again. This time, Jiangchen's face was extremely gloomy. Looks like I need to teach this nine-tailed firefox a lesson. Otherwise it would really think that I'm afraid of it. Fire god guards appear. Jiangchen roared. At this moment the 12 fire god guards appeared in front of Jiangchen. The 12 fire god guards were no longer the same as before. Because of Jiangchen's improvement, the 12 fire god guards had recovered to the early true god realm. The power that the 12 fire god guards unleashed was comparable to a late true god realm expert. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards had their own unique attacking method. They were stronger than a late true god realm expert. This is... The nine-tailed firefox's eyes were filled with surprise. The image of the 12 fire god guards flashed across its mind. The 12 fire god guards and Jiangchen joined hands and surrounded the nine-tailed firefox. This time the nine-tailed firefox was completely suppressed. Such a ruthless move. Such a domineering puppet. The nine-tailed firefox was shocked. Although it had the support of the nine-tailed heart fire, it still felt powerless when facing the flame attack of the 12 fire god guards. Moreover, these things seemed to have some kind of magical power that could resist its attacks. It was completely unable to fight against them. On the other side, Jiangchen, who was holding the heavenly dragon sword, did not show any weakness. He launched a few sneak attacks which were exactly what the nine-tailed firefox wanted. The nine-tailed firefox's arm was stabbed and it was completely defeated. Nine-tailed wrath, divine flame. The nine-tailed firefox hissed. Jiangchen staggered 2 steps back. Amidst the rising flames, Jiangchen finally retreated slowly. The nine-tailed firefox seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. However, it was obvious that Jiangchen's suppression was stronger and the nine-tailed firefox was already tired of dealing with it. Jiangchen's chest was also burned by the nine-tailed heart fire. Unfortunately, it was impossible to refine his dantian because any of the 5 elemental true fires was not weaker than the nine-tailed firefox. If they really wanted to refine each other, only Jiangchen would be able to refine the nine-tailed firefox. Stop it. I don't think there's any need for us to continue fighting. I really didn't steal your golden lotus. You should know very well that if I were to fight you to the death just now, you would have been seriously injured at the very least. Jiangchen flicked his finger. The 5 elemental true fires revolved around his body. The nine-tailed firefox staggered a few steps back. The earth trembled, but Jiangchen could also feel its shock. The nine-tailed firefox was also very clear that if Jiangchen's 5 elemental true fires attacked it, it would definitely be injured. However, he did not do that. If he really took the golden lotus, why would he pretend to let it go? Moreover, he had gone through so much trouble. You really didn't steal my golden lotus? Then where's my golden lotus? Where should I go from here? The nine-tailed firefox instantly turned into a young girl wearing a leather skirt. She knelt on one knee with a dazed look on her face. It was as if her heart had died. Her 9 tails were swaying behind her, lifeless and lifeless. However, her exquisite face was filled with worry and melancholy. Her beauty was not inferior to Yen Chenyu. Such a delicate girl, was she the nine-tailed firefox? Zhangchen found it hard to believe. Is that golden lotus very important to you? Zhangchen asked. Yes. That golden lotus is called the soul-forming golden lotus. It is the mother of the lotus in the nine heavens jade lake. In order to obtain that golden lotus, I risked my life to obtain his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. I wanted to help him transcend and condense his soul. However, I did not succeed in the end. I was also disheartened. After more than 17,000 years, I finally had a glimmer of hope. However, not long ago the golden lotus bloomed and his soul was finally formed. The nine-tailed firefox murmured with tears in her eyes. However, it was stolen by someone. I must find the golden lotus. It is my only hope. Whether I can see him again has become an extravagant hope. The golden lotus is broken, and his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are destined to vanish. The nine-tailed firefox's infatuation made Jiang Chen's heart ache. Such a woman was rare in this world. Infatuated for 10,000 years, she had no regrets. Chapter 2303. Isn't such a person worthy of respect and heartache? Jiang Chen could not help but feel pity for her. He was not a cold-hearted person. Although the battle between the two of them was extremely intense, it did not stop him from feeling pity for the nine-tailed firefox. 10,000 years of protection broken in one day. Who wouldn't be crazy about it? Jiang Chen could feel the anger and struggle in the nine-tailed firefox's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that my strength kept falling, how could I have ended up like this? Thinking back to the past, sigh. The nine-tailed firefox smiled bitterly. But everything had passed. Why should she mention it again? I will definitely find the person who stole my golden lotus. Even if I die 1,000 times, it will not be enough to vent my hatred. The nine-tailed firefox roared. The weak lady had become extremely powerful at this moment. It was the power of love. 17,000 years, the mountain had lost its edge, the heaven and earth had merged together. She did not dare to be separated from her lover. Don't worry. I will stay in this hidden secret realm for a year. If I find your golden lotus, I will definitely return it to you. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Thank you. If he's still in heaven, he will not blame you. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. I have already seen through life and death. But I only have one wish in this life. That is to see him again. The nine-tailed firefox slowly walked towards the depths of Japan's Luoying Mountain. She seemed to be in a daze, causing others to feel pity for her. He was crazy about love. Such a woman must have suffered unbearable pain for the past 17,000 years. Her strength was a clear indication of how fragile her heart was. I will definitely help you find the golden lotus. Jiang Chen said confidently. Lang Ye ran all the way and started to chase after the black figure that disappeared from the Luoying Mountain. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally felt that guy's aura. The heavens will not disappoint those who work hard. I finally felt it. Could it be someone from Ghost Eye sect? Lang Ye's expression was solemn. At this moment even he did not dare to be careless. If they were really from the Ghost Eye sect, he would not dare to act recklessly. The people from the Ghost Eye sect were extremely evil. Even the people from the Clearstream sect and the Divine Pill sect did not dare to offend them. Especially the twin stars. It was said that the two of them could escape from the hands of a heavenly god. Even Lang Ye, who was confident in his strength, did not dare to act recklessly. He could only wait for an opportunity. This golden lotus was most likely taken by this moly ghost. Lang Ye murmured. At this moment, many people walked over with flattering expressions on their faces. These people were all from the small sects that belonged to the evil sections. They had attached themselves to the devilly grey. With a single glance, one could tell that they were a group of people who would be swayed by the wind. Congratulations, second brother. Aha, you must have obtained quite a lot of treasures this time, right? That's right. Look at second brother's beaming face. You must have gained a lot. Second brother, why don't you take it out and open our eyes? Hee. That's right. Second brother, it must be a treasure that even you value so much. It must be very exciting. It must be something extraordinary. Moly Gui looked at his subordinates who looked at him with admiration. His gloomy face revealed an imperceptible sinister smile. All right. Today I will let you all have a look at my golden lotus. Moly Gui took it out and made a grabbing motion. An incomparably dazzling golden lotus appeared in his hand. It was overflowing with brilliance and a majestic aura, causing the surrounding people to hold their breaths. The energy contained in the golden lotus was beyond everyone's imagination. It was like a sacred light that pierced through the sky, filling the surrounding 100 meters with brilliance. Wow. This golden lotus is too mystical. Yeah. I have never seen such a powerful saint object. You're worthy of being called second brother. Second brother, you must have spent a lot of effort to obtain this saint object. Second brother, I dare say that not even big brother has seen this saint object before. Moly Ghost was overjoyed when he heard how his subordinates were fawning over him. With a wave of his hand he kept the golden lotus. Many people sighed. They were lamenting that the golden lotus was kept by Moly Ghost before they could enjoy it to their heart's content. It was effortless for me to obtain this golden lotus. If I completely refine this golden lotus, I might be able to break through to the heavenly god realm. Moly Gui had a proud look on his face. Great fortune, second brother. Doesn't this mean that you're invincible in the entire hidden secret realm? That's right. Second brother is mighty and invincible. Bullshit. I'm invincible. What about my big brother? I will share it with big brother today. Moly Ghost said angrily. Yes. Second brother is mighty and domineering. Righteous. Moly Ghost's anger subsided. His face was filled with arrogance. Almost all of the 30 people here were from other sects and they were relying on him. After all, in this dog-eat-dog hidden secret realm, if one did not have an expert to rely on, one would not be able to live long. There would always be some arrogant people who would eventually die because of their arrogance. This was a common occurrence among the disciples of different sects in the past. It's really him. Looks like this golden lotus is a little tricky. Lang Ye's expression became solemn. He would not be worried if it was just Moly Ghost alone. But with Moly Qing it would not be easy. He would not be a match for the two of them if they joined hands. Fortunately, Moly Qing was not here. Even so, Lang Ye was still worried. If he really snatched Moly Ghost's golden lotus and he failed to kill Moly Ghost or missed one of them, things would not be so simple. If Moly Qing found out about it, he would have to face Moly Qing as well. Moly Qing's strength should not be any weaker than him. Even as the number one genius of Ghost Eye sect, Lang Ye did not dare to fight against him. As the number 2 sect in Lin He boundary, Ghost Eye sect's strength was unfathomable. Lang Ye did not dare to take the risk. Once he lost, it would be his biggest failure. I'll let you be cocky for now. I hope you don't eat the golden lotus. Otherwise I'll make you spit it out. Lang Ye harumphed coldly and disappeared. Moly Ghost frowned and looked back. He felt that someone was staring at him, but he felt that he was being paranoid. He shook his head helplessly and started to look for his big brother. Chapter 2304. Jiang Chen was searching for Pan Hong and the others while searching for the golden lotus. However, he still could not find any news after more than 10 days. Pan Hong and the others had lost their direction and were completely separated. When Jiang Chen used the messaging talisman, he realized that the talisman was useless in the hidden secret realm. In other words, all of his messaging talismans were just decorations. There was no one here who could help him. He could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. In these 10 days, Jiang Chen had killed more than 20 demonic beasts. Most of them were below the mid-true god realm. If he really encountered a late true god realm demonic beast, he would not want to be entangled with it. Although it was not a problem for him to kill them with his current strength, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wouldn't it be the same as making a wedding dress for others? Jiang Chen had also obtained more than 10 monster crystals. These monsters contained extremely dense divine origin qi. Jiang Chen was currently at the peak of the late void god realm. As long as he made a breakthrough, he would be able to reach the half-step true god realm. Jiang Chen found a cave and calmed his mind. At this moment he began to break through to the half-step true god realm. After absorbing more than 20 monster crystals in 3 days, he finally broke through to the half-step true god realm. Jiang Chen knew that he was not far from breaking through to the true god realm. However, he still needed an opportunity to break through to the true god realm. Now Jiang Chen felt that he was still too weak. He needed to give it his all every time. Although he was confident that he could deal with enemies from all directions, he needed to pay a hefty price. Jiang Chen took out the immortal grade pill recipe. Jiang Chen was shocked. The name of the immortal grade pill was called the Heaven Seizing Fortune Pill. It meant to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth, break through the shackles and become a god. The heaven-seizing fortune pill was to seize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Once a person swallowed the heaven-seizing fortune pill, their entire body would be completely transformed, reaching a perfect state. This kind of pill could only be consumed by those below the God-King realm. It would completely transform their body, using the power of the pill to cleanse their marrow, allowing their body to reach a perfect state of devouring divine origin qi. They wouldn't need to cultivate at all. They would be able to devour the heaven-earth spiritual qi into their body, completing a qualitative transformation. Due to the majority of the divine herbs contained within, it could also provide incomparable divine origin energy. Every sip, every breath, all without any pressure. The heaven-seizing fortune pill could help you complete your cultivation state. Your entire person would be like a piece of meticulously carved unpolished jade. Your aura could fuse with heaven and earth, and it could be said to be invincible when it came to hiding. Even an expert 2 great realms above him would not be able to detect his presence. Even a peak heavenly god could consume it. If a god-king were to consume it, they would be able to raise their cultivation to a whole new level and break through their bottlenecks. It was easy to imagine just how great the benefits were. Even god-kings could not avoid it. Otherwise, how could it be qualified to be called an immortal grade pill? Although it could only be considered as below average among the immortal grade pills, its miraculous effect was enough to shock everyone. Although it only requires 5 medicinal herbs, I've never heard of the other 3. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. The 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng were the 2 herbs required for the heaven-seizing fortune pill. He had never heard of the other 3. Scarlet cloud, ancient vine heart, heavenly snake gallbladder, one-eye spirit spring. What is one-eye spirit spring? Jiang Qin shook his head. It seemed like finding the other 3 herbs was an extremely difficult task. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When Jiang Qin walked out, he saw a group of people. There were more than 10 people in a group. All of them looked solemn. The leader was someone that Jiang Qin had seen before. He was from the Overlord sect. He was a late true god. Jiang Qin. The leader of the group let out a calm smile, a meaningful smile on his face. Not bad. Jiang Qin said faintly. Someone spent 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones for me to kill you. Tell me, should I take it or not? Zhu Mingyang played with the crescent moon blade in his hand calmly. 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones. That's enough for us to play with a dozen of his women. Ah. A skinny young man said with a sneer. Heavenly Eagle Mansion, Qin Lang. 5 Elements Sect, Ouyang Shaoxin. A chubby young man walked out with a cold look in his eyes and stood beside Zhu Mingyang. I heard that this fella is quite wealthy. He took out 3 divine tools at the Gathering Destiny Square. I guess he must have a lot of treasures on him. Qin Lang said with a smile. Looks like you have to tell us the truth. Zhu Mingyang said with a regretful look. We're all from the sect union. We're all here for training. I won't kill you. Hand over all your treasures. If they're worth more than 3,000 divine origin stones, then I'll buy your life. Even if that person asks me, I'll definitely protect you. How about it? Is your grandpa Zhu a man of honor? Pa. Zhu Mingyang's laughter resounded in the surrounding mountains. Everyone agreed with him. More than 30 people followed Zhu Mingyang's lead and their cheers became louder and louder. That's right. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You should understand this, right? Kid, hand it over and we'll guarantee that you won't die. Otherwise, your puny body won't even be enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Ouyang Shaoxin said in disdain. Jiang Qin spread out his hands to show his helplessness. I don't have any money, but I have my life. Jiang Qin's attitude made Zhu Mingyang and the others' faces turn gloomy. They thought that Jiang Qin would kneel down and beg for mercy, but they never expected him to be so fearless. Since when did a half-step true god brat become so arrogant? Why do you want to make our relationship so stiff? I've always liked to solve problems peacefully. But why do you have to force me to take action? Although my overlord sect doesn't have a good reputation, we never bully the old, the weak, the sick or the disabled. You're a disabled cultivator and you're not strong enough. As long as you're obedient, why would I bully you? Hee. Zhu Mingyang's face was filled with impatience. A disabled cultivator isn't scary. What's scary is a retard like you. Why do you have to provoke me? Jiang Qin let out a long sigh. The dozens of people sneered at him. It seemed like Zhongchen didn't know how to write the word, death. You've won because you've successfully angered me. Now it's time for you to die. Zhu Mingyang said faintly and closed his eyes. Ouyang Xiaoxin understood Zhongchen's intention and waved his hand. Two early true god experts immediately rushed towards Zhongchen. Take him down. Chapter 2305. How is this possible? Yeah, he's only a half-step true god, but he managed to kill an early true god in a second. This is unbelievable. I don't believe it. That sword was too fast. Ouyang Xiaoxin's eyes turned cold. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. But it seems like there's no need for you to live anymore. Ouyang Xiaoxin harumphed coldly and stared at the two of them. Useless things. The sword in Zhongchen's hand rose once again. The sword light swept across the entire area. Ouyang Xiaoxin's facial expression changed and he quickly retreated. The nine-toothed steel blade in front of him had a huge cut on it. Moreover, he felt a chill when the blade swept across his shoulder just now. Ouyang Xiaoxin still couldn't believe that this fella had such combat strength. A half-step true god was able to repel him. It was really strange. I don't believe it. Ouyang Xiaoxin was not convinced. After all, there were so many people watching. How could he fail? Absolutely not. Once he lost, it would be a complete disgrace. He was a genius disciple of the Five Elements sect. If it wasn't Zhu Mingyang, he would never bow down to someone else. Five Elements Blade Art, Escape Symbol Art. Ouyang Xiaoxin's expression was serious. His blade shadows were everywhere. But when Zhongchen appeared beside him, he knew that he might lose. He didn't know which hand Zhongchen used to attack. When the sword shadows appeared, his blade was already broken. He wanted to retreat, but he found out that Zhongchen's sword shadows had already changed and chopped off his hand that was holding the blade. Arg! Ouyang Xiaoxin screamed and quickly retreated. But when he retreated to Zhu Mingyang's side, he felt a trace of fear. Boss, save me. Five Elements True Fire Burning Flame. Zhongchen sneered as the Five Elements True Fire completely enveloped Ouyang Xiaoxin. As a member of the Five Elements sect, he would let him die under the Five Elements True Fire. Zhu Mingyang suddenly turned his head and his expression changed. He did not expect that even Ouyang Xiaoxin would be completely defeated and trapped in the Five Elemental True Flames. Just as Zhu Mingyang was about to make a move, he discovered that he could not get close to the Five Elemental True Flames at all. It was simply too hot. Many people quickly retreated, their faces filled with horror. In less than 10 seconds, Ouyang Xiaoxin was completely turned into ashes by the Five Elemental True Flames. Everyone retreated. Zhu Mingyang's face was gloomy as he walked towards Zhongchen step by step. What a good move indeed. Seems like if I don't make a move, it'll be hard for you to submit. Zhu Mingyang and Zhongchen looked at each other. Zhongchen's expression was calm without the slightest hint of fear. This Zhu Mingyang had provoked him time and time again, so there was no need for him to be polite. Boss, you must take revenge for young Master Ouyang. Yeah, young Master Ouyang died too miserably. This guy should be cut into pieces. Killing young Master Ouyang, this is intolerable. Kill him, kill him. Looking at the group of clueless minions, at least in his eyes, Zhongchen really felt sorry for them. They fell with the wind and did not have a mind of their own. The weak could only be trampled on, be it their body or dignity. Moreover, they did not have any power to resist, they were just a fox using the tiger's might. Or even sad. You will also die if you make a move. Zhongchen and Zhu Mingyang were less than half a meter away from each other. Both of them were very confident in themselves. As the number 2 genius disciple of Overlord sect, Zhu Mingyang was naturally very proud. In his eyes, other than the 3 great experts of Clearstream sect, the 2 great experts of Ghost Eye sect, Xianxia of Divine Pill sect, and his own senior brother Chozhen, no one else could give him pressure. Even Ling Long and Lu Quanchao of Heavenly Star sect were just a motley crew. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard and also the only joke I can't laugh at. Zhu Mingyang pointed at Zhongchen and said, I will give you a chance to make a move. Let me see how strong you are. Even a trash like Ouyang Xiaoxin died in your hands. You should be glad that you will die in my hands. Otherwise, the people of Five Elements sect will not let you go after you get out of here. Alright, as you wish. Zhongchen said indifferently and stood up with his sword. His strength had increased again after reaching the half-step true god realm. Although it was not a big improvement, it should not take too much effort to kill this guy. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to cut off all of Zhu Mingyang's escape routes. Jiang Chen immediately used the dragon transformation. His strength increased by tenfold, almost reaching the peak of mid-true god realm. In terms of physical strength, he was much stronger than Zhu Mingyang. Every strike of Jiang Chen's was extremely ferocious. With the help of the heavenly dragon sword, Zhu Mingyang was forced to retreat. Zhu Mingyang had never thought that Jiang Chen's strength would be this ferocious. Moreover, Jiang Chen had become a completely different person after using the dragon transformation. Whether it was Jiang Chen's body or the heavenly dragon sword, Zhu Mingyang was no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like a human-shaped beast. Zhu Mingyang's half-moon machete hit Jiang Chen's body like a tickle. Jiang Chen's brutal charge made Zhu Mingyang feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Damn it. This guy is too abnormal. Zhu Mingyang thought. If I don't take action now, when will I? Zhu Mingyang roared in anger. Qin Lang was startled. He brought more than 30 men and instantly joined the battle, trying to obstruct Jiang Chen. However, at this moment Jiang Chen was unstoppable. Under the dragon transformation, he easily tore a true god into pieces. Every time the heavenly dragon sword slashed down, blood would be stained. Terrifying sword chi swept across the battlefield. Under that kind of ferociousness, Jiang Chen made Zhu Mingyang's heart palpitate. Only now did he understand that he should have provoked this god of pestilence from the beginning. But who knew that his strength was so terrifying? Dozens of men were killed by Jiang Chen in less than a minute. Only Qin Lang and Zhu Mingyang were left. Blood flowed like a river. You're a madman. Subconsciously, Qin Lang took a few steps back. His expression was extremely ugly, because he had just been slashed by Jiang Chen's sword. It was only because he was able to dodge the attack in time that he was able to escape death. However, Jiang Chen didn't plan to stop just like that. After missing Zhu Mingyang's attack, Jiang Chen turned around and slashed at him. In the void, the shadow of the sword cut through the sky. Qin Lang knew that he could not escape this time. Devil! Qin Lang stared at the gray sky. He finally thought of a word to describe Jiang Chen. Dozens of men were killed by him in a blink of an eye. It was too cruel and bloody. Chapter 2306. Jiang Chen, we don't have any grudges between us. I hope you can be clear about yourself and don't do anything stupid. I am not like the 5 Elements sect or the Sky Eagle Mansion. My Overlord sect is one of the top 10 sections. We are even more powerful than your Profound Feng sect's big brother Heavenly Star sect. Don't waste your time. Zhu Mingyang said fiercely. Lung Ling said. You and I can talk nicely. Why do we have to be so stiff? I will not tell anyone that you have killed these people. However, if you insist on continuing to fight with me, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Between the two of us, when 2 tigers fight, one will definitely get hurt. Jiang Chen looked at Zhu Mingyang with an elegant smile and calm expression. Jiang Chen could not help but laugh when he heard Zhu Mingyang's serious expression. Overlord sect is not someone you can afford to offend. If you and I work together, great things will happen. Zhu Mingyang became more and more serious as he spoke. Jiang Chen was embarrassed to interrupt him. When 2 tigers fight, one will definitely get hurt. I like this sentence. But I don't want to be the tiger today. I am the hero who fights the tiger. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Mingyang's face became extremely ugly. Obviously, Jiang Chen did not want to reconcile with him. Do you want to step on a path of no return? In this hidden secret realm, it is impossible for you to defeat everyone with your strength alone. If you kill me, my senior will definitely take revenge for me. Plus, you may not have the ability to do so. Then I will have to try and see if I have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. I am the disciple of the Overlord sect. Jiang Chen. Fuck your mother. I have said so much, but it's all in vain. Just fight. Come on. Zhu Mingyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He changed his tone. He knew that Jiang Chen would not give him this chance. So there was only one way left for him. That was to fight till the end. Make your move. You only have one chance. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Facing Zhu Mingyang's frenzied attacks, Jiang Chen did not panic at all. After his dragon transformation, his fighting strength was comparable to a peak mid-true god. With the help of the heavenly dragon sword, he was able to suppress Zhu Mingyang, who was a late true god. Lone Star Shadow Full Moon Scimitar. Zhu Mingyang pierced through the sky. Rays of half-moon blade shadows pierced through the void and surrounded Jiang Chen. His terrifying attack was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The heavenly dragon sword and the half-moon blade clashed against each other. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The entire sky was filled with blade shadows. Jiang Chen and Zhu Mingyang landed on the ground with their backs facing each other. Jiang Chen did not move at all. Zhu Mingyang sneered. The half-broken scimitar in his hand had become extremely cold. When he took the 7th step, Zhu Mingyang fell down. There was a bloody scar on his face. At this moment his body was completely cut into half. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword not only cut his half-moon scimitar but also his body. "You will definitely regret this," Zhu Mingyang said with great difficulty. Then he completely lost his life. "I am a kind person. Why would I become a thief? I am a kind person. Heaven is unfair." Jiang Chen sneered. The 5 elemental true fire burned the bodies of more than 30 people and turned them into nourishment for the hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen did not plan to attack them. Unfortunately, they did not plan to let Jiang Chen go. In the end, he could only take action. Since he had made his choice, he should not regret it. Therefore, Jiang Chen killed those people without hesitation. This was what they deserved. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and bully the weak. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. This was retribution. In this place there was no difference between good and bad. There was only survival. Jiang Chen would never pity these brainless people. He was not a goody two-shoes. These people died for what they deserved. There was nothing to be regretful about. Such a tyrannical method. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at a man in white who was hanging upside down on a tree. The man smiled. His eyes were sharp. Obviously he was not an ordinary person. Clear Stream Sect, 3rd Grand Guardian Tang Zhen. Profound Feng Sect Jiang Chen. I never expected your strength to be so unbelievable. Even that guy from the Overlord Sect died in your hands. Hehe. This is really shocking. Tang Zhen said with a smile. A playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Brother Tang, why are you here? Are you here to chat with me? Hehe. He's already dead. What else is there to talk about? He can only blame himself. I never kill the innocent, but I will never let anyone go. Jiang Chen said. All right. I like people like you. Tang Zhen jumped down from the ancient tree. He was dressed in white and looked extraordinarily handsome. As one of the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream Sect, Tang Zhen's strength was unquestionable. He was much stronger than Zhu Mingyang. Jiang Chen did not even know how confident he was in defeating Tang Zhen. Brother Tang, just say it. Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. I'm shocked by your strength. I want to kill a beast and I'm lacking a helper. I wonder if Brother Jiang is willing to join me? What do you think about joining me? Tang Zhen said righteously, putting Jiang Chen on the same level as him. In the entire Linhe boundary, there were only a few people who dared to be brothers with the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream Sect. What can I get in return? Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. Ah, great. I'm lucky to be able to work with someone like you. 3,000 divine origin stones. What do you think? I'm not interested in divine origin stones. Jiang Chen shook his head. Plus he had no idea what Tang Zhen wanted to do. The demonic beast that Tang Zhen was going to deal with was probably not an easy opponent. Otherwise he would be able to kill it by himself. Why would he go to such lengths? To be honest, I'm going to deal with 2 beasts in the river. One is the green jade profound tortoise and the other is the heavenly river female clam. Is it the number 1 tortoise in the world, the green jade profound tortoise? His defense is so strong that even metal and stone would find it hard to penetrate it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. I want the shell of the green jade profound tortoise. Tang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, the green jade profound tortoise and the heavenly river female clam are together. However, their defense is extremely strong. I can't do anything to them. Although we've fought twice, it's not easy to get the water avoidance spiritual pearl from the heavenly river female clam. How did these 2 get together? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know. If you can break the shell of the green jade profound tortoise, I won't interfere. But my target is the heavenly river female clam. I hope Brother Jiang can help me. Chapter 2307. You take the water-repelling spiritual pearl and I want the green jade profound tortoise. Jiang Chen nodded and said. It's a deal. Jiang Chen followed Tang Zhen all the way, traversing several hundred li before arriving at a lake that was 10 li wide. It was surrounded by shade on all four sides with tall mountains as companions. The cliffs were 1,000 feet tall, and the sounds of insects and birds rang out incessantly. Willows were reflected in the lake and ancient trees were sheltering them. The lake was sparkling and the scenery was beautiful. The air here was fresher than anywhere else. This is the lake where the tortoise and clam are, Tang Zhen said as he pointed towards the lake. Watch me, Tang Zhen said as he took out his hunting god's spear. His entire body shook as he smashed the spear towards the surface of the lake. His aura was monstrous, and a series of ripples appeared on the originally calm lake. The water surged and rose into the sky. Divine tortoise jellyfish, come out and see me. Tang Zhen levitated in the air and shouted. Jiang Chen looked at the scene. Looks like this is not the first time this guy came to challenge me, but he didn't seem to have made any progress. At this moment, a dark green tortoise with a circumference of 1 zhang surfaced from the water. It shook its huge head and spoke in human language. Despicable human. You've come here several times and you've always been beaten away by me. Now you're here to die. This time I won't let you go. The green jade profound tortoise said angrily. Obviously, Tang Zhenlai's challenge had already made him extremely angry. I'm not here alone today. I've brought help. Hand over your tortoise shell and the water-repelling spiritual pearl. Then I might spare your life. Tang Zhen said solemnly. You cunning humans. You want to take my tortoise shell and the clam queen's spiritual pearl. How are we going to live? I think you're here to die. The green jade profound tortoise said as it gritted its teeth. That's right. Old tortoise, come out and fight me for 300 rounds. Ah. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The green jade profound tortoise flew into a rage out of humiliation. Its face darkened as it stared coldly at Jiang Chen and Tang Zhen. Since the two of you are courting death, then I, old tortoise, will start a massacre today. The green jade profound tortoise roared and water splashed everywhere like arrows. Jiang Chen and Tang Zhen quickly retreated, dodging the tortoise's attack. The two of them joined hands and charged towards the tortoise. Slaughter dragon seal. Jiang Chen struck out with a seal that overturned rivers and seas. The green jade profound tortoise quickly retreated. Invincible piercing spear. Tang Zhen's spear also struck the green jade profound tortoise's body, emitting a metallic clang as sparks flew everywhere. At this moment the green jade profound tortoise spun up, splashing water and ice swords. Jiang Chen's sword danced in the air, blocking most of the ice swords. However, the ice swords were incomparably sharp, forcing Jiang Chen and Tang Zhen to retreat. Such a terrifying green jade profound tortoise. Strength is at least at the late true god realm. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Be careful. Its most powerful attack is not just the ice swords. Tang Zhen warned. 1,000 returning swords. Jiang Chen's sword was ferocious. Thousands of swords were launched at the same time, blocking the green jade profound tortoise's ice swords. The ice swords were cut into brilliant ice flowers. Tang Zhen did not show any weakness as he blocked the green jade profound tortoise's attack with his spear. Not bad, his strength is not bad. Looks like this void god realm brat has some skill. Deadly charge. The green jade profound tortoise let out a furious roar and retracted its entire body into its shell. It then rushed towards Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen waved his spear, and a rain of spears filled the sky as they pierced the green jade profound tortoise's body. However, they were unable to leave a single wound on its body. Only the sound of metal clashing could be heard, which was extremely ear-piercing. Let's see if you can block my heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation. At this moment the green jade profound tortoise did not show any weakness and clashed head-on with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen was pushed back as he could not withstand such terrifying strength and defense. Especially the green jade profound tortoise's shell. Jiang Chen looked nervous as he quickly retreated. However, a deep mark was left on the green jade profound tortoise's shell. The green jade profound tortoise attacked 3 times while Jiang Chen attacked 3 times. The green jade profound tortoise's shell was greatly shaken. What a terrifying defense. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was a top-grade primordial treasure. However, it could not break the shell of a late true god realm green jade profound tortoise. It was unbelievable. To be able to leave such a deep mark on my back. This fella's weapon is too sharp. The green jade profound tortoise was shocked. At this moment, it knew that Zhang was not as strong as Tang Zhen. If he was as strong as Tang Zhen, then it would have to protect its shell well. 2 against 1, what kind of hero are you? Ha, old clam, let them see the power of our tortoise and clam duo. The green jade profound tortoise sneered and roared. Once again, a giant clam appeared on the surface of the water. Its whole body was golden and its mouth was opening and closing, releasing ripples of water. Is it that brat again? I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Old tortoise, let's fight them to the death. The heavenly river female clam said in a deep voice. Its gigantic body kept opening and closing. There was a woman in the shape of a human in the middle of the clam. However, she did not have any hands or legs. Her whole body was embedded in the clam. It looked quite strange. Below her body, there was a crystal clear water-repelling spiritual pearl. Heavenly river female clam green jade profound tortoise finally here. Hee hee. Zhang smiled. At this moment they must have a good fight with the heavenly river female clam. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise you'll regret it. Zhang said. Really? Then you should deal with the 2 of us first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll never be able to fulfill this wish of yours. The green jade profound tortoise sneered. The combination of the heavenly river female clam and Zhang faced the green jade profound tortoise. At this moment Tang Zhen faced the heavenly river female clam. Your opponent is me. Now let me see how strong you are. If it wasn't for the sword in your hand, you wouldn't even be qualified to fight with me. The green jade profound tortoise looked at Zhang with disdain. Really? If that's the case, then I shall have a good fight with you. Since your defense is strong enough, let's see if my attack is strong enough. Zhang eyes were cold. How could Zhang be happy to be looked down upon by a tortoise? Old tortoise, I must drink tortoise soup today. It's very nutritious. Zhang licked his lips. The green jade profound tortoise was getting angrier. Damned human, you will die with dignity. What I like the most is human flesh. It's delicious. I haven't tasted it for 100 years. Hee hee. Chapter 2308. In Zhang eyes, there was only the green jade profound tortoise. Both of them kept clashing against each other, especially under the suppression of the heavenly dragon sword. Even the green jade profound tortoise did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, Zhang began to exert more pressure on it. Only by doing so Tang Zhen could perform better. The tortoise and clam were quite strong, especially in terms of defense. Tang Zhen, who was also a late true god, could not do anything to them. Motherfucker. I don't believe that I can't break your shell. Tang Zhen said while gritting his teeth. He exerted all of his skills. His long spear moved horizontally and vertically, constantly hitting the body of the heavenly river female clam. However, the heavenly river female clam didn't feel any pressure at all. It didn't attack and only defended passively. However, this made Tang Zhen furious because he couldn't break the defense of the heavenly river female clam no matter what. Now Tang Zhen could only hope that Zhang could break the old tortoise's defense. At that time the 2 of them might be able to threaten the heavenly river female clam. Brother Zhang, can you break this old tortoise's defense? Tang Zhen shouted in a deep voice. Don't worry. This old tortoise is definitely not my match. Zhang said confidently. Alright, I'll leave this old tortoise to you. Watch how I break this old tortoise's shell. Zhang laughed and swung his sword. Wherever the sword passed, not even a blade of grass was left. The green jade profound tortoise was infuriated. Motherfucker, don't call me an old tortoise. The green jade profound tortoise roared furiously. It hated people calling it an old tortoise the most. It was a profound tortoise with a bloodline that was closest to a divine beast. Yet it was called an old tortoise. Alright, old tortoise. Zhang smiled. However, the green jade profound tortoise had already gone berserk. It faced Zhang head-on, unleashing a powerful destructive force towards Zhang. That sturdy tortoise shell was indeed not something that could be broken by anyone. Zhang slashed down with his sword and even the sky dragon sword buzzed from the impact. His arm was numb from the impact and he staggered back step by step. It was obvious that Zhang was at a disadvantage. He was being suppressed by the green jade profound tortoise. Brother Zhang, are you alright? Tang Zhen said in a deep voice. I'm fine. Don't worry. This old bastard can't do anything to me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities. Ever since he learned the Sword of Solitude, he had never used it. This was also his strongest move. Let's see if the green jade profound tortoise could withstand the Sword of Solitude. You won't be able to break through my defenses. Stop dreaming. Unless it's an attack from a god king, even peak gods won't be able to break through my defenses. Stop dreaming, Jianchen said coldly. The green jade profound tortoise sneered. Let's see if your shield is tougher or if my spear is sharper. Jiang Chen sneered. The sky dragon sword shot up and slashed through the 9 heavens. The Sword of Solitude. Solitude and sleeplessness solve all worries. I am the sword intent. Suddenly Jiang Chen entered into a mysterious state. The entire void trembled as if the heavens and earth were weeping because of him. The sword intent of solitude descended from the void. What a powerful sword intent. Tangjin said solemnly. At this moment his eyes narrowed. He never expected Jiang Chen to be able to use such a technique. You're indeed capable. But in front of me everything is futile. The green jade profound tortoise shouted. Incomplete heaven and earth, Styx River divine armor. A terrifying energy barrier instantly appeared on the green jade profound tortoise's shell. That energy barrier perfectly protected the tortoise. No one expected the tortoise to retreat to such an extent. Styx River divine armor, incomplete heaven and earth. The green jade profound tortoise's defense was at its strongest. However, Jiang Chen's sword intent was also not to be underestimated. Moreover, it wasn't Jiang Chen's sky dragon sword that slashed through the 9 heavens, but the sword intent of solitude. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His sword intent had already landed and they collided with each other in an instant. The hardest shield and the sharpest spear, who would emerge victorious and laugh at the top of the night. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. At this moment the green jade profound tortoise was also staring at Jiang Chen. The sword did not break through the green jade profound tortoise's Styx River divine armor. At this moment Tangjin could not help but sigh. It seems like Jiang Chen's strength is still not enough. Or perhaps this guy's defense is a little too ridiculous. Can't he break through it? In the end I still lost? Tangjin frowned. Jiang Chen's sword intent had already dissipated. At this moment Jiang Chen was pushed back. Obviously he was injured. The green jade profound tortoise's final counterforce made it impossible for Jiang Chen to continue strolling. However, at this moment the situation suddenly changed. The green jade profound tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the lake red. Jiang Chen saw that Tangjin was also paying full attention to the green jade profound tortoise. At this moment the shell of the tortoise started to crack from the inside. Although the wound didn't look big, it was from the inside. The tortoise must have suffered a serious injury. What a terrifying sword intent. Tangjin nodded and glanced at Jiang Chen. Only the green jade profound tortoise knew how overbearing this sword was. Because it had matured the Sword of Solitude. In the end its shell started to crack from the inside. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The Sword of Solitude was indeed powerful. Jiang Chen felt that this sword intent was enough to break through the tortoise's defense. At first he was a little doubtful. However, the tortoise couldn't hide it anymore and it started to crack from the inside. Jiang Chen was finally confident. This sword had completely crushed the green jade profound tortoise's confidence. Old tortoise. The Milky Way female clam roared and instantly pounced on the green jade profound tortoise, pushing it to the bottom of the lake. This was because the Milky Way female clam knew that the green jade profound tortoise was already heavily injured. She alone was not a match for Jiang Chen and Tangjin. She could only choose to hide. Once she hid at the bottom of the lake, the two of them would not be able to find her. As the Milky Way female clam and the green jade profound tortoise disappeared, the lake no longer rippled. The surface of the lake returned to normal. Why didn't you stop the Milky Way female clam just now? Jiang Chen coughed and said in a deep voice. I was too excited and forgot, Tangjin said awkwardly. Tangjin said awkwardly. He did not expect the Heavenly River female clam to escape with the green jade profound tortoise. What should we do now? They have already dived to the bottom of the lake. Are we going to dive to the bottom of the lake? At that time the two of us might not be a match for the Milky Way female clam. Chapter 2309. Don't forget that I'm from the Clear Stream sect. The The Clear Stream sect specializes in water battles. I want to see how powerful this heavenly river female clam is. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth turned cold and his expression became extremely solemn. There was a reason for this incident. In the end, it was all his fault. If he had seized the opportunity, he would never have let the heavenly river female clam escape. However, it was too late to say anything now. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and smiled. Tang Zhen's expression was solemn as he leaped into the lake to search for the heavenly river female clam. Fortunately, it was a 10-mile lake. If it was a river, lake, or ocean, then Tang Zhen wouldn't be able to catch the heavenly river female clam no matter how capable he was. Tang Zhen, don't disappoint me. That green jade profound tortoise has already become a crippled tortoise. If you can't even deal with a heavenly river female clam, then I'll really be disappointed. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he stared at the calm lake. He was waiting for Tang Zhen to give him a perfect answer. After Tang Zhen entered the 10 miles of the lake, he quickly found the location of the heavenly river female clam. However, the heavenly river female clam was too powerful in the water. Even if Tang Zhen wanted to approach it, he wouldn't have any chance. The clam flapped its body and rippled the water. Even Tang Zhen, who was proficient in water battles, couldn't do anything. Damn it! Why is the heavenly river female clam so powerful? Tang Zhen was depressed. At this moment he had exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't counterattack. The heavenly river female clam didn't want to fight with him at all. It only controlled the water and Tang Zhen was helpless. However, Tang Zhen didn't give up. If this continued, he would definitely fail. Moreover, how could he face Jiang Chen once he reached land? As one of the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect, he actually made such a mistake. Moreover, he couldn't even deal with a heavenly river female clam. It was a waste of Jiang Chen's effort. Now that the green jade profound tortoise was severely injured, he still couldn't make the heavenly river female clam submit. This was a huge mistake on Tang Zhen's part. No, I must catch you. Tang Zhen gritted his teeth and dived into the water. However, every time he got close to the heavenly river female clam, he would be pushed away by the heavenly river female clam. The current Tang Zhen was like a fat man who couldn't use his strength. He was panting, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, Tang Zhen finally came out of the water. No matter how he provoked it, it was useless. The heavenly river female clam didn't fall for his tricks and didn't fight him head-on. In the end, Tang Zhen could only come out by himself. What the fuck, this pair of tortoise shells is pissing me off. Tang Zhen gritted his teeth and couldn't help but curse. Jiang Chen also sighed. Facts speak louder than words. Now Tang Zhen had no way to deal with the heavenly river female clam. Since the heavenly river female clam wasn't fooled, there was no way to deal with it in the water. I really have no other choice. Brother Jiang, I owe you a favor for this matter. Tang Zhen could only spread his hands. He had no other choice at this moment. He couldn't save his face anymore. He could only brace himself and tell Jiang Chen everything. Forget it. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. That was what I was worried about back then. I was afraid that after they entered the water, they wouldn't come out again. If that happened, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Jiang Chen and Tang Zhen knew this very well. But at that moment he was too excited that he forgot to stop the heavenly river female clam, which led to the current situation. No matter what, it's my fault. I even caused you to lose the green jade profound tortoise. I should take full responsibility for this matter. Tang Zhen was not a person who would shirk responsibility. Moreover, it was his fault. His attitude surprised Jiang Chen. The 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect should be the strongest genius disciple in the entire Linhe boundary. They should be arrogant. But now it seemed like they were respectful. His humility affected Jiang Chen. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. Moreover, it's not like we don't have any chance. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He looked at the lake and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Tang Zhen immediately became spirited and his face was overjoyed. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "You have another way?" "I'm not sure. Let's give it a try. But it's better than giving up. After all, I've already heavily injured the green jade profound tortoise." Jiang Chen smiled. "Are you good at swimming? Can you fight underwater?" Tang Zhen asked. "No, but we can turn the lake into land." Jiang Chen smiled. "Brother Jiang, are you stupid? How could the lake suddenly turn into land? Don't tease me." Tang Zhen smiled bitterly. This guy is talking nonsense. Just watch. Jiang Chen smiled. This Tangjin still doesn't take me seriously. Seems like I have to show him what it means to be a celestial being. Jiang Chen took a step forward and held the Zulong Tower in his hand. A dazzling light shone and started to suck the water of the lake into the Zulong Tower. At this moment Tangjin was dumbfounded. The golden Zulong Tower was sucking the water of the lake into it. Even the fishes were sucked in. In just a few breaths, the water level of the lake had dropped by more than 10 meters. This is too terrifying. What kind of treasure is this? It actually has such a method. Tangjin couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His expression was incomparably solemn. The pagoda in Jiang Chen's hand didn't seem to grow bigger. It could hold the lake in his hand. This completely subverted Tangjin's view. It was unimaginable for anyone to hold the pagoda in one hand and hold the lake in the other. Jiang Chen, after so many years, the only people that I'm convinced of are my big brothers and second brothers. Now it seems like you're the third. I've learned something new from the pagoda suppressing the river monster. Tangjin murmured. In just 2 minutes the entire lake had almost dried up. There was only 100 meters left at the bottom of the lake. The water level couldn't go any lower. At this moment Jiang Chen and Tangjin stood in the air. The Milky Way female clam was exposed in their eyes. Of course the green jade profound tortoise couldn't resist at all. Ah, you didn't expect this, right? You guys still can't escape from our palms. Chapter 23:10. The shock in Tangjin's heart was self-evident. I'll fight you to the death. The heavenly river female clam roared furiously. Without the support of the lake her strength was greatly reduced. The green jade profound tortoise was on the verge of death. You're not my match at all. Tangjin said in disdain. His long spear swept out, piercing through the void, smashing the heavenly river female clam into a daze. She had completely lost her temper. In the end Tangjin took down the heavenly river female clam and the green jade profound tortoise after Jiang Chen. Although the divine tortoise has a long lifespan, it still has its limits. Jiang Chen sighed as he held the green jade profound tortoise. This green jade profound tortoise could be made into a set of extremely powerful defensive armor. Even a celestial expert would find it difficult to break it. Even a godly king expert might not be able to break it. At the very least, the shell of the green jade profound tortoise was not something an ordinary godly king could break. Such a domineering divine pagoda. I'm so envious. A loud voice was heard. Jiang Chen frowned his brows. He looked over and saw 2 handsome young men walking towards them. Big brother, second brother. You're here at the right time. Let me introduce, this is Jiang Chen. It's all thanks to brother Jiang that I was able to obtain the heavenly river female clam's water-repelling spirit pearl. Tangjin said with a laugh. Who wouldn't know a person that even the divine pill sect treats as an ordinary person? Jiang Chen. I'm the second great guardian of the clear stream sect, Wu Ruffing. Wu Ruffing squinted his eyes and nodded. A genius indeed. Not simple. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile. Even if he did not reveal his identity, it was already obvious. Jiang Chen looked calm and smiled, but he did not say anything. These 2 people seemed to be very powerful. Their eyes were overbearing. Obviously they were not as easy to get along with as Tangjin. You're flattering me. You're the true leaders of the Linhe boundary. I'm just a nobody not worth mentioning. He. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Even the divine pill sect is scrambling for him, how could he be a nobody? Brother Jiang's pagoda is quite powerful. Can I borrow it for a look? Xianyuan Kanglin smiled. Tangjin's face changed. Big brother, what do you mean by this? I'm just taking a look. What's the big deal? I think brother Jiang wouldn't mind, would you? If he's really that stingy, then it can only mean that third brother has met the wrong person, he. Wu Ruffing shrugged with a playful look in his eyes. In the end you want my pagoda, right? Jiang Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he said disdainfully. Don't be so full of yourself. Not everyone is a bad person. Can't I even borrow it to take a look? It seems like brother Jiang doesn't treat us brothers as friends. Wu Ruffing continued. Such a despicable reason. It seems dignified, but in fact it's so vile. Brother Tang, it seems like your 2 brothers don't like me. I'll take my leave then. Big brother, second brother, what are you guys doing? If all of you continue to be so overbearing, then where will I be placed? Tangjin said. You're leaving just like that? I feel like something's missing. Leave the pagoda behind and you can leave in peace. Xinyuan Kanglin said. Big brother. Tangjin roared. Third brother, you're still too young. Look after him. Second brother, I don't want him to cause any trouble. Xinyuan Kanglin frowned. Wu Ruffing had already pinned Tangjin down, making it impossible for him to make any movements. Now you're finally going to snatch it? Jiang Qin sneered. These two fellas are indeed not the same as Tangjin. Coveting my Zulong tower and doing it in such a despicable manner. Since you've said it like this, it seems like you've realized it. Let it go. You don't deserve it. It's still not too late to surrender. You've helped my third brother before, I can spare your life. Xinyuan Kanglin said in a merciful manner. I feel ashamed for you guys. Hey, we're both from the Clear Stream sect, but you guys are such a disgrace. I will not give it to you. If you want it, you'll have to step over my dead body. Jiang Qin said coldly. You're too full of yourself. Do you think you can escape from me with your half-step true god strength? Xinyuan Kanglin smiled and shook his head. He seemed to find Jiang Qin's words funny. How would you know if you don't try? Jiang Qin looked at Xinyuan Kanglin with disdain. At this moment he must fight with his life on the line. Big brother, you can't go back on your words. Absolutely not. You've been my role model since I was young. Tangjin glared at Xinyuan Kanglin. Xinyuan Kanglin had always been his role model since he was young. Be it his character or cultivation. But at this moment, the perfect and invincible big brother in his heart did such a ridiculous thing. To think that he wanted to keep Jiang Chen's pagoda. This was something that Tangjin had never expected. I have nothing to do with him. I'm not the one who went back on my words. Xinyuan Kanglin smiled faintly. Tangjin was slightly stunned. His face was filled with shame and a bitter smile. That's right. Big brother is right. The one who went back on his words is not him. It's me. Tangjin's eyes were filled with complex emotions. At this moment he finally understood the common saying in Jianghu. People's hearts were sinister. Even his closest and most respected elder brother had completely forgotten his pursuit and revenge at this moment. He had completely gone back on his word. Third brother, why are you so stubborn? Big brother is also thinking for the sake of our Clear Stream sect. This child's strength is not strong, but his battle prowess is amazing. He also has an amazing alchemy skill. He is very difficult to deal with. The pagoda in his hand is also very strange. We just want to borrow it to take a look, but look at his expression. Do you think we can worship him again? Hee. Wu Ruffing said with a smile. He pushed all the blame to Jiang Qin. You'll understand some things one day. Third brother, don't be too naive. Xinyuan Kanglin shouted. To Tangjin his words were like thunder. From this moment onwards, the image of his invincible big brother in his heart started to crumble. I'm sorry, brother Jiang. It's all my fault. Tangjin said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with regret. Jiang Qin remained unmoved. Some people are destined to live for the heavens. Some people are destined to never understand what feelings are. For these people, the walking dead might be more suitable for them. I will not compromise even if I have to fight till the last moment. So what if it's Clear Stream sect? So what if it's Linha boundary? I don't believe that the heavens can do anything to me. Chapter 23:11. I can't tell that you're quite courting death despite your weak strength. Wu Ruffing laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, this guy was courting death. If he had handed over the item obediently, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. He had sacrificed his life for an inanimate object. When he died, he would understand that it was not worth it. Wu Ruffing's eyes were filled with disdain. People like you will never understand something like backbone. Wu Ruffing looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. Similarly, Jiang Qin did not put him in his eyes. At this moment, Wu Ruffing knew that he could not run away anymore. So he could only fight with his life on the line. As long as he had not reached the heavenly god realm, Jiang Qin believed that he would stand a chance. You're really stubborn. But stubbornness will not allow you to leave this place alive. Just like what I've said before, Tangjin is indebted to you. I did not want to kill you at first, but you're too stubborn. Sometimes you need to know how to give up. Only by giving up can you gain something. Xinyuan Kanglin said as if he was lecturing Jiang Qin on the principles of life. It's disgusting to hear these words coming from your mouth. Only by giving up can you gain something. Why don't you give up all your good stuff? There's a saying in Buddhism, loss is gain, gain is loss. Jiang Chen sneered. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin did not seem to want to tangle with Jiang Chen anymore. Then we can only use our last resort. Second brother, kill him. Xianyuan Kanglin said as if he had sentenced Jiang Chen to death. Wu Ruffing slightly nodded. At this moment Tang Zhen's pupils shrunk and his expression changed drastically. But he was restrained by his second brother, he could not do anything. All right. Big brother, you don't need to deal with this trash. Huh. Wu Ruffing held his broadsword and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. Let me see if you really have 3 heads and 6 arms like the rumors say. As soon as Wu Ruffing's voice fell, he raised his sword and attacked with great speed, completely suppressing Jiang Chen. A peak late true god's strength was unfathomable, completely suppressing Jiang Chen by 3 levels. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn. Without hesitation he casted the dragon transformation. Although he could fight against Wu Ruffing with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he still couldn't withstand Wu Ruffing's frenzied attacks. After all, the gap between the two of them was too huge. Interesting. You can fight against me as a half-step true god. Looks like you're quite capable. Those disciples outside of the 10 great sects are not as good as you. Unfortunately, TSK, people like you are unreasonable. Every year, every day countless people will die because of you. Wu Ruffing's sword stars revolved, his broadsword sweeping across the heavens and earth. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Jiang Chen was constantly being pushed back, falling into a passive position. He had no chance to fight against Wu Ruffing. Motherfucker. Fight. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the 12 fire god guards instantly surrounded Wu Ruffing. With the addition of himself they could finally fight Wu Ruffing head-on. This fella is quite capable. To be able to force Wu Ruffing to use his bright moon sword technique. Not simple. These 12 flaming puppets are stronger than him. Xianyuan Kanglin murmured. Gale slashes the bright moon, autumn water breaks the sky. Wu Ruffing's sword pierced through the 9 heavens. If it was not for Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, he would have been forced to retreat. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. With the addition of the 12 fire god guards, he had also entered a mysterious state, fighting and retreating at the same time. Wu Ruffing couldn't catch his figure at all. With the addition of the great divination art, Jiang Chen had a slight insight into Wu Ruffing's battle trajectory. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. Wu Ruffing was the strongest person Jiang Chen had ever met, a peak late true god. His big brother might not be much stronger than him, but he would definitely be more difficult to deal with than Jiang Chen. Good lad. You finally made me take you seriously. You should be proud even if you die. Wu Ruffing's expression was solemn. Jiang Chen's technique had really shocked him. The 12 fire god guards combined with Jiang Chen's unique technique seemed to be able to dismantle his bright moon sword technique, making his bright moon sword technique unable to display its true terrifying combat strength. Bright moon in the sky, sword dominates the world. Wu Ruffing's gigantic sword swept across. Although the 12 fire god guards had completely blocked Wu Ruffing's attack, the fire god guards were having a hard time defending themselves. They were forced to retreat step by step. The crushing momentum of the gigantic sword made Jiang Chen feel an invisible pressure. Even though he had cast the great divination art and had some understanding of Wu Ruffing's attack, he still couldn't withstand this strike. Solitude and sleeplessness solves all worries. Once again Jiang Chen casted the Sword of Solitude. This time Wu Ruffing's facial expression changed drastically. This sword seemed to have transcended time and space. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying away. If it wasn't for the fact that he was prepared for it, Wu Ruffing would have been defeated by Jiang Chen's sword due to the huge gap in their strength. Xianyuan Kanglin was slightly shocked. This fella's sword intent was too terrifying. The destructive sword intent made him feel a sense of danger. But that was all. After all, the gap between them was not something that a single sword intent could contend against. Good fella. This is getting more and more shocking. Wu Ruffing shouted. The bright moon sword technique was his famous technique. In the entire Clearstream sect, even in the entire Linha boundary, the only person who could break his bright moon sword technique was his big brother. Wu Ruffing unleashed a terrifying sword aura and began to engulf Jiang Chen. At this moment the 12 fire god guards felt powerless and were continuously pushed back by Wu Ruffing. Jiang Qin used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and struck out the 5 elements Combat Dragon Seal and the Slaughter Dragon Seal to stop Wu Rufeng's advance. But it was still not enough to stop his terrifying pressure. With a sweep of the sword, even the riverbed in the distance was easily cut down. The riverbed within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. One could imagine the power of Wu Rufeng's attack. Zulong Tower suppress. Jiang Qin shouted coldly. The Zulong Tower instantly shone brightly and clashed against Wu Rufeng's giant sword. The Zulong Tower did not move at all, but Wu Rufeng was pressured by the Zulong Tower. Such a domineering pagoda. I want it. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes turned cold. At this moment Wu Rufeng was also suppressed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin had to spend a lot of divine origin energy to control the Zulong Tower. But it was not a solution if this continued. On the other side, Xianyuan Kanglin was ready to take action. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. These two shameless fellas. A woo. Woo. A few ear-piercing roars could be heard. Jiang Chen looked back and saw 2 or 3 sky-devouring giant pythons emerging from the riverbed. They looked extremely ferocious. Originally, after Jiang Chen had sucked up all the water in the lake, the 3 giant serpents had already revealed their tails under the riverbed. But no one had expected that they were actually 3 heaven-devouring giant serpents. The 3 giant serpents were fully revealed when Wu Rufeng cut off the riverbed. The 3 giant serpents were originally hibernating, but they were awakened by Wu Rufeng. Their roars were deafening and the 3 giant serpents were hovering in the air. Wu Rufeng was the only one who could see them. At this moment, not to mention Wu Rufeng and Jiang Chen, even Xianyuan Kanglin was shocked. The enraged roar of the giant python caused Jiang Chen and the others' expressions to change drastically. It's a heavenly god giant python, run! Xianyuan Kanglin roared. At this moment his arrogance was useless. If he was slow he would be devoured by the 3 giant pythons. Chapter 23:12. Jiang Chen's expression changed and he quickly ran away. At this moment he couldn't care less anymore. This was a rare opportunity. Initially he was worried that Xianyuan Kanglin and Wu Rufeng would join hands to deal with him. But now it seemed like there was no need for him to worry anymore. Xianyuan Kanglin and the others were also extremely fast. They started to run for their lives. Jiang Qin. Tang Zhen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. But he was already dragged away by Wu Rufeng. The 3 of them left the place at lightning speed. 3 giant pythons' roars shook the heavens. Ordinary people would have been killed by such a powerful sound wave. Tang Zhen wanted to save Jiang Qin, but there was nothing he could do. Because the 3-headed python had engulfed the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin was probably done for. 100 miles away, Xianyuan Kanglin and Wu Rufeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. If they were targeted by the heavenly god realm giant pythons, they would have died for sure. Big brother, second brother, you guys have disappointed me. Tang Zhen murmured with a desolate expression. As the Clear Stream sect's 3rd great guardian, he was in such a sorry state. But the most painful thing for him was that his 2 brothers had completely overturned the perfect image he had in his heart. 3rd brother, you need to grow up. This world is not as beautiful as you think it is. You think that you're a good person but you're just a weakling. You can't differentiate between good and bad by your own thoughts. There's no difference between good and bad in this world, only the strong and the weak. Xianyuan Kanglin said. Then you guys can threaten others like this? Plus I owe Jiang Chen a favor. How can I face him? How can I face him in the future? Tang Zhen suddenly froze. To him? Could he still see him? At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know if he was still alive in this world. 3 heavenly god realm giant pythons, how destructive was that? How explosive was that? Could Jiang Chen survive this calamity? He should be dead. 3 heavenly god realm giant pythons. Hee. Scary just thinking about it. It's a pity. We don't know where the pagoda is now. Wu Rufeng sighed. After some time let's go back and take a look. If the heavenly god stage giant python is still here, I don't think we have a chance. Xianyuan Kanglin said. 3rd brother, you're on your own. It's impossible for a person to be enslaved by emotions. Only the strong have the qualifications to stand tall in this world. Xianyuan Kanglin patted Tang Zhen's shoulder and left. Jiang Qin looked at the 3 heavenly god stage heavenly devouring giant pythons calmly. If he wanted to leave now, no one would be able to stop him. What are you looking at? You 3 country bumpkins want to fight with me? Zhongchen said angrily. Lowly human, I declare that you are dead. The heavenly god stage python in the lead said indifferently. Fuck you, who do you think you are? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Dream on, I'm leaving. Zhongchen let out a cold snort and instantly disappeared from where he stood. The 3 giant pythons looked at each other in dismay. They all had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They had completely lost track of Zhongchen. Where did he go? I didn't see him either. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Could it be that he went through the void? He's only a half-step true god. How is that possible? That little bastard dared to scold the 3 of us just now. Fuck, we'll find him even if we have to dig 3 feet underground. The 3 heavenly god stage pythons looked at each other, but none of them could find Zhongchen. As for where Zhongchen went, they had no idea as well. In the next 3 minutes, the 3 giant pythons started destroying everything in their way. The entire riverbed was turned upside down by them. However, they still could not find Zhongchen. In the end, they could only leave it at that. Zhongchen sat calmly in the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower had turned into a speck of dust floating in the void. Looking at the 3 giant pythons furiously attacking and destroying everything, Zhongchen was very happy. What is this place? Why do I feel like I've been sealed? At this time, the fire Qilin suddenly appeared and jumped down from Zhongchen's shoulder. It was dumbfounded to see the outside world from where it was. This is my Zulong Tower. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Zhongchen said disdainfully. This fire Qilin did not do anything until he was safe. What the hell is this? Oh no, fuck. The time here is not right. It's much slower than the outside world. It's only 1/30th of the time outside. Damn, is this a time divine tool? The fire Qilin could not hold back its shock and said excitedly. Be quiet, what are you shouting for? Country bumpkin entering the city, how can you be so uncultured? Just now when I was being spanked, where the hell were you? Zhongchen said discontentedly. Let me put it this way. My strength is indeed enough to defeat that guy. However, if I have to do everything myself, then what are you doing? Aren't you the canary that's being protected? What's the point of your training? If you're really in danger and you can't solve it yourself, I won't just stand by and watch. The fire Qilin said seriously. You're right. You pass. Zhongchen waved his hand and said. He understood that too. However, the fire Qilin's calm demeanor made him a little angry. He was in danger just now. However, as the fire Qilin said, he was still far away from death. Tell me, is this really a time divine tool? When the fire Qilin mentioned the ancestral dragon pagoda, he became excited again. Time divine tool, these 4 words represented the pinnacle of the entire divine world. Even the top experts of the divine world would want to own a time divine tool. One could imagine how precious it was. Even god emperors were no exception. To be precise, this is not a time divine tool. Then what is it? The fire Qilin asked anxiously. It's a time divine tool. The fire Qilin sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. Moreover, it was the first time he heard of such a huge time divine tool. Wasn't this the end? Space-time divine tool, this is the first time I've heard of it in my life. The time flow outside is 30 times faster than here. In other words, cultivating here for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 30 days? Isn't this a great deal? The fire Qilin was so excited that he even danced with joy. He didn't expect that Zhongchen would have such a divine tool. It was too shocking. Don't be so surprised. Look at yourself. Can you be a little more promising? Zhongchen pointed at the fire Qilin's nose and scolded. The fire Qilin didn't get angry. He said with a serious face, Can I cultivate here in the future? Are you sure you want to cultivate here? Zhongchen asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The fire Qilin's head was like a chicken pecking rice. He kept nodding. Alright, it's settled. You can cultivate on the 33rd floor in the future. Zhongchen said. Don't call me if there's nothing. Hehe. Chapter 23:13. Zhongchen shook his head with a smile and went to the next level. Zhongchen took out the green jade profound tortoise. At this moment the green jade profound tortoise was already dead, but its body was still extremely hard. When Zhongchen saw the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise, he suddenly thought of an elixir, the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir. This elixir could only be refined with the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise and a few unimportant medicinal herbs to refine the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir. The other medicinal herbs might not be important, but the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise was of utmost importance and irreplaceable. Let's give it a try first. Let's see what grade it will be. Zhou Xian took out the myriad chi cauldron. The most important part of refining elixirs was the cauldron. Moreover, the myriad chi cauldron could be used to refine weapons and elixirs. It was really popular. Moreover, the elixirs refined by the myriad chi cauldron were better than other elixirs. Motherwort, Lingji, blood sunflower, needle tea flower, and the last one, the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise. There's only so much. Let's see how much I can refine. The corner of Zhou Xian's mouth curled up slightly. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. That was because Zhou Xian did not know what grade the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir would be. Zhou Xian controlled the temperature of the 5 elements true fire and began to throw in medicinal herbs, refining and fusing them. Finally, the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise was fused into the elixir. Time passed by. Zhou Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. One day and one night, the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir was finally going to be successfully refined. Took so long this time. On one hand, it was because Zhou Xian paid attention to the quality. On the other hand, it was because the effect of the elixir needed to be gentle and fresh. He could not rush it. Lastly, it was because the cauldron of elixirs was much more than usual. Open it for me. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. A big pot of spirit-severing life-prolonging pills was ready to come out. Even Zhou Xian was intoxicated by the rich fragrance of the pills. There were a total of 97 pills and every single one of them was an immortal grade pill. Zhou Xian did not expect that he would succeed so quickly. Moreover, it was an immortal grade pill. Although it was the lowest grade immortal grade pill, as long as it was related to the immortal grade pill, it would not be bad. Zhou Xian took a deep breath. However, he knew that it was all thanks to the myriad chi cauldron that he was able to refine the immortal grade pills. Without the addition of the myriad chi cauldron, the pills in this furnace would at most be at the peak of the supreme grade. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Zhou Xian kept all 97 elixirs and he was extremely excited. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill could extend the lifespan of an expert below the hierarch realm by 50 years. Moreover, the rich spiritual energy and vitality within it could help Zhou Xian recover his strength in a short period of time. However, it would be a little extravagant to eat it to recover his strength. Zhou Xian kept the elixirs and took out the green jade profound tortoise's shell again. This time he was going to refine a supreme-grade divine tool, the protective armor. It would be very exciting to be able to withstand the attack of a divine king realm expert. It's all up to you now, old tortoise. Huh. Zhou Xian laughed and activated the 5 elemental true fire to melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell. Zhou Xian's expression was solemn. The 5 elemental true fire could not completely melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell after 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, Zhou Xian was a little angry. Why is this tortoise's shell so hard? Even the 5 elemental true fire could not melt it? The bloodline of one of the 4 divine beasts with the strongest defense indeed. However, Zhou Xian knew that it was not because the 5 elemental true fire could not melt it. It was because the nature of the green jade profound tortoise was too monstrous. Moreover, he could feel that the green jade profound tortoise had become soft. The 5 elemental true fire could also melt the shell. However, he did not know how long it would take. Zhou Xian did not have that much time to wait. I don't believe it. Zhou Xian activated the 5 elemental true fire again. After another 3 days, a part of the green jade profound tortoise's shell had finally melted. However, it was very little. It was too difficult to melt it completely. Right, Red Lotus? She can definitely melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up as he murmured, Red Lotus, Red Lotus, Red Lotus. Zhou Xian kept waking Red Lotus. After calling her a dozen times, Red Lotus finally came out of the myriad chi cauldron lazily. Didn't I tell you not to wake me up if there's nothing important? Red Lotus's eyes were burning with passion as she stared at Zhou Xian. I don't have a choice. I've encountered a problem. I can't melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell. That's why I'm looking for you. Please help me, Red Lotus. Zhou Xian begged. Remember, I'm only going to help you this once. Don't bother me in the future unless you've reached the peak of Heavenly God realm. Red Lotus said. When Red Lotus activated the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and was about to melt the green jade profound tortoise, she suddenly squinted her eyes and her beautiful face was filled with shock. Tell me, how did you get this green jade profound tortoise? I got it in the hidden secret realm. Why? Is there anything different about this green jade profound tortoise? Jiangqin frowned and said. This is the Luo River divine tortoise. There's an eighth of the god Luo's drawing on its back. Hurry up and make a copy of it. Red Lotus's words were filled with urgency. Although Jiangqin did not understand what was going on, he still followed Red Lotus's instructions. Is the Luo River divine tortoise related to the god Luo clan? Jiangqin asked. That's right. The god Luo's drawing is the greatest heavenly book of the god Luo clan. It's known as the #1 heavenly book of the three realms. It can be used to refine the heavenly dipper, study the earth's pole, and perform the transformations of the three realms and 6 Dao. Tell me, isn't the god Luo's drawing powerful? Red Lotus said solemnly. There's a legend in the god Luo clan. The dragon that emerges from the Luo River carries the river drawing on its back. This god Luo's drawing was originally with an old tortoise, the old ancestor of the god Luo clan. However, it was split into 8 parts and became the strongest and biggest mystery in the world. If we can find all 8 heavenly books and combine them into the real god Luo's drawing, we can definitely disrupt the heavenly dipper. How do you know that this is the god Luo's drawing? Jiangqin was shocked. He did not expect the god Luo clan to be so powerful. Moreover, the god Luo's drawing must be an extremely powerful book. Because father had a copy of the god Luo's drawing in the past. However, it was stolen by that bastard. Red Lotus said while gritting her teeth. Her expression was extremely dark. Jiangqin's expression was extremely solemn. Even if Red Lotus did not say anything, he would know who that person was. His current strength was not enough, but he would definitely look for that person in the future. He knew clearly that Red Lotus was furious. He might not know how terrifying the god Luo's drawing was now, but in the future, it would definitely not be simple to be related to the god Luo clan. The dragon that emerges from the Luo River carries the river drawing on its back. At this moment, Jiangqin murmured in his heart. This god Luo's drawing is extremely precious. He must keep it well. It might be of great use in the future. Alright. Chapter 23:14. The dragon emerges from the Luo River, carrying the river diagram. This sentence kept echoing in Jiangqin's mind, especially the part of the god Luo's diagram under the Luo River black turtle. It must be a peerless treasure in the divine world. Although Jiangqin did not know what the god Luo's diagram represented, even the peerless divine emperor, the craftsman god, was wary of it. Moreover, the craftsman god was a peerless divine emperor, an existence comparable to a god emperor. It showed how important the god Luo's diagram was. However, Jiangqin had no idea what the god Luo's diagram was because he did not know what it was. Putting away the god Luo's diagram, Jiangqin's priority now was to forge a divine artifact armor. However, he had no choice but to pin his hopes on Red Lotus. He could not even melt the shell of the green jade profound turtle. How could he forge a new armor? Red Lotus, can you help me melt the green jade profound turtle now? Jiangqin said with a smile. Red Lotus looked at him and said faintly, just this once. Don't do it again. Jiangqin was delighted. Looks like Red Lotus is willing to help. This will save him a lot of time and effort. Most importantly, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could melt everything in the world, including the green jade profound tortoise. Under Red Lotus's help, the green jade profound tortoise melted in less than a quarter of an hour. Thank you, Red Lotus. Don't call me that affectionately. We're not that close. Red Lotus Lung said and disappeared into the void, entering the myriad chi cauldron. Jiangqin shook his head and smiled bitterly. This fellow was really not easy to deal with. If it wasn't for his coaxing and the fact that he had obtained the god Luo's scripture, he reckoned that she wouldn't have acted so easily. Jiangqin did not have time to think and started forging the divine artifact. He held a giant hammer and continuously trained in the Zulong Tower. Only after thousands of tempering could it become a divine artifact. This forging session lasted for a month, but only a day had passed in the outside world. Although the defensive power of the heavenly dragon battle armor was very strong and it could be regarded as a peerless treasure, Jiangqin did not intend to use it often. After all, a gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. Moreover, after entering the divine realm, he became more and more aware of this cold and indifferent world. There were many people stronger than him. Wealth should not be exposed. Once it was exposed, it could lead to a fatal disaster. This was not a baseless rumor. The defensive power of the heavenly dragon battle armor was indeed amazing. However, even if it was seen by heavenly gods or divine kings, they would also covet it. Therefore Zhou Xian would not use it easily. Therefore the armor that he forged with the green jade profound tortoise would definitely be able to show its true effect. Moreover, once the fusion was completed, Zhou Xian would be invincible with the double defense and the Zulong Tower in his hand. The 1 month of hard work did not go to waste. Zhou Xian finally forged a protective armor. The green armor was overflowing with light and could be integrated into the body. Zhou Xian used the heavenly dragon sword to strike it with all his strength, but he could barely leave a small mark on it. In the end, it was completely smoothed out by Zhou Xian. After a month of training, the green armor had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, Zhou Xian could feel that although this armor was a peak divine artifact, its performance was not comparable to a heavenly divine artifact. Because the tortoise shell of the green jade profound tortoise was terrifyingly hard. Zhou Xian knew this very well. Let's call it the profound heavenly armor. A faint smile hung on the corner of Zhou Xian's mouth. He was extremely confident in the profound heavenly armor. Moreover, in this 1 month, Zhou Xian's strength had also improved tremendously. He had even faintly touched the true God realm. Currently, his strength was only at the half-step void God realm. Although he could still fight against powerful experts, it was still too difficult. Moreover, those people were not easy to deal with. Each of them was one of the most powerful prodigies in the entire Linhe boundary, who would be easy to deal with. Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Xian felt a little powerless. He did not want to rely on external forces. He wanted to defeat his enemies head-on. In this 1 month's time, Zhou Xian was very strict with himself. As the inheritor of the craftsman god, he did not have the ability to reveal his identity, as his strength was too weak. If he revealed his identity, then there would be many people who wanted to take his life. Therefore he must continue to improve his strength. After 5 times of exhaustion, Zhou Xian ate 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. These spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were extremely beneficial to Zhou Xian. If someone knew that Zhou Xian ate immortal-grade pills like jelly beans, they would probably vomit blood and die from anger. Just 1 more step. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered. At this moment he was only 1 step away from the true God realm. In the hidden secret realm, there were countless dangers lurking in the dark. God knows how many prodigies had lost their lives here. More than 10,000 people. 3 months had passed. Almost half of them had died in the hidden secret realm. However, those who were left were all true experts and they were quite powerful. Those who claimed to be experts were usually slaughtered by the demon law of the hidden secret realm bit by bit. In the far west, in a terrifying valley, there were 3,000 li of mountains and fields. Pine and cypress trees were as dark as ink, towering into the clouds. The cries of the crows were extremely ear-piercing and filled with a horrifying feeling. Dense white bones could be seen everywhere in the mountain range. A group of over 30 people walked through the valley 1 step at a time. Every single one of them had grave expressions on their faces. There were even over 10 of them who were seriously injured and their faces were filled with shock. Not long ago the infernal evil dragon had killed more than 40 of them. Now only a small number of them were still wandering around the valley. They did not know when they would be able to leave this terrifying abyss. I don't want to die. I've had enough of this damned place. Someone said with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Do you think I want to die? This is like a fucking prison. A prison. And we are serving these evil demons. Chapter 23:15. I can't take it anymore. I'm going crazy. I'm going to die if I stay here any longer. Some people grabbed their heads and roared in anger. However, it was useless. The deep and gloomy valley was filled with a cold and gloomy aura. It was as if the evil spirits from hell wanted to devour them all. At this moment, the profound Feng sect only had the inner sect senior brother Pan Hong Yangjian by Yunfei and the others. Even Wang Chongyang and Man Shui were separated from each other. Everyone in the hidden secret realm was in a state of panic. Most of them had lost their strength to fight back. Some of them even gave up and waited for death to come. Because countless experts and a dozen late true god prodigies were dying one after another. One could imagine how scared they were. I'm afraid we won't stand a chance if this continues. Don't tell me I'm going to die here again? Bai Yunfei said faintly with a hint of despair in his eyes. Jiang Qin and barbarian Marshal Wang Chongyang's life and death were unknown. In the entire profound Feng sect, there were only the three of them who were still connected to each other. All of them had died. They did not even know if Jiang Qin and the others were still alive. Right now, our strength is getting weaker and weaker because we don't know what kind of crisis we're going to face next. As for Jiang Qin and the others, I hope they can escape. At least they won't be like us, suffering heavy injuries one after another. In fact, there are only 20 of us left in terms of combat strength. The rest of us are probably struggling at death's door. That's right. Pan Hong smiled bitterly. His face looked terrible. His body was covered with wounds and blood stains. Senior Pan is right. We can only hope that we won't meet a force that we can't fight against. That infernal evil dragon's strength had already surpassed the heavenly god realm. We couldn't do anything. We only managed to escape after losing so many people. But now our chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. In everyone's eyes, the hidden secret realm was actually a terrifying Azura battlefield. Life and death are like ants. Yang Jian sighed incomparably. Experts had their own helplessness. In this region of the extreme west, they did not find any treasures, and the seven-sect alliance that was formed was only left with slightly more than 30 people. If they continued to walk on, it would only bode ill for them. They would be stuck at the same spot, and it would be even more difficult for them to survive. This was how cruel the secret realm was. Now I finally know why so many genius disciples are unable to walk out of this Azura battlefield. That's because those who can make it out of this place are all peerless monsters that have gone through the Azura battlefield. Only by continuously slaughtering and becoming a true demon god of hell can one be qualified to be the final victor. Bai Yunfei sighed. But he knew very well that his life might come to an end in this hidden secret realm. Because no one knew his strength better than him. Although his strength had improved very quickly, he was still one step away from entering the true god realm. His talent was not bad, but he could not be considered as a true prodigy. Bai Yunfei knew that Yang Jian had broken through to the peak mid-true god realm. Bai Yunfei felt that he had become a burden when he was beside Yang Jian and Pan Hong. Bai Yunfei knew that Yang Jian had broken through to the peak mid-true god realm. Bai Yunfei and Pan Hong were both stronger than before. Profound Feng sect was not a strong sect. It was even a weak sect. Compared to other powerful sects, they were much weaker. They could only place their last hope on Yang Jian and Pan Hong. I think that Jiang Qin won't die so easily, Yang Jian said calmly. Although it was just his guess, he hoped that it was a good wish. However, he hoped that it was just a beautiful wish. After all, Jiang Qin's strength was obvious to everyone. However, the previous crisis had also scattered them. Whether Jiang Qin could stand out from the crisis was something that Jiang Qin had to face. In this aspect, they were much luckier than Jiang Qin. I also think that this guy is not simple. Let's hope so, Pan Hong said in a low voice. But at this moment, a loud roar was heard. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Roar. Roar. It was deafening, and its might shook the heavens. It's the infernal evil dragon again. This evil dragon has caught up with us again. Motherfucker. It can't be. Didn't we get rid of them? How is this possible? It's useless to talk about this now. Get ready to fight. They are everywhere in this mountain range. We can't run away. You're right. Now we can only fight with our lives on the line. Everyone was excited. There were about a dozen people in the pro-war faction. As for those who were afraid, they chose to remain silent. That was because they wanted to continue fleeing. However, could fleeing solve everything? The answer was no. If they continued to escape, they would only be treated as prey and would be chased relentlessly. In the end, they would only be slaughtered mercilessly. If they fought with their lives on the line, they might have a chance of survival. Are you guys crazy? Did you guys forget how many of us the infernal evil dragon had killed? Do you guys still want to be a hero? Do you want to drag us to death? Yeah. If we don't run now, we'll die. Although the infernal evil dragon is injured, it's still a heavenly god realm beast. How can we fight against it? I don't care. I don't want to be eaten alive by the infernal evil dragon. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. 7 to 8 people, regardless of whether they were injured or not, all of them frantically tried to escape. Just as they were about to escape, they were swallowed into the stomach of an incomparably huge demonic beast, as if it was trying to devour the heavens. Its bloody mouth was a few hundred feet wide, and it slowly stood up in the middle of the mountains. Who wouldn't be terrified by such a huge demonic beast that blotted out the sky? What kind of beast is that? It's terrifying. The people of the Flying Tiger sect and the Golden Money sect were swallowed by that gigantic beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the gigantic infernal evil dragon, the mountain-like giant pangolin behind them was their true nightmare. This is the divine pangolin, also known as the pangolin. However, this is the first time I've seen this divine pangolin. I've only read about it in ancient records. This is an ancient giant beast. How could it appear here? Even the weakest divine pangolin is a heavenly god. Chapter 23:16. At this moment the situation was already difficult to advance or retreat, and it was difficult to move even an inch. Those who were just about to escape were all turned into food by the giant pangolin's bloody mouth. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. They kept retreating, but there was no way out. There was a pincer attack from the front and a divine beast from the back. This kind of crisis was not something they could contend against. They couldn't even change the situation. I think the day of our end is coming. Looks like we won't be able to live past today. This divine pangolin is probably more terrifying than the infernal evil dragon. Yeah. What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Heavenly God Realm. None of us have reached the Heavenly God Realm. There are only 6 late true gods. The rest are all early and mid-true gods. I'm afraid this battle is going to end us. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They retreated step by step and gathered together. In the end, more than 20 of them were stuck together. Roar. The roar of the infernal evil dragon was getting closer and closer. A dark light could be seen from afar. A black dragon that was hundreds of times bigger than the dragon was coming from the void. Covered the sky and the earth. The roar of the dragon made everyone's heart weak at this moment. Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian and Pan Hong were no exception. In the face of the huge black dragon they could only stare at it and sigh. They silently chose to stay silent and hide in a cold and gloomy valley, hoping that the infernal evil dragon didn't discover them. However, it was obviously impossible. The infernal evil dragon's keen senses had already discovered them. This is my territory. Infernal evil dragon, do you want to fight me? The divine pangolin's body was huge. It was about 1,000 feet tall, standing tall like a mountain. Even the infernal evil dragon was tiny in front of it. The divine pangolin's deep voice wasn't loud, but it made Yang Jian and the others feel like the earth was shaking. It was just a light step, but the earth had already started to tremble. The infernal evil dragon hovered in the sky. Its huge eyes looked at the sky and said coldly, "I'm only here to catch a few little fellows. Are you trying to stop me? Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. Don't you understand? Just a few human kids. I've already eaten a few just now. Unfortunately, it's not enough for me to have a sumptuous meal. If you think you can challenge me," said the divine pangolin in a low voice. His voice was deep and resounding, but it was filled with explosive power. Nobody dared to underestimate this divine pangolin. Moreover, his strength was clearly a level higher than the infernal evil dragon. "Don't think that I don't dare. Pangolin, I lost a dragon egg. Do you think I would joke with you? Even if I'm heavily injured, I'll fight to the death," the infernal evil dragon said in a deep voice. At this time the divine pangolin fell into silence. Dragons valued their offspring the most. So the divine pangolin knew that the infernal evil dragon wouldn't joke about this. "Looks like you're getting more and more trashy. Even your dragon egg was stolen by a human. Hehe. What a joke. Get out of here immediately after you kill these humans," the divine pangolin said coldly with a touch of mockery. But it was obvious that he was giving face to the infernal evil dragon. Although the infernal evil dragon was a little angry, he knew that he had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the pangolin. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to fight evenly with the pangolin. Moreover, he was injured now. "But I have a condition," said the divine pangolin faintly. "Say it. As long as I can satisfy you, I, the infernal evil dragon, will not say anything." He knew that the pangolin wouldn't be so kind. "The spiritual spring water of the sacred mountain in exchange for your son. It should be worth it, right? What? You want to take my share of the spiritual spring water for yourself?" said the infernal evil dragon while gritting his teeth. "With your current condition, do you think that you still have the qualifications to compete in the battle of the sacred mountain?" The divine pangolin was obviously not easy to deal with. Alright, I'll do as you say, the infernal evil dragon shouted. However, it also knew that what the old pangolin said was reasonable. There were 2 more months before the spiritual spring barrier of the earthly Hades sacred mountain would disappear. It couldn't recover its strength to its peak. Moreover, it could only swallow its anger. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon had no other choice. If the old pangolin insisted on competing with it, then it wouldn't know what to do. That's right. Hee. Good luck. I'm going to sleep. Oh, I'm so tired. The divine pangolin returned to the mountain. Compared to before, he looked exactly the same as before. At this moment, Yang Jian and the others were panicking. They had heard the conversation between the infernal evil dragon and the divine pangolin. Now that the divine pangolin had been bribed, the infernal evil dragon might attack them without any hesitation. Damn it! Why didn't I hear that someone stole its dragon egg? Who could it be? I was wondering why the infernal evil dragon kept chasing us. So someone stole its dragon egg. Damn it! Who is it? Come out. Damn it. I'm going to die. Someone cursed from time to time. But finally someone stood out. I'm sorry everyone. I'm Liang Quanping, the eldest disciple of the Impermanence sect. This dragon egg, I never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. Bai Yunfei, who had taken a step forward, took a step back, but this small movement was seen by Yang Jian. So you also stole a dragon egg? Yang Jian said quietly and stared at Bai Yunfei. But it was too late to say anything now. Even if I go out and admit my mistake, I'm afraid it's useless. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice and shrugged. There was a hint of a sigh on his face. He did not regret it. Even if they did not meet the infernal evil dragon, they would have met other demonic beasts like the divine pangolin. They did not know how many super demonic beasts were in the hidden secret realm. A heavenly god realm demonic beast was enough to kill them all. Brother Liang, you've really dug a hole for us. Yeah. It's too late to say anything now. Let's fight. It's all because of this Liang Quanping that we'll die without a burial place. If we hand him over to the infernal evil dragon, maybe the infernal evil dragon will let us go. Someone suggested. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon had already rushed over. Dark clouds rumbled and its roar was like thunder. Master Dragon will hand over the person who stole the dragon egg. Please let us go. You bastard. Even if we hand over the person, do you think the infernal evil dragon will let us go? You're still trying to sow discord at this moment. Yeah. If we don't work together, we'll die. Who can fight against this infernal evil dragon? At the last moment there was even a civil war. At this moment, death was inevitable. Everyone must die. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 23:17. Everyone held their breath. At this moment it was useless to blame anyone. Because the infernal evil dragon's attack was imminent and no one could resist it. The result would be death and survival. Their lives were hanging by a thread. The divine dragon swings its tail and 7 to 8 people were swept away. The terrifying energy caused everyone to be greatly suppressed. Yang Jian and the others took the lead with their 3-pointed, double-edged swords in their hands. They looked at Pan Hong and charged forward. Together with the other 4 experts, they charged forward with all their might. Although they managed to block the infernal evil dragon's attack, they did not have any advantage over the infernal evil dragon. Fight with all your might. Otherwise you'll die. The genius disciple of the divine spear sect, Leng Lingyi, shouted. He was the strongest among them, a late true god genius disciple. The divine spear sect was one of the top 20 super sections. They were not any weaker than the heavenly star sect. This time he took the lead because if he could not withstand the infernal evil dragon's attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Leng. Please. Pan Hong glanced at Leng Lingyi and the rest of the people continued to attack the infernal evil dragon. 7 to 8 figures flew up into the sky, dazzling with golden light. Yang Jian's 3-pointed double-edged blade kept hitting the infernal evil dragon's body. However, it was a heavenly god realm beast after all. It had a terrifying defense. Their attacks could not even leave a mark on the infernal evil dragon's body. Let's do our best. Even if we lose, we won't have any regrets. Leng Lingyi roared in rage. The spear in his hand pierced through the void. Deafening spear shadows were shot towards the infernal evil dragon. A bunch of ants dares to compete with the moon? Hee hee. You're overestimating yourselves. The infernal evil dragon said faintly. He sneered and let out a roar. His 100 zhonglong body twisted the universe and sent the three of them flying. His body was huge and his strength was so strong that no one could withstand it. Even Leng Lingyi was pushed back a few thousand meters and he stood awkwardly in the void. If we continue to fight, we won't stand a chance. Bai Yunfei sighed. At this time, the remaining people didn't dare to be negligent. Even though their strength was limited, but at this moment even a little bit of strength was precious. Everyone was fighting, hoping to escape from the infernal evil dragon's control. This was their last chance of survival. If he failed, he would have to say goodbye to his family, friends, and sect brothers forever. The infernal evil dragon was incomparably powerful. It twisted its huge body and continuously smashed those towering ancient trees. The scene was quite shocking. Everyone was doing their best to fight against this infernal evil dragon. However, there was a limit to human strength. Compared to those beasts that were born from the heavens and earth, they were still lacking. The infernal evil dragon was unstoppable. It continued to flatten the mountains. Out of the 23 people, 5 of them had completely fallen. It was extremely tragic. Their life had been completely taken away by the infernal evil dragon. Their deaths were glorious, but they couldn't escape from the misfortune. We're not its match at all. Even though the infernal evil dragon was severely injured in the first collision, more than half of us have died. Now we have a half-step heavenly god realm expert. It's impossible to stop this big guy. Pan Hong said while gritting his teeth. His injuries were not light. Leng Lingyi, who was the strongest among them, was also helpless. He could only take the hits passively. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon had completely dominated their lives. We still have to fight. We have to stand till the last moment. Leng Lingyi stood on the void. At this moment, his battle intent was burning like a raging fire. Pan Hong and Yang Jian were not to be outdone. Everyone could feel the aura of death. Even if it was the Grim Reaper in front of them, what could they do? They didn't even have the chance to live, so they might as well die with dignity. At this moment, no one blamed the person who stole the dragon egg anymore. Perhaps this was their fate. In the hidden secret realm, everything was a challenge. Only by staying alive could one obtain dignity and glory. If one died, then that was fate. A hint of despair could be seen in Bai Yunfei's eyes. At this moment, he really hoped that Jiang Chen would come and save his life. But things didn't go as he wished. He was on the verge of death in the battle just now and he was severely injured. With his strength and talent, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live much longer. Yunfei. Yang Jian looked at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with relief. Because Bai Yunfei did not care about life and death anymore. Since he did not have the right to choose, why should he bother himself? This dragon egg, if you can survive, help me pass it to Jiang Chen. I owe him a favor. Bai Yunfei said with a smile and passed the spatial ring with the dragon egg to Yang Jian. If Jiang Chen did not challenge Yan Qing, then he would not be qualified to come to the hidden secret realm because he was not Yan Cheng's opponent. However, he still came. This was Bai Yunfei's persistent pursuit. He did not want to let go of a chance to soar to the sky. He had the talent, but he was born at the wrong time. No one could do anything about it if he was not strong enough. If Jiang Chen was the one who challenged him, he might be able to stay in the profound Feng sect until the end of his life. However, that was not Bai Yunfei's goal. Yang Jian was a little sad as he took the ring. However, reality was cruel. Bai Yunfei's strength was not enough to protect himself. They did not have the extra strength to protect the others. Even he was a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. This infernal evil dragon was too terrifying. Every time the hidden secret realm was opened, every time there was a bloody lesson and the threat of death. However, there were still countless genius disciples who entered the hidden secret realm. In the end, death was their only destination. The experience was cold and cruel. No one could change it. The last battle, the winner is the winner. Yang Jian roared in rage. He held the 3-pointed double-edged saber in his hand and flew towards the infernal evil dragon's head with a strong battle intent. Leng Lingyi and the others charged up one after another, preparing for the last battle. Die all of you. Everything within 100 miles was in a complete mess. The infernal evil dragon spewed out flames from its gigantic mouth, destroying the void. The fire spread and the entire mountain range was set ablaze, burning everything in its path. This time, I'm afraid that we won't be able to leave this place. Bai Yunfei revealed a hopeless expression and smiled bitterly. The surrounding fire was the infernal evil dragon's origin fire. Although it was not as terrifying as the 5-elemental true fire, it was still enough to make Bai Yunfei and the others change their expression. Chapter 23:18. To think that there's a human here, this is quite unexpected. Wu Ruffing said faintly as he looked at the infernal evil dragon that was wreaking havoc in the 1,000-li fire. The thick smoke rose up to the sky and the fire was monstrous. Even they were attracted here. Big brother, what should we do? Wu Ruffing looked at Xinyuan Kanglin and asked. Should we save them or not? Save them? How are you going to save them? How long has it been? Not even half a year has passed. If we expose our strength for the sake of these ants, seriously injure us and force us into desperate straits, do you really think we'll have a chance to become true overlords? Xinyuan Kanglin said faintly. But, those are the genius disciples of our human race. Are we just going to watch them be tortured and killed by those beasts? Tangjin said while gritting his teeth. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. After all, it was impossible for him to save these people if he took action. Because his strength was not enough to fight against a heavenly god realm evil dragon, especially one that was incomparably terrifying. A bunch of ants, what's there to pity if they die? Xinyuan Kanglin said. That's the Clear Stream sect's 3 grand guardians. Yang Jian's eyes lit up. At this moment they saw a glimmer of hope. The Clear Stream sect's 3rd grand guardian should be the most powerful person in the entire hidden secret realm. At this moment he was their last hope. It's really the Clear Stream sect's 3 grand guardians. Leng Lingyi said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If the Clear Stream sect's 3 grand guardians were willing to help, then they might still have a chance to survive. Because a heavily injured heavenly god realm beast might not be invincible. Although they did not know each other, Yang Jian and Leng Lingyi believed that they would definitely help them at this moment. Clear Stream sect's 3 grand guardians, I am Leng Lingyi from the Divine Spear sect. Please help us. I will never forget your kindness and I will never forget it. Leng Lingyi's voice spread across the mountain range. But Xinyuan Kanglin remained indifferent. Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. Perhaps this is your destiny. At this moment we don't have the leisure to be entangled with you. Wu Ruffing said with a cold smile. At this moment his words were like a bolt from the blue to Yang Jian and the others. This was their last hope, yet they were ignored. In other words, they thought that the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect would help them. However, what they got in return was merciless mockery. This was quite ironic. Even the last spark of hope in their hearts had been completely extinguished. You guys are too inhumane. Bai Yunfei roared. The flames had already engulfed them. Only 8 people were left and this number was still decreasing. At this moment the infernal evil dragon didn't make any moves. It knew that if the 3 humans attacked together they would be a threat to it. However, they shouldn't think too much about it. It hoped that they knew their limits. Human nature? How much is that thing worth? From the moment you entered the hidden secret realm, you should know that your life and death are no longer in your hands. A bunch of trash, a bunch of ants. It's not worth regretting if they die. Wu Ruffing said coldly. But at this moment Tangjin became hesitant. His elder brother and the others were not as righteous as they were in the Clear Stream sect. At this moment they became extremely cruel. They did not help Jiang Qin and even attacked Jiang Qin who had helped them before. Was this the human nature that they were talking about? Wu Ruffing said coldly. Tangjin wasn't a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. He also knew what was more important. However, at this moment they could clearly make a move, but his big brother and second brother still chose to be a bystander. That was all. Human nature was revealed at this moment. Yang Jian, Pan Hong, Leng Lingyi, Bai Yunfei and the others were in despair. At this moment the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect had destroyed their last hope of survival. Especially Bai Yunfei. The 1,000-li fire had already burned out and was closing in on him. It was impossible for him to stop the infernal evil dragon's life fire. Therefore he could only walk towards the abyss step by step. Eldest brother, second brother. Tangjin said in a deep voice. Shut up. It's not your place to interrupt. You should know what our final mission is. This place is also dangerous for us. Can you bear the responsibility if we fail? Let's go. Xinyuan Kanglin harumphed and left. Wu Ruffing stared at Tangjin and quickly followed Xinyuan Kanglin. The departure of the Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians had helped the infernal evil dragon. But it made Yang Jian, Leng Lingyi and the others fall into despair. Bai Yunfei was slowly being devoured by the fire. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. At this moment he could only choose to die. However, he did not hate Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen did not challenge him and allowed him to come to the hidden secret realm, it was still his life's dream. If he did not come to the hidden secret realm, he would be able to enjoy his carefree life in Profound Feng sect. But if that was the case, he would never be a genius. He would not have the chance to enter this place. He would die without any regrets because he was dying to reach a higher realm. He would not have any regrets. If he had to stay in Profound Feng sect for the rest of his life, it would be a pain in his heart forever. Bai Yunfei looked at the boundless dark void with a faint smile on his face. He was calm as he dived into the sea of fire. Death, downfall, emptiness. No, Yang Jian murmured. His relationship with Bai Yunfei was very good. They were fellow disciples in the outer sect and they had fought together before. It was natural for them to be reluctant to part with each other. At this moment he could not do anything when he saw Bai Yunfei dying in the sea of fire. Because the sea of fire had started to devour all of them. Let this fire burn even more fiercely. The infernal evil dragon sneered and twisted its body. The flames became even more ferocious. In the end, even Yang Jian and the others were in a sorry state. It was extremely difficult for them to escape from the sea of flames. The Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians did not look back and left without hesitation. At this moment their last hope had been destroyed. But they could not blame anyone. Pan Hong knew that if they had the 3 Grand Guardians they might be able to win. They could only blame themselves for not being as strong as them. This time the hidden secret realm might be their farewell. Bai Yunfei's death became an eternal scene. There were not many disciples left in Profound Feng sect. Jiang Qin, Wang Chongyang and Man Shui had disappeared. Only Yang Jian and Pan Hong were left. Chapter 23:19. Kaka, looks like someone's trapped in front. Time to catch a few more puppets. A soft voice was heard. 5 figures appeared in the sky. All of them were at the peak mid-true god realm. Behind the 5 of them was a 14 or 15-year-old black-clothed young man. He had reached the peak late true god realm. The young man had 2 horns on his head, and his expression was cold and stern. His eyebrows were filled with strength, and his blood-red pupils caused others to feel apprehensive. This seemingly harmless young man was in fact the leader of the 5. These 4 are quite strong. Let's keep them as our ghost slaves. The young man said. He was one of the twin princes of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Yan. His strength was close to a half-step heavenly god realm. All right. The 5 of them nodded and immediately joined the battle to defend against the infernal evil dragon. We're saved. Pan Hong looked at the 5 people who had suddenly appeared behind him in astonishment. He was fighting against the infernal evil dragon with them. It's the Ghost Eye sect. That's the twin princes of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Yan. Leng Lingyi said. He didn't expect that after the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect ran away, a group of murderous disciples of the Ghost Eye sect came to save them. It was really hard to predict what would happen in the world. To think that there's someone who dares to attack me. Hehe. Looks like you're overestimating yourself. Die. The infernal evil dragon shot out a stream of demonic fire towards the 5 Ghost Eye sect disciples and Yang Jian's group. On the other side, Li Yan held a huge black seal in his hand. It covered the entire sky and hung in the sky, pressing down on them. Such a terrifying seal. After the infernal evil dragon attacked, it quickly retreated. The black seal expanded to 100 feet and extinguished the flames. Then it turned around and continued to attack the infernal evil dragon. Li Han held the seal in her hand. After 3 consecutive seals, even the infernal evil dragon was forced to retreat. Lowly humans. Do you really want to meddle in other people's business? The infernal evil dragon suppressed its anger and said fiercely. It knew that it would not be easy to win this battle after being forced back 3 times by the mysterious black seal. Those who stand in my way shall die. Li Yan said indifferently. He was extremely arrogant. He didn't even take a step back when facing the infernal evil dragon. The infernal evil dragon was enraged, but at this moment, it was a little afraid of the black seal in the young man's hand. If I was at my peak, would you still dare to act so rashly? The infernal evil dragon shouted. That's only if. If you want to fight, then let's fight. This seal is forged from 9,999 souls. It's called the Sky-Flipping Ghost Seal. If you want to try it, I don't mind fighting. Li Yan smiled with a serious smile on his face. His pair of blood-colored eyes caused the infernal evil dragon to be a little fearful. Good, good, good. Old dragon will remember this. Just wait and see. The day I recover will be the day you die. The infernal evil dragon let out a furious roar and left unwillingly. The fire within 1,000 miles was instantly turned into thick smoke and extinguished. Thank you, Crown Prince Li Yan of the Ghost Eye sect. Thank you very much. Yang Jian and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief and said in a deep voice after surviving the calamity. Only the 4 of you are left? Were the others completely annihilated? So many good people died. Li Yan frowned and asked in a deep voice. Almost 70 people died. Only the 4 of us are left. I am Leng Lingyi of the Divine Spear sect. These 2 brothers are Yang Jian and Pan Hong of the Profound Feng sect. This brother is the eldest disciple of the Impermanence sect, Liang Quanping. Leng Lingyi cupped his fist and said. They were heavily injured now. Luckily the people of the Ghost Eye sect saved them. How could they not be grateful? You guys are really lucky. I think the evil dragon must have been provoked by something. That's why it killed all of you. It's not easy for the evil dragon to chase after all of you. Moreover, the evil dragon seems to have been injured by you guys. Li Yan said with a faint smile. But the 4 of them felt strange. It's me. I stole its dragon egg. That's why this happened. I'm the one who harmed everyone. I'll give this dragon egg to Brother Li Yan. Liang Quanping said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Fortunately, Li Yan had saved them at this time. Otherwise this dragon egg would be useless. Furthermore, he was afraid that the evil dragon would come looking for him in the future. As long as he had the dragon egg in his hand, he would definitely not be able to escape from the evil dragon's pursuit. So, even though he was reluctant, he could only reluctantly give it up in the end. To put it bluntly, in order to protect himself, he had no other choice. Li Yan's eyes brightened up. Even he was drooling over this dragon egg. To think that this Liang Quanping was so sensible to hand over the dragon egg, saving him a lot of effort. All right. I won't reject it then. Li Yan took the dragon egg. The energy contained in this dragon egg was definitely worth tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones. It was definitely more than that. If it was auctioned, no one would sell it even if it was 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Of course. Hee. Good things belong to the virtuous. Liang Quanping said with a chuckle. His flattery was on point. Do you know why I saved you guys? Li Yan kept the dragon egg and looked at Yang Jian, Leng Lingyi and the others. Brother Li Yan's kindness, of course we will never be able to repay it. We will remember it forever. Leng Lingyi said. Really? Hee. I don't think so. I saved you guys should at least do something for me, right? Li Yan's words stunned Leng Lingyi and the others. If there's anything, we will not reject it. Brother Li Yan, just say it. Pan Hong said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Li Yan had saved their lives after all. So if there was anything he wanted to do, they would not reject it. All right. Since you guys are so righteous, I won't be courteous. My puppet formation is just lacking 4 puppets. Hee, what do you guys think about it? Are you guys willing to help me with this? Li Yan's words made Yang Jian and the others' expression changed. They took 2 steps back subconsciously. Li Yan's eyes became colder. So you came prepared. Leng Lingyi's eyes became cold. Li Yan's words were obvious. He wanted to turn them into his puppets. Dream on. That's impossible. Yang Jian shouted. If he was to be a puppet, he would rather be killed by the infernal evil dragon. Even if we die, we will fight till the end. Pan Hong said while gritting his teeth. Is this how you treat us? Just now you guys said that if there's anything I can do, you guys will not reject it. Hee. So you guys are just a bunch of hypocrites. After saving you guys, I will turn you guys into puppets. That way you guys will be more obedient. Hee. Chapter 23:20. Yang Jian's face turned gloomy. This was no longer a matter of sending them to work. This guy had ulterior motives and wanted to take their lives. What they saved was not their own conscience but a tool. They knew that Li Yan was a peerless genius of the Ghost Eye sect. They were at their wits' end now. But even if they were to die, they would not be controlled by others. Especially being a puppet of the Ghost Eye sect. Which of those who could enter the hidden secret realm was not a true genius? Which of them was not arrogant and had their eyes on the top of their heads? How could they be willing to be someone else's puppet? You're dreaming. Liang Quanping said angrily. His eyes were cold. But he had already given his dragon egg to the other party. At this moment he did not even have the right to negotiate. Really? I don't think so. Since I've saved you guys and you guys promised to do anything for me, how could I disappoint your sincerity? Don't worry, you guys will be very comfortable to be my puppet. You guys will become the strongest puppet in this world. Li Yan's eyes were cold as he said with a smile. But in the ears of Leng Lingyi and the others, it sounded very sharp. This meant that they had fallen into a bottomless abyss from despair. You're courting death. If you go out, you'll be attacked by the other sections. Pan Hong said in a deep voice. Go out. After we go out, I have my own ways to hide them. But now you guys will become my slaves and fight for me. Soul assimilating great technique, I am the only one. Li Yan growled as a blood-red light emitted from his eyes. Instantly, the expressions of Pan Hong and the other three changed drastically as they continuously retreated. However, their strength was too weak. Furthermore, they had suffered heavy injuries and currently, they did not have any strength to retaliate. Furthermore, Li Yan and the other five were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. They did not have any strength to retaliate. No, I don't want to be a puppet. No, Liang Quanping furiously roared. However, the four of them were already slowly drowned by Li Yan's great spirit assimilating technique. During this period of time, Jiang Qin walked in the dark alone and killed many demonic beasts. There were even some peak true god demonic beast. He had obtained quite a number of demonic beast souls. He could break through to the true god realm anytime now, but he was suppressing the energy within his body. The lightning tribulation was one of his trump cards. Even a peerless expert would not be able to escape from his lightning tribulation if his strength had not reached the heavenly god realm. Once he encountered a true heavenly god realm demonic beast, Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned around and ran away. He even jumped into the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing those heavenly god realm demonic beasts to be helpless. After more than a month, Jiang Qin's body was covered with wounds. However, he had the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, so he did not need to worry about consuming it. However, he did not need to consume these immortal-grade pills unless he was in real danger. Even he would feel heartache as there were only 90 of them. Jiang Qin's eyes slightly twitched. He had a bad premonition. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 people surrounding a white-clothed lady. I don't want to kill anyone. Moreover, I don't want to kill a lady. Otherwise you'd be dead by now. A cold voice came from the green-robed young man. There were many people behind the green-robed young man. All of them had an extraordinary aura. Obviously, they had already surrounded the lady. The lady in front of them was also heavily injured. Her brows were knitted tightly. Being in danger, the white-clothed lady's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. If it wasn't for the reincarnated datura in my hand, you wouldn't have acted so hastily. The white-clothed lady sneered disdainfully. In the end, you don't have any way out. Do you think you still have a chance to leave this place? I'll give you a chance. Hand over the reincarnated datura. Also answer a question of mine. Was my brother killed by Jiang Qin? Or was it someone else? The green-robed young man said faintly. There was an undetectable ripple in the depth of his eyes. He was none other than the genius disciple of the Tai Chi sect, Helian Wuji. The white-clothed lady in front of him was the Lotus Cloud sect's Yuki Chihian. She was extremely beautiful and holy. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Your brother deserved to die. If you want the reincarnated datura, you'll have to do it over my body. Yuki Chihian Lung said. The reincarnated datura had a great effect on her. After she entered the forbidden area, she was heavily injured. Although her strength had improved tremendously, there were still some sequelae left behind. The reincarnated datura had a miraculous effect on her injuries. Therefore, Yuki Chihian spent a lot of effort to obtain the reincarnated datura. She killed her way out of the crowd. In the past half a month, she was chased by Helian Wuji and the others. At this moment, she was exhausted and couldn't run anymore. She had killed more than 10 people along the way. However, Helian Wuji and the others had the advantage in numbers. She was alone. Moreover, she was injured when she was trying to obtain the reincarnated datura. Helian Wuji and the others took advantage of her. Yuki Chihian despised them. But in this hidden secret realm, she knew that morality was not as valuable as life. You might be righteous to others, but others would stab you in the back. This was human nature. Looks like you're going to fight me till the end. You should know your strength the best. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Helian Wuji said faintly. His long green hair was fluttering in the wind. Yuki Chihian did not plan to surrender even at the last moment. Even if she was going to die, she wanted to die in a dignified manner. In the end, you still want to protect a stranger. I admire you. But after you're dead, my next target will be Zhou Xian. He won't be able to escape from my palm. Zhou Xian said with a sinister smile. What's the point of talking so much? If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Yuki Chihian, will fight you till the end. Yuki Chihian pointed her sword at Helian Wuji. This battle was unavoidable. Brother Wuji, why are you still talking to this bitch? She has killed many of our men. This time we must tear her into pieces. That's right. Brother Wuji, I will fight you. Today we must capture this bitch and take revenge for our brothers. Everyone, let's go together. Don't give her any chance. This bitch is cunning. Don't hold back. Helian Wuji said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 people surrounded Yuki Chihian. Even when facing the attacks of more than 20 people, her expression was still cold and she did not even frown. Chapter 23-21. Xue Qianying fought against 10 people alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. Even though she was injured, her strength had reached the late true god realm. Xue Qianying shuttled back and forth again and again, fending off the experts of the various sects with ease. However, the strength of more than 20 people was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Yuki Chihian was gradually defeated. She was injured one after another. In the end, she spurted out a mouthful of blood and her face became pale. Obviously, she did not have any strength left to fight anymore. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Now you should know the consequences of going against me, right? Helian Wuji smiled and shook his head. However, Yuki Chihian's cold and skinny face did not give in at all. I will fight until the last moment. Yuki Chihian said, refusing to admit defeat. Women should take a rest first. Unknowingly, Zhou Xian appeared behind Yuki Chihian. He grabbed her shoulder with one hand and smiled. Yuki Chihian looked at Zhou Xian in surprise. She blushed because this fellow was grabbing her shoulder tightly. Zhou Xian, looks like I don't have to look for you anymore. Helian Wuji squinted his eyes. The moment he saw Zhou Xian, his eyes became cold and murderous. Compared to before, it was many times stronger. Zhou Xian was the real thorn in Helian Wuji's eyes. It's you. Yuki Chihian was slightly startled and murmured. Yeah, the feeling of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Not bad, right? Zhou Xian smiled faintly. Xue Qianying remained calm and cold, choosing to remain silent. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Ah, you really dare to dream. Zhou Xian, do you think you can still leave here alive? Even if I'm a hero saving a damsel in distress, I still have to act within my capabilities. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, it saves me the trouble of searching for you. Helian Wuji Lung said and looked at Zhou Xian with disdain. Zhou Xian was not even a true god, how could he fight against him? Looks like you've got me. How can I embarrass myself in front of a beauty? There are so many of you men bullying a weak girl. This is really despicable. I really feel ashamed for you. Zhou Xian sighed and cast a disdainful look at Helian Wuji and the others. Weak girl? More than 10 of us were killed by her. Can she still be considered a weak woman? Someone was dissatisfied with Zhou Xian's words and retorted in a deep voice. That can only mean that you guys are trash. You can't even beat a woman. What right do you have to strut around here? Don't you have any shame? Zhou Xian sneered. You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. A mere void god dares to show off in front of us? You're really trying to show off in front of us. I'll take care of you first before dealing with that bitch. A peak early true god expert instantly attacked Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian smiled indifferently. He raised his sword and a light flashed. In the next second, the true god expert was decapitated. Blood splashed on the ground, but the heavenly dragon sword was not stained at all. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. Even Yuki Chihian was slightly stunned. Her expression slightly changed. Zhou Qian's sword was too fast. Even she could not catch the shadow of Zhang Chen's sword. She did not know when Zhang Chen started his attack. However, this sword instantly killed a true god. From Helian Wuji's point of view, this fella had hidden his strength very well. It was the first time in history that a void god could kill a true god in an instant. At least Helian Wuji might not be able to do it. Was this fella really that powerful? Helian Wuji did not believe it. Although his sword was fast enough, it might not be invincible and invincible. This fella, could he be a devil? Did any of you see how he attacked just now? I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. This fella is a devil. The one who died was one of the 3 strongest disciples of the Flying Feather sect. He was just one step away from entering the mid-true god realm. How could he be killed in an instant? I think we should let Brother Wuji deal with this fella. Many of them were shocked by Zhang Chen's sword. Some of them even took 2 steps back. Because Zhang Chen's aura was too terrifying. Even Helian Wuji could not kill a true god in an instant, right? Moreover, his strength was only at the void god realm. If he was a heavenly god realm expert, it would be understandable. However, Zhang Chen defeated someone stronger than him in an instant. This was a huge setback for them. Zhang Chen had destroyed most of them mentally. They did not even have the courage to attack him. Helian Wuji squinted his eyes. He could not help but admire Zhang Chen's mental battle. In the end, Zhang Chen's strength might not be as strong as him. However, this sword had left a deep impression on many of them. They could not help but look at him in a different light. They even felt a trace of fear in their hearts. You want to fight me to the end with just this? You're too naive. A peak void god. Hehe. You've really opened my eyes. Let's see how you're going to defeat me today. Helian Wuji said in a low voice. I'll kill you to comfort my brother's soul in heaven. He's already dead. As his brother, how can you still have the face to linger on with your last breath? Shouldn't you have accompanied him a long time ago? If it's me, I won't live alone. Zhang Chen said confidently. You have a sharp tongue. It's useless to say more. Today I'll capture you alive as a sacrifice. I'll let you know that I, Helian Wuji, am not someone that can be offended. Helian Wuji roared in rage. He held the 9-foot-long sword in his hand and swept across the place. More than 20 people retreated. Helian Wuji raised his sword and charged towards Zhang Chen. A terrifying gust of wind tore through the air, crushing towards Zhang Chen. Wind blades swept through the air, completely sealing off Zhang Chen. Careful. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Don't worry. I won't lose. Since I'm saving the damsel in distress, I'll win beautifully. I've already killed my brother, let alone my brother. Zhang Chen's lips curved into a meaningful arc. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness. He looked at Yuki Chihian and signaled her to retreat. Yuki Chihian's face turned red. This fella is really shameless. Although he had killed Helian Wushuang before, Helian Wuji was still not a match for his brother. Moreover, he was able to become the most outstanding disciple of Tai Chi sect in 100 years. He also had the ability to lead the group of heroes. He's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Zhang Chen did not have an easy time in this battle. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Chapter 23-22. Shui Qianying's eyes were like torches as she stared at Zhang Chen. Of course, she hoped to see an unparalleled feast. Of course, the final winner must be Zhang Chen. Only then would it be perfect. Zhang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was sharp and the stars were moving, constantly intertwining with Helian Wuji. The ear-piercing sound of metal and iron stimulated everyone's heart, especially the terrifying sword chi, which was not any weaker than Helian Wuji's. There was a huge gap of 3 levels between the two of them. As a late true god, it was hard for Helian Wuji to gain the upper hand against Zhang Chen, who was only a peak void god. You're still too weak. Let's see how long you can last. Helian Wuji's attacks were ruthless and filled with killing intent. It made Zhang Chen go all out. At this moment, Zhang Chen quickly used the dragon transformation. After the transformation, Zhang Chen's strength was close to a mid-true god. He did not feel any pressure when facing Helian Wuji. Moreover, his combat strength had been increased by 10 times. Not only his aura but his strength as well. Helian Wuji finally felt a little bit of pressure. Helian Wuji's strength and sword chi were unstoppable within 1,000 miles. Helian Wuji finally felt a little bit of pressure. No one had ever thought that a peak void god like Zhang Chen could give Helian Wuji such a huge pressure. This fella is too monstrous. Can this really be the battle strength of a void god? Too powerful. I feel that even I might not be his match. A peak mid-true god murmured. Seems like even Hellion Wuji will not dare to let his guard down. Who will win and who will lose in this battle? I really don't dare to casually judge. Countless people were looking forward to it. They knew how terrifying Zhou Xian was. He could even be considered as a peerless monstrous genius. A peak void god was able to fight against a late true god. They had never seen or heard of someone who was able to challenge a late true god. Such a monster. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a huge threat in the future. Hellion Wuji was also shocked. After Zhou Xian used the dragon transformation, his combat strength increased by 10 times. He felt pressured. Taiji blade swaying with the wind. I will seal the heavens and slay the geniuses. Wherever Hellion Wuji's blade passed, the space would crack. The Taiji blade was peerlessly terrifying. Zhou Xian was not afraid at all. He used his sword to block the attack. Hellion Wuji did not expect Zhou Xian to be able to withstand the attack. Both of them retreated 3,000 meters. The sword and blade shook the surrounding. Even the terrifying ripples made the experts of the various sects retreat. Even Yuki Chihian was no exception. This fella has become much stronger. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. When she fought with Hellion Wushuang, he did not have this kind of power. Otherwise, it would not have been so difficult for her to kill him. But how long had it been? If she had not entered the forbidden area of the sect, it would be impossible for her to reach such a powerful strength. But even so, Yuki Chihian was not sure if she could win against Zhou Xian if she fought with all her strength. For Hellion Wuji, Yuki Chihian was not afraid at all. But it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. She was defeated not by him but by all of them. Just like what Zhou Xian said, with so many people fighting against a weak girl, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would still be defeated. You're very strong. But let's see if you can last until the end. Hellion Wuji said with a sneer. Zhou Xian kept on defending against Hellion Wuji's continuous attacks. No matter how strong Hellion Wuji was. Then let's wait and see. I believe that you won't be disappointed. Zhou Xian and Hellion Wuji were fighting against each other for countless times. Terrifying ripples burst out from their battle. The grass, trees, mountains, and rocks within 1,000 miles were all turned into powder and flattened to the ground. The terrifying momentum shook the heavens and earth. However, in the eyes of Hellion Wuji, Zhou Xian's dragon transformation was obviously a secret technique that overdrafted his body. But after fighting for a long time, Zhou Xian did not feel defeated at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous. This was what shocked him the most. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, I'm afraid that the next battle will be under my control. Zhou Xian said with a sneer, looking at Hellion Wuji with disdain. Since that's the case, as you wish. Tai Chi diagram quaking the universe. Hellion Wuji's hands were well versed. Starting with the power of Tai Chi, he drew the 8 trigrams and created the Tai Chi diagram. Endless divine origin Chi surged towards the Tai Chi diagram in Hellion Wuji's hands. The Tai Chi diagram was less than 9 feet in size. Hellion Wuji clenched his hands tightly. More and more terrifying power gathered in it. Even Zhou Xian was shocked by the strangeness of the Tai Chi diagram. To be able to absorb the power of heaven and earth for your own use. Looks like you really want heaven and earth to become your vassal. But with your current strength, I'm afraid that you can't control such a terrifying power of heaven and earth. Zhou Xian thought. But even so, Hellion Wuji was still unable to control all the power of heaven and earth. But this Tai Chi diagram was formed. It had already integrated the divine origin Chi of heaven and earth into it. The terrifying momentum shook the world, oppressing the sky. Such a terrifying Tai Chi diagram. Yuki Chihian's expression changed. This Tai Chi diagram gave her a sense of danger. Once Zhou Xian and the Tai Chi diagram collided, it might be as terrifying as the collision of stars. With Zhou Xian's strength as a void god, it's impossible for him to resist it. Even though Xue Qianying was not familiar with Zhou Xian did it to save her. Moreover, she was saved by Zhou Xian once. At this moment, she felt that she was carrying a sense of guilt. Zhou Xian didn't know Xue Qianying well. This Tai Chi diagram is really something. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Facing the increasingly powerful Tai Chi diagram, with the power of heaven and earth as its backing, it's terrifying. Moreover, the Tai Chi diagram could continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth to fight for it. Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. The domineering aura that could crush the heavens and everything under the heavens and earth made Jiang Chen become serious. It's good that you know. But it's a little too late now. Helian Wuji harumphed coldly. With a push of both of his hands, the Tai Chi diagram pressed down and shrouded Jiang Chen completely. The terrifying deterrence made those experts who were watching the battle have the urge to kneel down and worship him. Brother Wuji is stronger after all. Indeed, I think this Jiang Chen is at his wit's end, isn't he? Yeah. This Tai Chi diagram is a treasure. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's comparable to a heavenly divine tool. At any point in time, strength will always be the most important factor. Chapter 23-23. It won't be easy to suppress me. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and the 5 elements combat dragon seal flew out and hit the Tai Chi diagram directly. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, there were no ripples at all. Jiang Chen made 2 seals in succession, and the slaughter dragon seal was also quickly released. However, there was only a ripple on the Tai Chi diagram. Could not cause any fluctuations at all. Admit defeat, Jiang Chen. This Tai Chi diagram can absorb thousands of energy. No matter how strong your attack is, it will be useless. Accept your fate. You are not my opponent after all. Helian Wuji's eyes were cold and the Tai Chi diagram became bigger and bigger. Jiang Chen already felt great pressure. At this time it seemed that he had to show some real skills. Zulong Tower, suppress for me. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in his hand. The blood-colored tower was mixed with the golden light, shining brightly. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, Jiang Chen was completely wrapped in it. Moreover, the power of the Zulong Tower directly caused the Tai Chi diagram to shake. Break! Jiang Chen roared, and the majestic power of the Zulong Tower instantly broke the Tai Chi diagram. Helian Wuji's Tai Chi diagram was torn apart at this time, and finally completely turned into nothingness, disappearing in the void. Helian Wuji flew backward and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face was pale. What kind of treasure is this? Even my Tai Chi diagram was suppressed and shattered? Helian Wuji looked at Jiang Chen in shock. At the same time, everyone like Helian Wuji stared at Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. The horror of the Zulong Tower made everyone gasp. The Tai Chi diagram was already unparalleled in the world, but at this time the power of the Zulong Tower was even stronger, and it could even be said that it shattered the Tai Chi diagram without any effort. I don't believe that no matter how strong the treasure is, your strength is only this. Helian Wuji gritted his teeth and said. Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi, Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang give birth to 4 divisions, 4 divisions give birth to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams return to 10 directions, Tai Chi is free and unfettered. Along with Helian Wuji's cold voice, 2 Tai Chi 8 trigrams appeared on his hands. Each of them contained the terrifying Tao of Wuji. Undeniably, even Jiang Chen became serious because Helian Wuji was indeed very strong. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams had been evolved to such a terrifying stage by him. Even Jiang Chen could feel a trace of danger from it. Let's see how you can break my Wuji Dao. The power of Helian Wuji's hands shook all directions. Each of his palms contained the power of Tai Chi, the Wuji Dao, and the terrifying aura was comparable to a heavenly divine tool. It's too scary. Brother Helian has also used his special skill. It seems that he has learned the true inheritance of the Tai Chi sect. I can't say it. This battle is simply too shocking. After this battle, I know that geniuses are all bullshit. In front of these 2 people, we are not qualified to be geniuses at all. Some people's eyes flickered with complacency, and their hearts were filled with shock. Some people were disheartened and trembled indifferently. Because whether it was Jiang Chen or Helian Wuji, both of them had become so terrifying that they were not even 1/10,000th of them. This was a real battle between heavenly kings. The power of Tai Chi, the Wuji Dao, was even more ferocious than the Tai Chi diagram. At this moment, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat by Helian Wuji. Even after his dragon transformation, he still did not dare to face Helian Wuji head-on. Because the power of Tai Chi was really too overbearing. Under Tai Chi there are no eggs that are unharmed. Helian Wuji approached Jiang Chen countless times. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, but even the sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword was not enough to force Helian Wuji to retreat. In the end, Zhangchen was seriously injured by Helian Wuji more than 10 palms. However, Helian Wuji did not expect that Zhangchen only spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was still extremely gloomy and he did not really hurt him at all. Fortunately, I have the arcane heavenly armor. Zhangchen spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face looked extremely gloomy. This time not only Helian Wuji but also Zhangchen was really angry. If a tiger doesn't show its power, then I will treat it as a sick cat. Zhangchen gritted his teeth and stared at Helian Wuji. He actually has such a powerful defensive method. However, even so, no one can survive under Tai Chi in the Wuji Dao. I am the only one. Helian Wuji struck out a few Tai Chi forces, but they were all blocked by Zhangchen. However, the overbearing Tai Chi force had actually injured Zhangchen. Even with the arcane heavenly armor, he was still injured by the Tai Chi force. This showed how terrifying the Tai Chi force was. The real battle has just begun. The corner of Zhangchen's mouth curved into a devilish smile as he slowly raised his head. Thunder rumbled in all directions. Within 1,000 miles, thunder rumbled and roared. You can cause the 8-direction thunder? Helian Wuji looked at Zhangchen in shock. However, he did not think that he would lose to Zhangchen. Zhangchen was only a void god. If he lost, how could he walk out of the hidden secret realm? So what? It seems that if I don't increase my strength, it will be difficult to deal with you. Zhangchen smiled faintly, looking rather calm. You want to break through here? Helian Wuji sneered. Looks like you're really crazy. Do you think that you can fight me under the lightning tribulation? You're overestimating yourself. Today you'll die. Helian Wuji took a step forward, breaking the void and sweeping across. The force of Taiji swept across thousands of miles of the sky and pressed towards Zhangchen. This was a terrifying limitless Dao. Helian Wuji was determined to cut off Zhangchen's thoughts. Go to hell. Helian Wuji roared furiously and struck out 2 Tai Chi force consecutively. Zhangchen did not move at all. The thunderclouds from all directions gathered in one place. Thousands of miles of thunderclouds were flashing above Zhangchen's head. Zhangchen walked leisurely in the face of Helian Wuji's Tai Chi force. In the lightning tribulation, he did not even care about the danger. Zhangchen endured the Tai Chi force. His face looked extremely calm as the lightning tribulation area continued to expand. I'd like to see if a void god like you who can cause the lightning tribulation is really that terrifying. Helian Wuji did not leave at all. He let the thunderclouds gather from all directions. As the lightning flashed and the thunder roared, the heart-palpitating feeling forced all the onlookers to retreat. Within 1,000 miles it was a mess. The thunderclouds were getting thicker and thicker. Zhangchen's smile became more and more intense. Then let's fight. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhangchen's eyes were like torches as he looked at Helian Wuji. The two of them fought again in the lightning tribulation. At this moment the heavenly dragon sword was exerted to its limit. The Sword of Solitude, Sword Qi sweeping 1,000 June. Chapter 23-24. What a terrifying sword intent. It's even able to neutralize my Taiji force. You really do have some skills. Zhangchen was a little dissatisfied because the Sword of Solitude was one of his strongest killing moves. Even so, it still couldn't defeat Helian Wuji. This indirectly reflected how terrifying this guy was, especially his Taiji force, which had completely displayed the essence of the Taiji sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a rare peerless genius in the Taiji sect. However, Zhangchen had neglected one point. If his strength had reached Helian Wuji's level, then Helian Wuji wouldn't have been able to resist the sword. Even so, the Sword of Solitude still affected Helian Wuji. Being suppressed by the Sword of Solitude, Helian Wuji felt a great hindrance, as though his battle strength and mentality were greatly affected. Zhangchen's Sword of Solitude was so overbearing. Even Helian Wuji's strongest move, the Taiji force, had collapsed. Even Helian Wuji didn't expect that Zhangchen's Sword of Solitude would directly affect his strength. At this moment, the lightning force had begun to surge under the lightning tribulation. Once the 9-layered lightning tribulation descended, Zhangchen would definitely be struck by it. Moreover, Helian Wuji was very clear that if one person resisted the lightning tribulation alone, there might be some hope. However, if another person joined in, then the lightning tribulation would definitely be more ferocious. It might even surpass the power of 2 people resisting the lightning tribulation together. Are you trying to trick me? Zhangchen narrowed his eyes and looked at Helian Wuji. Looks like you're not too stupid. I'll use the Taiji diagram to suppress all directions and resist the power of the lightning tribulation. Let's see how you're going to resist the 9-layered lightning tribulation. Hellion Wuji stared at Zhang Chen coldly. Zhang Chen dared to undergo his tribulation in the open. Hellion Wuji looked at Zhang Chen as if he was looking at an idiot. This guy must be out of his mind. Otherwise, how could he do such a stupid thing? Who would be so unscrupulous when undergoing tribulation? Moreover, if one were to be severely injured under the lightning tribulation, wouldn't it be easy for others to take advantage of it? Therefore, when it came to transcending the tribulation, almost everyone would find a secret place just in case. Moreover, some of them couldn't even pass the lightning tribulation. If they couldn't bear the 9 strikes of the lightning tribulation, they would probably be struck into ashes. However, it was rare for a void god to pass the lightning tribulation after advancing to the true god realm. Hellion Wuji was very clear about this. Therefore, once someone passed the lightning tribulation, it wouldn't be simple. Isn't this fellow too stupid? Even if he can't defeat Brother Hellion, he shouldn't do such a stupid thing. What a joke. That's right. I originally thought that this young man was a genius of the present age. I didn't expect that he would do such a stupid thing. How sad, how lamentable. What a touching IQ. But if that's the case, it seems like Brother Wuji is also planning to kill this guy. As a late true god, Brother Wuji should be very confident about the power of the lightning tribulation. However, this Zhang Chen is only a peak void god. It's my first time seeing 2 people facing the lightning tribulation together. I hope that he won't be struck to death by the lightning. Even if he doesn't die, he's probably at death's door. Hehe. This kind of person deserves to die. Other than Zhang Chen, the only one who could remain calm was Yuki Chihian. Because she had seen Zhang Chen facing the lightning tribulation with her own eyes. Hellion Wushuang was killed by Zhang Chen in the same way. You are so despicable. You want to kill me with the lightning tribulation. Zhang Chen took a few steps back with a terrified expression on his face. It's too late to understand now. Since you want to break through, you should know the consequences of facing the 9-stage lightning tribulation here. Hellion Wuji looked at Zhang Chen in disdain. A guy with such a low IQ was not worthy to be his opponent. I thought this would be a fair fight. I didn't expect to be tricked by you in the end. Man proposes, God disposes. Zhang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, even Yuki Chihian curled her lips. This guy was really good at pretending to be pitiful. His acting skills were really admirable. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. As long as you can survive, you will be a true expert. Dead people have no right to say such things. No matter what method I use to kill you, you're just a puff of smoke in the end. Hellion Wuji seemed to have seen the moment when Zhang Chen was smashed into pieces by the lightning tribulation. His eyes were filled with pride. I hate it. I hate it. Zhang Chen kept shaking his head. At this moment, the 9-stage lightning tribulation finally came down. Within the radius of 1,000 miles, it was filled with the dreadful strength of thunder and lightning. As the lightning flashed and the thunder roared, the dreadful lightning tribulation struck down one after another. Obviously, its target was Zhang Chen and Hellion Wuji. When the first lightning struck Hellion Wuji spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. This is Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. Normally, only Heavenly God Realm experts would be able to receive such treatment during their lightning tribulation. How is it? Comfortable, right? Are you surprised that I'm on your side? Surprised? Zhang Chen said with a smile. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning? Hellion Wuji's expression changed drastically. His face was ashen and his heart slightly trembled. The spectators looked at this scene in disbelief. No one expected that Zhang Chen's lightning tribulation was not an ordinary lightning tribulation. It was the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning that would only appear when a Heavenly God Realm expert underwent their lightning tribulation. The power of the lightning was extremely terrifying. It was not a power that a true God Realm expert could touch. Yes. Looks like Brother Hellion is really knowledgeable. How does this Dawn Sky Golden Lightning taste? Zhang Chen said with a smile. As soon as Hellion Wuji opened his mouth, the second Dawn Sky Golden Lightning struck down. The power of the lightning tribulation was unstoppable. The power of the lightning tribulation had increased. Even Hellion Wuji found it hard to defend against it. Helian Wuji spurted out a mouthful of blood as the lightning tribulation approached him. Even though he had used all his strength to resist it, he was still struck by the two dawn sky golden lightning and was heavily injured. His face was extremely gloomy. Why are you fine? Helian Wuji looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. Several lightning bolts fell on Zhang Chen's body, but it was like a clay ox falling into the sea. It didn't cause any ripples at all. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was walking leisurely in the 1,000-mile lightning tribulation land. Helian Wuji was completely dumbfounded. Maybe this is a problem with my character. Your character is obviously not as good as mine. Chapter 23-25. Then another bolt of lightning struck down. Helian Wuji couldn't avoid it and his entire body was disfigured by the dawn sky golden lightning. The blood vessels in his body were completely shattered and his body was a mess of blood. His face didn't have any color left. Fuck your mother. You tricked me, Zhang Chen. Helian Wuji roared with all his might. However, his energy was completely absorbed by the lightning tribulation and he had completely lost the ability to resist under the 3 bolts of dawn sky golden lightning. You were the one who wanted to stay and now you're blaming me? Did I tie you up here? You can run. Why didn't you run? Zhang Chen said seriously. Run your ass. I'm not willing. Helian Wuji's heart was dead. He didn't expect that his attempt to trick Zhang Chen would become his own grave in the end. It's already come to this, yet you're still unconvinced. That's how your younger brother died. You can be considered to have died a worthy death. It's okay. Your brother is stupid and your brother is also stupid. When you go to the netherworld you might as well change your name. You'll be called Big Fool Helian and your brother will be called Second Fool Helian. Zhang Chen laughed maniacally. Before the 4th bolt of lightning landed, Helian Wuji was already vomiting blood from anger. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he stared at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen made his body tremble. He looked up and saw that the 4th bolt of dawn sky golden lightning had already landed. He didn't have any ability to resist at all. Boom, an ear-piercing sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Helian Wuji was struck by the dawn sky golden lightning. Not even his bones were left. Yuki Chihin was dumbfounded. The other experts were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Zhang Chen, who was supposed to die, would become the final winner. Zhang Chen came out unscathed while Helian Wuji died unjustly. This tells us one thing. One should never have the intention to harm others. One's character is very important. Zhang Chen looked at those geniuses. He did not kill them as it was not difficult to kill them. What was difficult was that he did not want to break the rules of the hidden secret realm. I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If you guys want to taste the 9 lightning tribulation I won't object. Zhang Chen shrugged and said. More than 20 of them immediately ran away and disappeared 1,000 miles away. As the lightning dispersed, Zhang Chen's expression was cold. His silver eyes shone with a strange elegance. At this moment, although he had lost half of his strength in the battle with Helian Wuji, he was still full of arrogance. Zhang Chen's eyes were sharp as he struck out a punch. The mountains shook and the earth trembled. His aura was powerful and overbearing. With my current physical strength, I'm afraid that I can kill an ordinary early true god. Zhang Chen thought. The strength of a true god was indeed extraordinary. If he were to fight against Helian Wuji again, Zhang Chen would not need to use the lightning tribulation to kill him. He would be invincible if he used the dragon transformation. Congratulations. Yuki Chihin said faintly. Thank you. Zhang Chen smiled. I should be the one who should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by Helian Wuji and the others. That fellow was unjust. He and his brother deserved to die. If he wanted to kill someone and rob them, it would depend on whether he had the ability to do so. Looks like this reincarnated Datura is very important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to die to protect it. You're right. This reincarnated Datura can heal my injuries. Yuki Chihin said. Zhang Chen frowned. You're injured? It's my own doing. It has nothing to do with others. Is it the side effect of increasing your strength? Zhang Chen smiled. How did you know? Yuki Chihin looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. Don't forget that I'm an alchemist. Do you know how to use this reincarnated Datura? Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Yuki Chihin held her breath. She really did not know how to use the reincarnated Datura orally or externally. Of course, this reincarnated datura. Someone interrupted Zhang Chen halfway through his sentence. This reincarnated datura has to be applied externally. Moreover, it has to be ground into powder and mixed with spiritual spring water. Then it has to be spread evenly on the lady's body. If you need me to do it for you, I can reluctantly give it a try. The person who spoke was Li Yanchao. At this moment he walked over with a meaningful look in his eyes. He looked at Yuki Chihian covetously. I was wondering who it was. So it's the little bastard from the Divine Pill sect. Why? Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Jiang Chen said with a smile. I should be the one saying this to you. Little bastard, do you think that you can look down on everyone just because you showed off in the auction? This is the hidden secret realm. No one can save you. Li Yanchao said with a proud and arrogant face. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already his prisoner. Now hand over this woman and the divine artifact in your hand. Maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse. Jiang Chen shrugged. There are always people who want to harm me. Just you? Do you think you have the ability? If Lang Yu was here I might be afraid. But you I'm sorry. I've never looked at you. Even if you're compared to Hellion Wuji, I'm afraid you might not be able to defeat me. Li Yanchao was not angry and said, You're really strong. To be honest, I might not have a good ending if I were to fight against you. But Hellion Wuji, that idiot, has taken care of this for me. Do you think I will fall into your trap? You've lost half of your strength fighting against Hellion Wuji. Plus, you've gone through the 9 heavenly tribulation. Do you think you still have the strength to fight? Killing you now is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Hellion Wuji lost to you because of his arrogance. In the end, you're just a little bastard who had just reached the true God realm. What do you think you can do? His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. Li Yanchao was sure that he could defeat Jiang Chen. Plus, there's a beauty beside him and the reincarnated datura. Li Yanchao was overjoyed deep down in his heart. Looks like you're determined to eat me. You want to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Interesting. Then you'll have to show me your true abilities. I've already eaten the mantis, so I won't be merciful to you, the oriole. Chapter 23-26. Stubborn. Since you insist on fighting, then I shall do as you wish. Don't blame me if you end up with your head and soul dispersing. Humph. Li Yanchao's eyes were cold and his blood-red pupils became extremely gloomy. This battle was unavoidable. In Li Yanchao's eyes, Jiang Chen was at the end of his rope. He was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Do you still have the strength to fight? Even Yuki Chihian was filled with doubt. If Jiang Chen was defeated, then both of them would become Li Yanchao's food. It would be too humiliating if that happened. After all, Jiang Chen had just killed Hellion Wuji and even broke through to the true God realm. If Jiang Chen was able to rest, Yuki Chihian was not worried that he would be defeated. However, Jiang Chen had just experienced a great battle. Could he really fight Li Yanchao again? You think I can't beat a little brat like him? Why would I care about a little bastard from the Divine Pill sect? If Lang Yu was here I might be a little fearful. But this fella is not just a little bit weaker than Lang Yu. Jiang Chen's ridicule made Li Yanchao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his expression became extremely gloomy. Being number 2 for 1,000 years, this was his eternal pain. How could Li Yanchao be willing to be suppressed by Lang Yu? Bastard, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Look, you're angry because you're not as good as me. Jiang Chen continued to say. Li Yanchao gritted his teeth in anger and his body trembled. See, you've poked his sore spot, right? In reality he was just a paper tiger, a spearhead made of wax and silver, good to look at but useless. Jiang Chen's words stung Li Yanchao's chest. At this time, even Yuki Chihian curled her lips slightly. This guy was really a little shameless. Needless to say, Jiang Chen's provocation worked. To Li Yanchao, Lang Yu was a heart demon that could not be erased. One was the number 1 genius of the Divine Pill sect, while the other was the number 2. How could Li Yanchao accept that? However, if he was not as skilled as others he could not blame anyone. However, when Jiang Chen said it like that, Li Yanchao's anger had been completely ignited. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll show you my true abilities. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated Hellion Wuji. Even if you've broken through, you're still an early true god. Li Yanchao sneered and charged at Jiang Chen. Be careful. Li Yanchao cannot be compared to Hellion Wuji. Moreover, you're injured now. Yuki Chihian said. At this moment Jiang Chen no longer had the lightning tribulation to rely on. Moreover, he was not Hellion Wuji. Obviously he would not make such a low-level mistake. Li Yanchao had planned this for a long time. Obviously he understood Jiang Chen very well. This battle was not going to be easy for Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Who said that I'm not his opponent now that I'm injured? Here. Jiang Chen threw a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to Yuki Xian and ate one himself. His strength instantly recovered and he was not afraid of Li Yanchao anymore. This is... Yuki Xian's body shook. She had never eaten fat pork before, but she had never seen a fat pig running. The richness of the elixir shocked even Li Yanchao, who was not far away, and his expression changed greatly. An immortal grade pill. Li Yanchao took a deep breath. This fella is totally wasting it. To think that he would use an immortal grade pill to recover his strength. Is this really an immortal grade pill? Yuki Xian was shocked. She did not expect Jiang Chen to give her such a precious pill. Eat it. You've recovered your strength. It shouldn't be a problem for you to fight this fellow with me, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He did not care about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill at all. All right. Yuki Xian took a deep breath and swallowed the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. In an instant she could feel the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill spreading throughout her body. A terrifying healing power instantly filled her body. All her injuries were instantly healed. Really is a supreme-grade immortal grade pill. Yuki Xian thought in her heart. But she did not say anything. Jiang Chen had saved her time and time again. Yuki Xian could not express Jiang Chen's kindness no matter what she said. Why should she say anything more? You two are too despicable. That is an immortal grade pill. To think that you two took it as an energy recovery pill and ate it. Li Yanchao was going crazy. If those two immortal grade medicinal pills were to be auctioned, they would be worth more than 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones. After all, these were priceless items. Those who were below the heavenly god realm, those who had reached the limit of their lifespan, and even those who were in the heavenly god realm would go after them. The value of an immortal grade pill was immeasurable. What are you worried about? Did I eat your rice? Jiang Chen sneered. He took a glance at Yuki Xian. The latter nodded silently. The two of them charged towards Li Yanchao. Stubborn. 1 against 2. I Li Yanchao am not afraid of you. Li Yanchao harumphed coldly. He was not afraid at all as he charged towards them. Xue Qianying's strength had recovered and she was now a late true god. Her strength was not any weaker than Li Yanchao's. In addition to Jiang Chen's recent breakthrough, even Li Yanchao had to retreat when the two of them joined forces, not daring to face them head-on. Li Yanchao held the Phoenix Wing Golden Ronseur in his hand. His movements were powerful and terrifying. Even if he was fighting against two people, he would not be in a disadvantageous position. However, he still needed to be wary of Jiang Chen. Although he was only an early true god, he was the one who killed Hellion Wuji when he was only a void god. Although Li Yanchao looked carefree, he would not be as careless as Hellion Wuji when his life was at stake. Moreover, Yuki Xian's strength had exceeded Li Yanchao's expectation. He never thought that Yuki Xian would be so terrifying after she recovered her strength. She held a white jade divine sword in her hand. 1,000 miles of ice, one sword return. Yuki Xian shouted. Her sword swept across 1,000,000 miles. Li Yanchao wielded the Phoenix Wing Golden Ronseur and fought against her. Jiang Chen supported from the side. His heavenly dragon sword cut through the wind and rain. Countless mountains crumbled. Ancient trees flew into the sky. Everything in the world was trembling. This battle was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than the battle against Hellion Wuji. Within 1,000 miles, it was a complete mess. The deafening sound was deafening. Divination of heavenly mystery, great divination art. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The great divination art was able to deduce Li Yanchao's attack and defense. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword became even more ferocious and rushed towards Li Yanchao recklessly. Chapter 23-27. 8 Extreme Heavens Blast. Li Yanchao held the divine weapon in his hand. The might of such a divine weapon was boundless, sweeping across the vast sky. Yuki Xian and Jiang Chen were not afraid at all. Jiang Chen instantly casted the dragon transformation. The heavenly dragon general pressed downwards, causing the void to collapse. With just one sword, Li Yanchao was forced to retreat. Even Yuki Chihian's countenance changed slightly. After Jiang Chen broke through to the true god realm, the strength of his dragon transformation had reached such a terrifying level. It was truly shocking. Such domineering strength. The webbing between Li Yanchao's thumb and forefinger was split open, and he was heavily injured. This sword had practically sealed all of his attacks, and it had also completely suppressed his aura. The power of Jiang Chen's sword had the power to split the heavens and earth. Li Yanchao was forced to retreat 10 miles and was completely in a passive position. Die. Little bastard of the Divine Pill sect. You're just Iso. Jiang Chen roared and joined forces with Yuki Chihian again. Li Yanchao's countenance changed drastically and retreated 300 miles. However, Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. Under his crazy suppression, Li Yanchao did not have any strength to fight back. Moreover, a heavenly dragon sword chi had injured him. Yuki Chihian did not show any weakness. She did everything she should do, causing Li Yanchao to fall into endless darkness. 7 consecutive sword strikes tore apart Li Yanchao's defense. The wounds on his body were so deep that his bones could be seen. Li Yanchao stared at Jiang Chen. He had never thought that he would be defeated by these 2 bastards. Moreover, he was defeated in such an embarrassing manner. After Jiang Chen's breakthrough, it was as if he had become a completely different person, like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Yuki Chihian was just as shocked as him. Jiang Chen's terrifying aura had completely overshadowed her sharpness. Undeniably, Jiang Chen was quite fortunate for her. At least she might not be able to kill Helian Wuji alone. It's not that easy to kill me. Li Yanchao still did not let his guard down. Because he must not lose. If he lost, he might be killed by Jiang Chen. This was not the outside world but the hidden secret realm. Moreover, he had revealed his killing intent. He did not believe that Jiang Chen would let him go. Let's see what you can do to me. Li Yanchao took 3 supreme-grade medicinal pills in an instant. They were all supreme-grade medicinal pills that he concocted himself. All of them could instantly increase his combat strength. Although he was still far from the half-step heavenly god realm, he had already reached the peak of the true god realm. At this moment, Li Yanchao's strength had increased tremendously. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting against Jiang Chen. This is interesting. Jiang Chen sneered. The current him was incomparably powerful. He would never lose to Li Yanchao. Moreover, his combat strength had reached its limit. He was not weaker than Li Yanchao at all. How could he be unscathed under the dragon transformation? Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the heavens and earth, blocking all of Li Yanchao's attacks. How come my attacks seem to be seen through by him? There's no effect at all. Moreover, the energy of the medicinal pills is decreasing rapidly. Li Yanchao thought worriedly. Compared to Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Li Yanchao was completely relying on medicinal pills. If the medicinal pills were to be used up, Li Yanchao would fall into a state of emptiness. At that time, Li Yanchao would not be able to make a comeback no matter what. One sword light chills the 14 prefectures. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. His sword chi swept across 1,000 miles like a ghost's wail and the mountains shook. Sacrifice the heavenly fire, gold-plated phoenix wings, conquering the universe. Above Li Yanchao's gold-plated phoenix wings, there was a blazing heavenly fire. That was Li Yanchao's natal flame. He had obtained it from a small-sized heaven-devouring beast to refine his weapon. This was his final move and also his ultimate move. The flames filled the sky, blocking out the sun. It was as if the entire void had been illuminated. You retreat first. Wait for an opportunity. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, ordering Yuki Chihian to retreat. The latter knew that at this moment, Li Yanchao's attack was extraordinary. With just the heavenly fire, she was already restrained by Li Yanchao. Ice and fire were incompatible. However, was Jiang Chen really a match for him alone? You're really overestimating yourself. Then go to hell. Playing with fire with me, you're courting death. Jiang Chen's sword slashed out. Even the blazing flames seemed to be split apart. Unity of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen transformed into the heavenly dragon sword, splitting apart the raging flames. Li Yanchao retreated quickly. His face was filled with disbelief. The heavenly fire combined with the gold-plated phoenix wings actually failed to repel Jiang Chen. On the contrary, Jiang Chen went against the flow and attacked with all his strength, breaking Li Yanchao's defense. That sword slashed horizontally and vertically. No, Li Yanchao roared. But in the next second, Jiang Chen's figure already appeared behind him. The unity of man and sword pierced through Li Yanchao's body. Perish. 5 elements combat dragon seal. As the seal was unleashed, Li Yanchao, who was already dying, was finally killed by Jiang Chen. At that moment, Li Yanchao never thought that he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. He was the second strongest expert of the Divine Pill sect. To think that he would be defeated by a nobody. The flames were extinguished and Li Yanchao was completely exhausted. When his body completely collapsed, the area within 1,000 miles became quiet. That piece of trash was actually killed by someone. Langya murmured. He frowned and his expression was cold. There was a jade talisman in his hand that linked the two of them together. When Li Yanchao fell down, the jade talisman in his hand also shattered into pieces and disappeared in the hidden secret realm. In the entire hidden secret realm, there are less than 10 people who could kill Li Yanchao. Who killed this fella? Don't let me find out who you are. Langya said in a deep voice. He squinted his eyes and slowly flew away. He should not be killed by a beast. Even if he could not defeat the beast, he should still be able to protect himself. Yuki Chihian felt relieved. This fella was too abnormal. He killed Li Yanchao with one strike. Moreover, this fella did not show any mercy. Li Yanchao was a genius disciple of the Divine Pill sect. He was killed by Jiang Chen just like that. Moreover, his strength was only at the early True God realm. Compared to when he was at the Void God realm, it was a world of difference. This fella's future achievements were limitless. Of course, the premise was that he could survive in the hidden secret realm. Thank you. Yuki Chihian said with a serious expression. Her beauty was out of this world. She was cold like an ice sculpture. Even when she was facing her savior, Jiang Chen, she did not seem to change much. I have heard this sentence more than once. You're always thanking me without saying anything. I thought that you would repay me with your body. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're thinking too much. Yuki Chihian said coldly. You're thinking too much. I'm just joking with you. Huh. Chapter 23-28. Jiang Chen's words made Yuki Chihian a little angry. Her eyes turned cold and she snorted coldly. This reincarnated datura, do I really have to grind it into powder and apply it externally? Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Yes, although this Li Yanchao is a little annoying, what he said is right. Moreover, there must be spiritual spring water. As for what grade it is, naturally the higher the better. Mixing it with spiritual spring water can better absorb the medicinal properties of the reincarnated datura. Jiang Chen stopped joking and said in a serious tone. Don't tell me you want me to apply it externally for you? I'm not a shameless person who fishes for fame. If you want me to apply it externally for you, then I can only reluctantly do it. But now we lack the spiritual spring water. I advise you to keep the reincarnated datura first. Shameless. Yuki Chihian said coldly and turned to leave. Is this how you treat your savior? Then what do you want? Yuki Chihian stopped and did not look back. Lung Ling said. Forget it, only women and villains are hard to take care of. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill should have helped you resolve a lot of internal problems, so you don't have to rush to find the spiritual spring water. After all, it's not urgent. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he rolled his eyes. He was being kind, but the other party might not appreciate it. This was the most painful thing. The people of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sects are all there, but their situation is not very optimistic. After Yuki Chihian finished speaking, she had already disappeared into the vast darkness. Jiang Chen's face changed. The heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sects must be trapped in a battle. It seemed that he had to go to the north to find out. Perhaps Yang Jian and the others were there. An incomparably lofty and majestic mountain range lay across the heavens and the earth. It stretched horizontally from north to south, ran through the west to the east and towered into the clouds. Its walls were pitch black like ink, mysterious and bizarre, and as it stood towering there, it caused one's mind to be oppressed and shocked. Within a circumference of several thousand li, it stretched on endlessly. Ancient pines existed for a long time, green cypresses sealed off the mountain. The long river and setting sun flowed downwards, cold and lonely. The mountain valley was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Countless people had rushed here, countless people had died here, and countless people were still rushing forward. This is Mount Qiling. 100 years ago, I heard from an uncle master in the sect that there are countless ghosts and gods here. Who knows how many senior experts have died here? His motive is also very clear. There is an unparalleled divine weapon here, the great soul-forming light. Lu Quanchao said with a serious expression. Behind him stood more than 30 people. All of them were disciples of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. With him as the leader, Zhang Lei and the others followed closely behind. Man Shui was considered lucky. His cultivation realm had reached the peak of early true god realm. Even an ordinary mid-true god might not be his match. I also heard from the seniors of the sect that if we could find the legendary Mount Qiling, then we must go and explore it. But the final result will depend on our own luck. Because they directly said 2 words. Enter with caution. There was no need for Zhang Lei to say anything else. Everyone knew that if the genius disciple of the earthly Hades sect was so secretive, who would dare to act rashly? Great soul-forming light. What kind of divine weapon is that? Jiang Hao asked with a serious expression. It's a divine weapon passed down from the ancient times. It's said that its grade is even higher than a heavenly divine weapon. Lu Quanchao said quietly. Everyone took a deep breath. At this moment, although they had gone through a few days of battle and everyone was exhausted, their fighting spirit was still strong. Everyone wanted to leave this place alive, to walk out of the hidden secret realm alive. Then they would definitely shock the world and become the true prodigies of the Linhe boundary. An ancient divine weapon that gathered millions of souls to form the soul-forming light. Although it's a bit monstrous, it's still a peerless divine weapon. This Mount Qiling is filled with grievances. 4 millions of years, almost all of the souls have gathered here to nourish the great soul-forming light. Legend has it that the great soul-forming light appeared here when the hidden secret realm opened 1,300 years ago. However, no one knows if the great soul-forming light is still here or not. Zhang Lei said. It should still be there. In the past 1,300 years, I have never heard any news about the great soul-forming light from the outside world. Otherwise, no matter how secretive the person who obtained it is, he would definitely leak the news. So, I'm sure that the great soul-forming light is still in this Mount Qiling. Lu Quanchao said confidently. This Mount Qiling is really terrifying. There's a terrifying aura everywhere. We've just been attacked by a group of flying mantises. We must not let our guard down. Jiang Hao said. You're right. Those flying mantises killed more than 10 of us. However, there are too many of them. If we continue to fight with them, we'll be devoured bit by bit. Lu Quanchao was also helpless. At that time they had to think about the big picture. They could only retreat. After entering the boundary of Mount Qiling, the group of flying mantises disappeared without a trace. They did not chase after them anymore. Obviously there's something that they're afraid of here. We must be more careful now. This Mount Qiling is not a good place. If the great soul-forming light is really here, then there must be a group of demonic beasts. Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. He couldn't guarantee everyone's safety, so he couldn't make any promises at this moment. In this place no one would be your support forever. You could only take care of yourself if your parents died or your parents got married. No one would care about you when it came to a life or death situation. Everyone knew this very well. Therefore, after Zhang Lei's words faded, they became extremely serious. After the battle with the flying mantis not long ago, they no longer dared to think about luck anymore. Once there's a crisis, it might be a battle of life and death. In the hidden secret realm, no one could stay out of it. I wonder how Jiangchen is now. This hidden secret realm is really scary. Life is like grass in here. It's worthless. Man Shui murmured. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Everyone would experience a huge change after entering this place. Especially their temperament. They would become more mature. Because if you're naive, you'll be killed by the demonic beasts. Living on is your only belief. What brotherhood? What morality? They were just like dirt. In the face of death, the one who betrayed you might very well be the brother you swore to death with. Look, there's a purple light flickering on that towering mountain. Yeah. So scary. My eyes are going to go blind. Yeah. Seems like something unusual is happening there. Everyone's heart was tightly clenched together. There's definitely something fishy going on. Everyone be more careful. Lu Quanchao took the lead and led everyone to the tallest mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. The setting sun in the dusky sky had already become even more dusky. The rays of light on the mountain also appeared and disappeared at times, appearing even more strange and dazzling. Chapter 23-29. What do you think? Zhang Lei. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice and looked at Zhang Lei. The two of them walked in front. That depends on our luck. If it's really the great you soul-forming light, I'm afraid it won't be simple. It's impossible for such a peerless divine tool to be unprotected. Moreover, a divine tool that surpasses a heavenly divine tool has a soul. If it's not the great you soul-forming light, it must be a terrifying demonic beast. It's dangerous for us to go there. Zhang Lei said earnestly. However, their hearts were filled with curiosity. No one was willing to retreat at this moment, whether it was Zhang Lei or Lu Quanchao. Even the disciples behind them did not want to be outdone. If their courage to move forward was extinguished, then where was their will to live? Experts, geniuses, they must move forward bravely under constant encouragement. Even if they were killed on the beach, some people would still move forward without hesitation. The 10,000 feet mountain was extremely high. Even the air in the sky had become extremely cold. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei looked at each other and leaped up the mountain. The top of the mountain was actually a flat roof. In the middle of the flat roof was a huge empty space. In the middle of the empty space, there was a deep cave that ran through the entire Spirit Mountain range and led to the fiery red magma underground. Rays of purple light rose, causing Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei to fall into a daze. The Mount Qiling was hollow and the center of the mountain was connected to the ground. They could feel the heat from the magma, and the purple light seemed to be emitted from the magma. This magma is terrifying. Even with our strength we can't withstand it. Seems like this magma is not simple. Zhang Lei said in shock. If we want to know what the purple light is, we must enter the mountain and investigate. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. But if we go in we don't know what's inside. If danger lurks in every corner we might die here. Zhang Lei hesitated. Then do you want to retreat? Lu Quanchao glanced at Zhang Lei. Right now we only have two choices. If we retreat from the range of Mount Qiling, more demonic beasts will appear. Even the flying mantises are secretly observing us. The intelligence of those demonic beasts isn't any lower than that of humans. Furthermore, there are no demonic beasts that dare to approach this area for thousands of miles. This is already enough to prove that this place is definitely not ordinary. Make your decision, Senior Brother Lu. We're all willing to follow you. Otherwise, leaving Mount Qiling might not be the best choice. Even if we have to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we're willing to give it a try. Yeah, we're willing to give it a try. Otherwise, if we just sit here and wait for death, we won't be able to endure this inhumane torture. At most, we'll just die. If we don't even have this little bit of courage, how can we be worthy of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sex? At this time, even if it's a bottomless abyss, we'll still have to explore it. Everyone was speaking righteously and passionately, but Lu Quanchao could not guarantee that nothing would go wrong. This was the biggest headache for him and Zhang Lei. Once an accident happened, they could only watch as their innocent senior and junior brothers were buried in the sea of fire. Mount Qiling, as the name suggested, was a place where one's soul was taken away. This kind of danger, whether it was worth it or not, no one could say for sure. Since everyone has said so, then we have no reason to retreat anymore. Whether we live or die we'll only know after we try. Even if we know there's a tiger in the mountain, there's no turning back. Although the road ahead is full of thorns, at least there's hope. Zhang Lei smiled. At this moment he who had always been cold and serious, became much more relaxed. The two of them indeed carried the hopes of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sex, but who knew what would happen next? Even they didn't know if they could live past tomorrow. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Who cares about the frost on other people's roof? It wasn't that he was selfish, but in this environment, only those who were cold and emotionless could live longer. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were still the two of them. They squinted their eyes, blocking the dazzling purple rays as they dove into the belly of Mount Qiling. The magma kept rolling, bringing with it a terrifying heat. They were thousands of meters away, but they were already sweating profusely. The terrifying heat didn't seem to be caused by ordinary magma. Lu Quanchao's eyes and ears were alert in all directions, not daring to miss a single corner. Within the belly of the mountain, there was a radius of dozens of miles, and the magma mouth was several miles wide. The pillars of magma that shot out from the mouth were hundreds of meters tall, and as they sprayed down, It was a spectacular sight. In the middle of the mountain, the temperature had almost reached 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Within a kilometer of the magma, the temperature had reached hundreds of degrees Celsius. The temperature of the magma was even more shocking. The magma was obviously more terrifying than the magma they had seen in the past. It could even melt people directly at the closest point. It's too hot here, I'm going to be roasted. Yeah, other than the heat, I feel like I'm suffocating. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. It's just a place of magma. Let's hurry up and leave. I can't stand it anymore. Everyone was sweating profusely. Even though they were thousands of meters away from the magma, they could still feel the heat bursting out from their hearts. On the other hand, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei had a serious expression on their faces. That was because after they entered this place, the purple light from before had disappeared, as if it had been withdrawn. Something's wrong, Lu Quanchao murmured. Zhang Lei also noticed it. Where is the purple rays of light? That's a flower, a very, very big flower. No one knew who shouted. In the darkness far away, in a place where the light from the magma couldn't find, a purple and blue flower bloomed on the rock wall. It was 5 to 6 meters tall, and the size of the flower was even more astonishing. It was 2 meters tall, and the petals were shining with blue light, while the center of the flower was shining with purple light. The stamen of the flower was abnormally demonic, and everyone was fascinated by it. I see it, I see it. I see it too, that flower, it's so big. More than 10 people murmured. In the next moment, they started walking towards the terrifying purplish-blue flower. They were like walking corpses. Chapter 23:30. Everyone, don't look at it. That flower is too strange. Zhang Lei shouted. Lu Quanchao also noticed it at the same time as Zhang Lei. However, more than 10 people had already started to walk towards the flower. No matter how Lu Quanchao and the others shouted, they didn't seem to hear them and continued to walk forward. Zhang Heng. Come back here. Mo Qianqing, you bastard. Can't you hear me? Come back. Lu Quanchao bellowed, but the dozen of them were like puppets. Their eyes were lifeless as they walked towards the blue-purple flower step by step. Finally, when they got close to the blue-purple flower, they were instantly sucked into it. The blue-purple flower became unusually bright, and within the purple there was even a hint of red. Lu Quanchao and the others quickly retreated, narrowing their eyes. However, that terrifying soul-sucking force didn't stop. Those dozen people were all devoured by the blue-violet flower. Not even their bones were left. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. The man-eater flower was filled with tyranny and viciousness. Furthermore, no one was able to escape from its soul-suction force. It's too terrifying. Could this be the legendary resurrection red spider lily? Zhang Lei took a deep breath. Even he became solemn and did not dare to let his guard down. Resurrection red spider lily? Everyone looked at Zhang Lei. Yes, the resurrection red spider lily. I've seen this kind of demonic man-eating flower from an ancient book in the earthly Hades sect a long time ago. It can reflect one's past and present life. Once one's soul is controlled by it, that person will become the nourishment of the resurrection red spider lily. In the end, they will be sucked into the flower and become its fertilizer. Furthermore, this flower usually grew with tens of millions of souls. What nourished its growth was the unending stream of soul energy. Fortunately, we didn't get too close to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one would be able to escape. Even so, Zhang Lei and the rest had retreated a few miles away. As they watched from afar, their expressions were extremely stifled. Now that there were less than 20 people left, the pressure in everyone's hearts grew heavier. After listening to Zhang Lei's words, everyone kept it a secret and did not dare to take a step forward. Even so, they felt as though their souls were trembling. The demonic death spider lily produced a purple light that continuously spread out in the air. Not good. The fragrance of this flower also has the effect of bewitching the mind. Cover your mouth and nose, don't breathe in this flower fragrance. Zhang Lei said as he continued to back away. At this moment, their situation was extremely dangerous because they had to be careful even when facing a resurrection permetha flower. It was afraid that it would devour all of them. I don't believe it. Let's see if it can still do evil after I chop it down. A genius disciple of the earthly Hades sect shouted. He took a step forward and closed his eyes. Relying on his consciousness, he walked toward the resurrection spider lily. Wang Zexu, don't. By the time Zhang Lei shouted, it was already too late because Wang Zexu had already rushed into the area of the Resurrection Red Spider Lily. Within 100 meters, the Resurrection Red Spider Lily grew crazily. Whether it was the leaves or the petals, they all became abnormally luxuriant. It directly swallowed Wang Zexu whole. Although Wang Zexu struggled for a while, it was already too late when he opened his eyes. Sigh. Zhang Lei's expression was cold, but he was sighing in his heart. This guy is too reckless and he loves to be a hero. At this moment he's undoubtedly being swallowed by the Resurrection Spider Lily. Zhang Lei said angrily, "Whoever dares to disobey my order will die." Everyone shuddered in their hearts, but no one dared to act rashly. This is a Resurrection Spider Lily that can disturb one's mind and see through one's past and present life. It's also a man-eating flower. Lu Quanchao said quietly. "We can only retreat now. Yeah, otherwise we'll all be killed by the Resurrection Spider Lily. I don't want to die here. To be killed by a flower." "That's right. I don't think the legendary Great You Soul-forming light has any fate with us. Where there's life, there's hope. I'd rather encounter a beast than die in the hands of a flower." Clearly, everyone had an indescribable fear for the dead life Red Spider Lily in their hearts. In this world, the only person who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him was a dead person. "Why don't we retreat first, then we'll make other plans," Man Shui said in a low voice. Now he was the only one left in Profound Feng sect, following the team of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. As for the other three sects, there weren't many people left. If this continued, it wouldn't be surprising if all of them were killed. That's right. This afterlife Permetha flower is truly way too strange. There's a high possibility that all of us might end up dying here. Who knows? Jiang Hao said earnestly. As the representatives of the two great sects, although he did not have much say in front of the Heaven and Earth sect and Yellow sect, he still had the support of the people. At this moment, the difference between sects was not that important anymore. As long as they could survive, it was more important than anything else. "All right, let's retreat from Qiling Mountain and make other plans," Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. Although he was unwilling, the dead flower of Red Spider Lily was too terrifying. There was no way to deal with it. Even Zhang Lei, the only person who knew about the origin of this flower, had no way to deal with it. Now we can only take a step back. Perhaps the Great You Soul-forming light is not fated with us. Zhang Lei looked at Lu Quanchao and felt a little disappointed. However, it was a matter of life and death. They would not joke around with the lives of their companions. Even if he and Lu Quanchao had the ability to protect themselves, it did not mean that everyone had the ability to protect themselves. Whether they should advance or retreat, they had to do it. Zhang Lei was actually very eager to obtain the Great You Soul-forming light. Although countless of his ancestors had died here and Qiling Mountain had become a place of death, he was still willing to give it a try if he could obtain the Great You Soul-forming light. After all, everyone had their own goal. His choice was to obtain the Great You Soul-forming light. This was his biggest goal. Gagaga. Gagaga. Sharp and ear-piercing rattling noises appeared beside everyone's ears. Quite a few people were bewildered as they looked in all directions. The sky above their heads seemed to have darkened at this moment. The magma pillar was rising higher and higher. It was difficult to see the height of 1,000 meters. What's that sound? Why is it so strange? Chapter 23:31. Let's go, let's leave this place. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei looked at each other. Both of them felt that this place was not normal. This strange and sharp cry seemed to be able to pierce through people's hearts. Those people's eyes clearly revealed a hint of fear. They were still in shock from the death of those people. Now that there was such a sudden change, who wouldn't be shocked in their hearts? A bad life was better than a good death. Even if they had to fight to the death with those demonic beasts after leaving this place, they would not be willing to be buried in this unknown place. Furthermore, an eerie feeling shrouded everyone's hearts. Although the temperature of the magma here was over 100 degrees, the chill that penetrated their hearts and the eerie feeling in their bones could not be changed. Jiang Chen flew on his sword and flew across the mountain. However, he stopped here and looked at the extremely quiet mountain. He frowned slightly. He didn't find any traces here. He followed the traces along the way and Yuki Chihian's direction to find this place. However, there were no traces left here. Could it be that these people disappeared into thin air? Strange. Jiang Chen murmured. However, he still didn't find anything strange after flying across the mountain. Compared to those beasts that he had met before, there were no traces of beasts here. Could it be that he was heading in the wrong direction? Zhou Xian was puzzled. However, they were in front of him after all. If he wanted to find them now, he would have to continue moving forward. Forget it, let's go and have a look. Zhou Xian shook his head. At this moment, the hollow on the main mountain range of Mount Qiling had changed. Because of a mountain peak that was on top of the main mountain range, the hollow in the middle of the mountain couldn't be seen. Therefore, Zhou Xian missed the best opportunity. When Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the rest arrived at the exit, they discovered that an incomparably huge mountain had completely sealed off their exit. How could this be? How could the entrance that they had used to enter be sealed shut? Could it be that we've entered a sealed place with evil spirits? Someone screamed with a pale face. At this time no one could help them. They could only rely on themselves. It's just a mountain. Blast it apart. I don't believe anyone can stop me, Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei snorted coldly. He held the purple golden spear with red embellishment in his hand and pierced through the void. The spear light was unstoppable and pierced towards the mountain. The terrifying attack was enough to shatter the mountain. However, at this moment it did not move at all. Zhang Lei himself was pushed back and his face was extremely solemn. This is a seal? Zhang Lei shouted. This mountain was obviously sealed, it couldn't be broken at all. Moreover, the seal was even more terrifying than the formation. It was supported by the power of an almighty expert. It wasn't something a formation could compare to. A formation could be destroyed, but the seal was supported by the power of an almighty expert. Only an even more terrifying power could destroy the seal. Obviously, Zhang Lei's attack didn't manage to break the seal. What? It's a seal. Lu Quanchao's expression changed drastically. In other words, it was very likely that they had been imprisoned here and had become turtles in a jar. Seal? Could it be that we can't get out of here? Jiang Hao said while gritting his teeth. At this moment no one wanted to be trapped. However, the truth spoke louder than words. When they came in, there was no mountain to suppress them at all. However, after they came in, the exit of this place had been completely sealed. At this moment, being trapped in this place, no one would be able to calm down. What should we do now? Let's join hands and try. Zhang Lei said. There was no other way at this moment. GGGA. JJJ. The strange voice rang in everyone's ears once again as if it was mocking them. This voice also made the last line of defense in their hearts, which was already under great pressure, feel as if it was about to be destroyed. Don't let it affect your mind. Attack with all your strength. Don't hold back. This is our only chance. Lu Quanchao took the lead and unleashed his full strength together with Zhang Lei. A terrifying attack directly smashed towards the mountain peak. More than a dozen people did the same. However, the next scene caused them to fall into a passive position. All of them were pushed back to the bottom of the mountain by the recoil of the seal. No matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't break the seal. The air here is getting thinner and thinner. The magma has burned away a large amount of air and we're sealed here. If time passes slowly and we still can't find a way out, we might be suffocated to death here before any danger appears. Jiang Hao said in a low voice. Although he didn't want to believe it, there was nothing they could do. They were indeed suppressed here and they couldn't advance or retreat. The magma had burned a large amount of air. Even their breathing had become sluggish. If this continued, their chances of survival would be slim. I'm afraid that we are being watched. Or we don't even know whether the person controlling all of this is a human or not. Lu Quanchao said to Zhang Lei through telepathy. He didn't say it out loud because he didn't want to cause panic. However, even so, everyone was extremely depressed. At this moment they knew how dangerous their situation was. I hope that your guess is wrong. Zhang Lei said unwillingly. He was also worried about the same thing. Especially that strange cry, it made them even more fearful. Look, the dead spider lily is growing crazily. It seems like it's coming. Man Shui kept retreating with a solemn expression. Just as he had said, the resurrection permetha flower stretched out its branches and began to trap them inside. Whether we can survive or not depends on whether we can defeat the dead spider lily or not. Lu Quanchao gripped his long sword and pointed it at the ascending branch of the resurrection spider lily. Everyone entered a state of alert. At this moment, the resurrection spider lily seemed to have a life of its own as it began to grow crazily. The incomparably tough branches swept out like vines, wrapping everyone within. However, Lu Quanchao and the rest would not sit still and wait for death. They continued to chop off countless branches. At this moment, fresh blood flowed out from those branches that were chopped off. It was even more frightening. The dead spider lily kept wrapping around them, but Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei led the others to cut through the thorns and opened a bloody path. The dead spider lily couldn't really trap them. Except for the terrifying fragrance and the soul-hypnotizing pollen, the dead spider lily didn't cause any more harm to them. However, Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the others did not dare to let their guard down. After all, the resurrection red spider lily might not be so powerful. There must be something unknown behind the resurrection red spider lily. Chapter 23:32. Waves of fear suppressed everyone's heart. Facing the crazy growth of the resurrection red spider lily, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were unable to suppress them. They could only maintain a balance. The people behind them were all entangled by the resurrection red spider lily, unable to escape. I never expected that there's a human who dares to come here. Looks like your memory is not enough. A hunchbacked, skinny macaque slowly walked out from behind the dead spider lily. Its body was covered with long black hair. Its eyes were sunken and its mouth was protruding. It was indeed a macaque. But this macaque was filled with coldness and killing intent. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Who are you? Lu Quanchao looked at the black-haired old macaque and asked. Who am I? Hehe. I'm afraid that I've forgotten about myself. Since you've entered Qiling Mountain, stay here. Soon I'll be able to break the shackles and come out. Old macaque said with a smile on his face. However, there was a bone-chilling old voice in his voice. It was vigorous, gloomy and filled with killing intent. I thought there were no monsters in this Qiling Mountain. Are you the one who chased them away? Zhang Lei squinted his eyes and said. I guess so. You guys came at the right time. After killing you guys, it'll be perfect. Hehe. The wick of the great Yu soul-forming light has been completed. I can finally see the light of day again. After all, these old bones of mine haven't been corroded by time. The old macaque stretched his body and said casually. Great Yu soul-forming light? You have the great Yu soul-forming light? Zhang Lei looked at the old macaque excitedly and said. Yes. If it wasn't for the great Yu soul-forming light, I would have died long ago. And you guys will be the last wick of the light. Are you the heaven-splitting divine monkey under the hidden secret god emperor? Lu Quanchao took a step back. He was shocked. He had heard that the master of the hidden secret realm was the hidden secret celestial emperor. Hidden secret celestial emperor had a macaque under him. The macaque had been cultivating in the great Yu soul-forming light all year round. It was the most beloved macaque of the hidden secret celestial emperor. Its strength could shake the heavens, hence its name, heaven-splitting divine monkey. I didn't think that after millions of years, there would still be people who remember me. It wasn't easy. Old macaque smiled and shook his head. I'm the old macaque under the hidden secret divine emperor. Back then, the great Yu soul-forming light saved my life and made me immortal, neither human nor ghost. The great Yu soul-forming light was also destroyed when the hidden secret celestial emperor died. I can only be reborn by forming the soul-forming wick. This wick is made from the souls of 99 million people. After millions of years, I finally gathered all the souls and reforged the lamp wick. Now I can return to the world. Your Majesty, although you have fallen, old macaque will not let you die in vain. Old macaque seemed to be lost in his memories and murmured. The heaven-splitting divine monkey. It really is the heaven-splitting divine monkey that served the tranquil divine emperor. We don't have any chance of survival. Lu Quanchao murmured. Old macaque gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei joined hands, they would still be no match for old macaque. Moreover, there was still the dead spider lily. They had no chance of survival. So many lives were sacrificed just for you, old macaque. You're really cruel. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth. The great Yu soul-forming light was about to be reforged, but his chance was ruined by old macaque. Human life is like grass, life and death are like ants. How can I, 6 ears heaven-splitting divine monkey, be compared to you lowly ants? You're really lucky to be the one to reforge the lamp wick. Hehe. Old macaque said. He did not treat Zhang Lei and the others as human beings. He only wanted to be reborn. Even so, you're just a soul. Even if you were powerful when you were alive, what will you do now? Zhang Lei said unwillingly. He would never give up in this battle. Because I have the great you soul-forming light. Old Macaque smiled. Zhang Lei was completely listless. Even though the great you soul-forming light was broken, it was still a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it was the hidden secret divine emperor's natal divine tool. It was definitely not simple. Old Macaque turned his palm and an ancient bronze lamp appeared in his hand. A terrifying pressure covered the sky. Everyone felt suffocated and their faces became extremely serious. The pressure seemed to be able to make them surrender from the bottom of their hearts. What a terrifying great you soul-forming light. It's just the afterglow of the lamp, yet we're already helpless against it. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. He finally knew that he was dreaming. Although the great you soul-forming light was powerful, it was not something that he could obtain. The old macaque was definitely an evil person. He had killed millions of people and absorbed their soul power to refine the wick of the lamp. He wanted to revive Zhang Lei so that the great you soul-forming light could form a soul for him. This was really infuriating. Now you have no way out. Accept the judgment. You're the most glorious people. Because the great you soul-forming light was born because of you. Old Macaque smiled and the passion in his eyes could not be concealed. For millions of years he was born with the great you soul-forming light. He had been struggling at death's door. In order to stand up again he had killed millions of people. In the end he was cast into the wick of the great you soul-forming light. How could he not be excited at this moment? At this moment even the magma was rolling violently and the magma pillar was shooting up to 1,000 meters high. The temperature was rising rapidly. Everyone's countenance changed and they kept retreating. Facing the great you soul-forming light in Old Macaque's hand, their souls seemed to be suppressed. The terror of the great you soul-forming light was obvious even before the attack. I don't want to die. You old thing, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Ugh. I hate you. You old and immortal macaque. You will die a horrible death. Although everyone hated Old Macaque, the great you soul-forming light had suppressed their souls. They did not even have the strength to resist. Only Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and Jiang Hao were able to hold on. However, their faces looked terrible. This is the last fight. Even if we know we will die, we must try. Zhang Lei looked at Jiang Hao and Lu Quanchao. The three of them rushed towards the old macaque while feeling the pressure in their souls. The old macaque smiled and waved his hand. The great you soul-forming light shot out a ray of blue light. Be careful. That's the blade of soul. Chapter 23:33. So scary. Lu Quanchao's expression changed drastically. However, the two of them were their last hope. They must not fall at this moment. Fight. Lu Quanchao charged forward with his long sword. Heavenly Dipper bloody sword. Lu Quanchao's sword was 100 zhang long and it slashed down. Magma splashed everywhere and the sound was deafening. The old macaque was still calm. He casually cast out another blade of soul and easily destroyed Lu Quanchao's Heavenly Dipper bloody sword. Zhang Lei did not want to be outdone and he immediately went forward. However, he still could not gain anything from the attack. The two of them were sent flying away. Two late true gods could not even withstand a single blow from the old macaque. His strength has reached the peak true god realm. Plus, he has the great you soul-forming light. We are not his match at all. Zhang Lei smiled bitterly and took a few steps back. His face was filled with despair. They had lost all hope in the end. Are we really going to die here? Unexpected. Unexpected. Lu Quanchao closed his eyes slightly as if he was waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The old macaque had completely suppressed their souls and could kill them anytime with his blade of soul. A bunch of ants. Accept your fate. Old macaque said faintly. His eyes were burning with passion. He could finally live a dignified life like millions of years ago. His days in the great you soul-forming light were like years. Finally, he could be completely liberated. Rumble. The sound of mountains crumbling and the earth cracking rang out above their heads. Everyone stared at the sky. That terrifying ceiling mountain had actually been smashed into pieces. Rumbling sounds rang out as the entire mountain directly fell down, turning into dust and sinking into the magma. Old macaque suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a skinny figure standing in the sky. He was cold and his aura was forceful and overbearing. It's him. Xianxia. Jiangchen is here to save us? Are we saved? It's him. It's him. Jiang Hao squinted his eyes. He had always felt that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. At this moment he had proven that he was a good judge of character. The seal that they could not break was broken by Jiang Chen. Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Some of them even shed tears of joy. The pressure on their souls almost made them surrender without a fight. Deep inside their hearts they had completely collapsed. At this moment the appearance of Jiang Chen was like a peerless god of war, giving them a last glimmer of hope. You can actually ignore the power of the seal? Old Macaque gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Chen. Is the power of this seal very strong? With a single strike of mine this mountain peak was shattered. Jiang Chen clapped his hands with a serious expression, which made Old Macaque even more solemn. He's only an early true god. How is this possible? Unless, he's also the one who sealed the seal. Old Macaque's eyes were filled with shock. However, he was not sure. Even a peak heavenly god might not be able to break this mountain peak, but a true god kid managed to do it. This could only mean one thing: he was the one who sealed the seal. But how was this possible? How could a sealed person still be alive in this world? In fact, Jiang Chen had already flown away from Mount Qiling. However, he felt that this mountain was unusual as there was no trace of any beasts. That's why he came back. In the end, Jiang Chen spent a lot of effort to use the great divination art to deduce what had happened here. He got a vague trace of it and was even more certain that those people were here. In the end, Jiang Chen's choice was correct. The great divination art had helped Jiang Chen a lot and saved their lives. You're just an early true god. How dare you meddle in my business? If that's the case, all of you shall stay here and forge the wick of my great you soul-forming light. Old Macaque's eyes were filled with killing intent. In order to be reborn he had worked hard for millions of years. Now that he had succeeded, he would not let go of anyone who stood in his way. Although he was slightly afraid of Jiang Chen's appearance, he would not let go of any obstacle in front of him. Moreover, he was just an early true god kid. However, Jiang Chen was able to break the mountain peak. Old Macaque had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. He was also suspicious of Jiang Chen's identity. Logically speaking, those who were sealed would not be able to survive. Moreover, who would seal a true god brat? In Man Shuai's heart he was incomparably excited because he finally saw hope. Jiang Chen was always the one who could create miracles. His appearance had also calmed everyone down. Regardless of success or failure, at least they were not fighting alone anymore. Especially for him, he felt that he had a true comrade. He was the only one left in the profound Feng sect. He had no one to rely on. Jiang Chen's appearance had lifted his spirits. Although Jiang Chen has broken the seal, can he really save us from this crisis? Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. Although Jiang Chen's current strength was not weak, his true strength was only at the early true god realm. Could Jiang Chen really fight against Old Macaque, who was a late true god like them? Or was it just a coincidence that he managed to break the seal? Let's hope that your thoughts are unnecessary, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. When they just entered the hidden secret realm, the elders of their sect had reminded them to help Jiang Chen. They did not expect that the situation would change. At this moment they needed Jiang Chen to save them. Undeniably, it was a great mockery to Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and the others. However, they were no match for Old Macaque now. There was no doubt about it. After calming down, everyone started to look at Jiang Chen's appearance rationally. Were they really going to hand over their hope of survival to a true god disciple? Moreover, he had just broken through in the hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen, are you confident? Lu Quanchao asked. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Compared to the others' solemn expressions, his expression was a stark contrast. He didn't seem to care at all. Then you. Chapter 23:34. The Great You Soul-Forming Light. When Jiang Chen saw the Great You Soul-Forming Light in the Old Macaque's hand, he was slightly shocked. It was definitely not a heavenly divine tool. It was an existence that surpassed a heavenly divine tool. It was a genuine essence divine tool. However, the Great You Soul-Forming Light was completely damaged. Jiang Chen was not confident that he could repair the Great You Soul-Forming Light. After all, he could not even refine a heavenly divine tool. However, it was not impossible for him to repair the Great You Soul-Forming Light. I'm definitely getting this god lamp. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. The Old Macaque was slightly afraid of him. Others might not know, but the old macaque felt that Jiang Chen's appearance was extraordinary. If you're really the person who sealed the mountain, then I will overcome all obstacles and give you the most terrifying blow. Even the person who sealed the mountain will not be able to stop me. The old macaque murmured in his heart. He took a step forward and the great soul-forming light in his hand shot out a blade of soul towards Jiang Chen. Be careful, Jiang Chen. That's the blade of soul. Don't get hit by it. Otherwise your soul will be attacked. Lu Quanchao reminded him worriedly. Really? I want to see exactly how powerful this soul blade is. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He fought against the old macaque and the old macaque. The terrifying blade of soul was shot out continuously. However, Jiang Chen seemed to be invincible. The terrifying blade of soul was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any damage to Jiang Chen. Great soul derivation technique. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The blade of soul from the great soul-forming light was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, he would never have the chance to dodge it. The great soul derivation technique absorbed the attack of the blade of soul, which made Jiang Chen invincible. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including the old macaque. He could not believe what he saw. Jiang Chen was closing in. Although he was only an early true god, he was not injured by the blade of soul. The old macaque could not help but have a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen's sealed body. That's impossible. Unless your soul energy surpasses the heavenly god realm, it's impossible for you to block the soul blade. Old macaque said coldly. This fellow is indeed a little abnormal. Even we have difficulty fighting against that spiritual blade and we do not dare to face it head-on. However, in his eyes, it is as if there is no one around. Could it be that this spiritual blade is truly unable to hurt him? Zhang Lei murmured in disbelief. The scene in front of him gave him a huge setback. Since Jiang Chen was only an early true god while he was a late true god, the gap between their cultivation realms made him become someone else's foil. Zhang Lei was not willing to accept this. Jiang Hao was the one who knew how terrifying the soul blade was. That was because he had completely lost his ability to fight after being struck by the soul blade. He had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Chen's attack had given him a glimmer of hope. There were only two people who had confidence in Jiang Chen. One was him and the other was Man Shui. The blade of soul is only so? Jiang Chen could feel the humiliation, anger and unwillingness from the soul energy. The terrifying blade of soul was purified by his great soul derivation technique and turned into nothingness. The great soul-forming light's blade of soul did not seem to have any effect on Jiang Chen. Therefore he became solemn. This early true god fellow was not easy to deal with. Old macaque continued to cast his attacks again and again, but the great soul-forming light's blade of soul seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen. Since the great soul-forming light could not harm you, let's see if you can withstand the power of the flower of resurrection of opposite shores. The old macaque harumphed and retreated. The flower of resurrection of opposite shores grew rapidly and charged towards Jiang Chen, blocking all of his escape routes. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and every strike was filled with destructive power. The heavenly dragon sword continued to cut down the branches of the flower of resurrection of opposite shores, causing the flower of opposite shores to shrink back. Because the flower of opposite shores that was cut down by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword could not grow anymore. In other words, the flower of opposite shores that had lost its regenerative ability could not really suppress Jiang Chen. If you think this is the end, then you're too naive. Be careful. The most frightening thing about this resurrection lily is not its branches. Instead, it is its bewitching power. Lu Quanchao exclaimed. However, at this moment it was too late. The old macaque let out a strange cry and soared into the sky. The pollen of the flower of opposite shores sprayed out instantly. The purple light engulfed Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen fell into a daze at this moment. What Jiang Chen saw were broken walls and dilapidated walls. Grand palaces that pierced through the clouds, shining brilliantly, but were already in ruins. Colorful giant beasts roared and shook the heavens, but their blood had already dried up. Ancient god emperors that could shake the heavens tore the heavens apart with their hands, but they had also turned into dried corpses. The earth was roaring, the sea was rolling and the sky was wailing. At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. It was the end of the world. As for Jiang Chen, he was like an outsider watching everything silently. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen clutched his chest tightly. He was in so much pain that he knelt down on one knee. So scary. Why am I crying? Jiang Chen murmured as tears rolled down from his eyes uncontrollably. Go to hell. The old macaque roared furiously. His voice was like a warning bell that appeared beside Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's chest was hit by the old macaque's hammer. Jiang Chen was blown away and fell on the edge of the magma pool. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen could not forget what happened just now. If it was an ordinary late true god, that person's internal organs would have been shattered by old macaque's hammer strike and he would have died without a burial place. However, Jiang Chen patted the dust off his body and stood up again. The blood on the corner of his mouth made him look even more enchanting. The hearts of Lu Quanchao and the others who were gripped with anxiety became more and more solemn, because they thought that Jiang Chen was dead for sure, but he still managed to stand up. It seemed like his injuries weren't serious. Chapter 23:35. How is this possible? The storm hammer is a heavenly divine tool. No one could withstand its attack. How could a true god like you be fine? Old Macaque was a little angry. This guy was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Whether it was the soul blade or the resurrection flower of red spider lily, they couldn't control him at all. Even the storm hammer that he used to be sure didn't kill him. This guy's defense could only be described with one word: abnormal. This guy did not disappoint us. Jiang Hao, who had lost an arm, said faintly. Jiang Chen was able to turn the situation around at this moment. It was enough to prove his existence. He was definitely able to suppress everyone, including Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao, because the two of them could not save them. At this moment, Jiang Chen had made old Macaque a little mad. This flower of resurrection can reflect one's past life. Then what was my past life? Jiang Chen murmured. However, he couldn't see what kind of place it was and what kind of existence it was. He was like an outsider who was watching the battle from the sidelines. There was no sign at all. What he saw had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen didn't know if it had anything to do with him. Flower of resurrection, one thought to transform past life. Old Macaque attacked again. At this moment, the flower of reincarnation bloomed and engulfed Jiang Chen. A terrifying force swept across the area. Everyone was forced to take a step back. Jiang Chen was devoured by the flower of reincarnation without him noticing. The flower of resurrection grew to 1,000 zhang in size. However, Jiang Chen suddenly woke up in the heart of the flower. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he swung his sword upwards. The flower of resurrection had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. The great soul derivation technique was invincible in the soul. No matter if it was the blade of soul or the flower of resurrection, none of them could cause any harm to him. As the sword fell, the resurrection red spider lily was cut into pieces by Jiang Chen's sword and it instantly withered. Below the resurrection red spider lily, there was a piece of extraterrestrial meteor that shocked Jiang Chen. It was definitely a precious gem that could be used to refine weapons. The extraterrestrial meteor that could be extracted from it was more than enough to refine a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it was a meter tall. No wonder the flower of resurrection has developed its own intelligence and is being controlled by this old macaque. Seems like the fallen from the heavens played a crucial role. Jiang Chen thought. Jiang Chen stood proudly and unstoppable after breaking two of the old macaque's attacks. Whether it was Lu Quanchao or the others, they were completely convinced by Jiang Chen. Was this fella still an early true god? Could an early true god be this strong? Of course, his strength could not be measured by common sense. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had become the god of war in their hearts. Even Lu Quanchao, who was told by the elders to protect Jiang Chen, was no exception. The strong were destined to be respected. This was a fact that only the strong could survive. What else do you have? Show me now. Otherwise you might not have the chance anymore. Jiang Chen said faintly. You're really naive. Do you think that you can be fearless after breaking my soul attack? You're too naive. Now I will show you what a true expert is. Your strength is still too weak. Old Macaque sneered. He held the storm hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Jiang Chen. His speed was as fast as lightning. The terrifying aura almost caused the magma nearby to ripple. It was extremely hot and could melt everything in its path. Face the storm. Old Macaque wielded the storm hammer with tremendous strength. Although his soul had yet to recover to its peak, his combat strength was comparable to a late true god. With the addition of the storm hammer, his strength was terrifying. If he really obtained the great soul-forming light and was reborn, he would be unstoppable. Countless winged blades pierced through the sky and crushed the rocks. Zhangchen was buried in the dust. The storm hammer was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. It was as if a heavenly god had descended from the heavens. Jiang Chen's body trembled and he roared furiously. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and cast the heavenly dragon battle armor to block Old Macaque's attack. Moreover, even the Old Macaque was extremely shocked. Even a half-step heavenly god would not dare to take that attack head-on. However, Jiang Chen did it and he did not even move an inch. A layer of golden armor appeared on Jiang Chen's body. The shadow of a dragon roared and shook the void. As soon as the shadow of the dragon appeared, the mightiness of the heavenly dragon battle armor was unstoppable. Even Old Macaque was forced to take a few steps back. His face was filled with shock. He held the storm hammer in his hand and fell into silence. Jiang Chen was too strong. He could not break through such a defense. He thought that the storm hammer would definitely put Jiang Chen in danger. However, it turned out to be a stalemate. Jiang Chen had used his strength to make the Old Macaque gain his respect. Such an expert was worthy of his attention. How could this guy be so monstrous? It's unbelievable. Yeah. Looks like we finally have hope. But don't be happy too early. Don't give up before the enemy is completely defeated. Otherwise we might suffer from extreme joy. Everyone was full of confidence because Jiang Chen was their last hope. As long as he did not fall, they would be saved. The truth has proven that you still can't defeat me, Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment he was invincible. Whether it was the profound heavenly armor or the heavenly dragon battle armor, even a heavenly god expert might not be able to do anything to Jiang Chen. Obviously the Old Macaque was in a dead end now. This fellow was only an early true god, but he was helpless against him. This was unprecedented. Even when he fought against a half-step heavenly god, he had never suffered such a defeat. This fella is too strong, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice as he squinted his eyes. He was extremely curious about Jiang Chen's strength. At this moment he was slightly convinced by Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was everyone's hope at this moment. This fella deserved respect. Zhang Lei stared at the great soul-forming light in the Old Macaque's hand. That was what he wanted the most. Chapter 2336. Looks like you guys are very happy. I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Old Macaque was furious. He kept waving his giant hammer, creating a deafening sound that tore the sky apart. Jiang Chen casted the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique and kept shuttling back and forth, avoiding the magma pillars. At this moment Old Macaque could not find any trace of him at all. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was threatening Old Macaque all the time. With the strength of an early true god, Jiang Chen was not weaker than a late true god. Just the heavenly dragon sword alone had helped Jiang Chen a lot. This guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Old Macaque's eyes looked gloomy. He must kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise he would not be at ease because he did not know the background of this guy. Moreover, Jiang Chen was able to break the seal mountain easily. This proved that Jiang Chen was not afraid of the power of the seal. There was only one result. Jiang Chen must be the one who sealed the mountain. The strength of Old Macaque's hammer was unstoppable. Jiang Chen and Old Macaque were having a good fight. Both of them were fighting fiercely. However, Old Macaque did not want to see this continue, because his spiritual strength was still very weak. If it was not for the great soul-forming light, he would not be able to have such a combat strength. Jiang Chen had ruined his plan. If Jiang Chen appeared a little later, he could have killed all of them and cast the great soul-forming light. In that case he would not be afraid of Jiang Chen anymore. However, things did not go as he wished. He did not complete his transformation at the last moment. The great soul-forming light had become the only thing he could rely on. There was another important point. Even his master, hidden secret celestial emperor, was sucked into the divine tomb. However, he managed to survive because of the great soul-forming light. The great soul-forming light was an ancient divine tool. It was extremely terrifying. However, if he lost it, it would mean the end of his life. For millions of years, the Old Macaque would never allow anyone to destroy his plan. For countless years the Old Macaque had been dreaming of this day. He was about to succeed, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen would appear out of nowhere? At this moment the Old Macaque's anger towards Jiang Chen was imaginable. He wanted to tear him into pieces. The game is about to end. I don't want to continue playing with you. Jiang Qin sneered. He transformed into a sword, dragon and sword as one, instantly fusing as one. The 300 zhang long sword streaked across the sky, sweeping away the endless universe. The golden rays of light dazzled the world, causing people's hearts to tremble. Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and the rest all retreated, their faces pale. What a domineering dragon sword fusion. I'm afraid that even if the two of us joined hands, we might not be able to take it. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. He admired Jiang Qin more and more. He was a real genius, one in a million. Storm hammer explode. One hammer to determine the universe. The old macaque held the storm hammer and waved it against Jiang Qin's attack. The terrifying strength even shattered the magma pillar. The scene was extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword under the dragon sword fusion completely suppressed the old macaque's soul body. The storm hammer was completely shaken off. His face was extremely solemn. Obviously the old macaque was severely injured. You still lost in the end. Jiang Qin said faintly. Really? That's not necessarily true. Now you've finally enraged me. You're very successful, but it's a pity that you're destined to die here. Such a genius with outstanding aptitude, even I feel a little afraid of you. If I let you grow up in the future, then it'll be unimaginable. So I must do justice on behalf of heaven. The old macaque laughed sinisterly. He took a few steps back and formed a seal with one hand. What the hell is the old macaque doing? He's already been defeated by Jiang Qin. Could it be that he still has a trump card? It's hard to say. After all, he's the macaque under the hidden secret divine emperor. Everything is uncertain. Even the great Yu soul-forming light is controlled by him. It's really hard to say. Hurry up and kill him. Jiang Qin, don't drop the ball. I hope so. But it seems that the old macaque is not deliberately mystifying. Look, the magma is starting to spurt out. Let's resist it with all our strength. Otherwise we'll definitely be turned into ashes. As expected, as soon as Jiang Hao's voice fell, the magma started to spurt out and formed a huge flame whirlpool. Seems that it's really not simple. Jiang Qin smiled and shouted angrily, what the hell is under the magma? Just what the hell is under the lava? Hurry up and show yourself. Roar. Under the vortex, a deafening roar had already sounded out. Before they could see it, they could already hear the roar. It was enough to make one's liver tremble. It's getting more and more exciting. Jiang Qin murmured. At this moment, a 10-zhang tall magma giant slowly crawled out from the whirlpool. The terrifying temperature of the flame was dazzling. The giant was made of magma rocks. Its pair of fiery eyes could see through one's heart and ignite the fire in one's heart. That terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone, causing everyone to feel despair from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Qin was stunned. The giant hand that looked like a cattail leaf fan kept dropping magma. A flaming tail swept across the sky and the scorching aura was completely ignited at this moment. The moment the magma beast came out, the temperature in the mountain suddenly rose. Everyone could feel the heat and fear in their heart. The strength of the magma beast made Jiang Qin feel powerless. Because this big fellow had reached the heavenly god realm. What a giant! Jiang Qin's eyes became cold. However, he could not withstand the terrifying temperature of the giant magma beast. Even he could not help but take 2 steps back. Now you can sacrifice your souls. From this moment onwards, I declare that your souls will become my eternal slave. Especially you, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. You will experience life and death and you will never be able to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. The old macaque shouted and pointed at Jiang Qin. The giant magma beast also kept patting its chest as if it was going to launch a destructive attack at any time. Oh my god, do the heavens want me to die? The heavenly god realm. It's a heavenly god realm magma beast. Yes, it's not a half-step heavenly god. It's a real heavenly god realm. Chapter 23:37. The Tenjiang tall lava beast's fiery eyes were like torches. It was unstoppable as it leaped out of the lava. A terrifying heat wave assaulted everyone's faces, forcing them to retreat. Their faces were pale and their backs were drenched in sweat. The giant magma beast's strength made everyone's heart palpitate. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It stepped on a rock and emitted black smoke. The giant magma beast was panting heavily. Every time it breathed, A large amount of magma would fall from its nose. It was terrifying and imposing. The mightiness of a heavenly god realm was unstoppable. Let's see how you're going to fight against me this time. Old Macaque stared at Zhou Xian. This time he would never let Zhou Xian escape from his grasp. This fella is invincible. Even Zhang Hao felt a little hopeless. Although Zhang Chen's appearance could be considered as turning the tide, the old macaque was more cunning and powerful. There was always a mountain higher than the other. They were in a dilemma. Jiang Qin and Zhang Hao were in a dilemma. Everyone get out of here. Jiang Qin shouted in a deep voice. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei looked at each other in doubt. But in the next second, they understood that Jiang Qin was going to fight with old macaque to the death. However, they had to make these people leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a devastating battle. It was not a battle between true gods but a real heavenly god realm. They knew that kind of destructive power very well. But what about you if we leave? Man Shuai's face was filled with unwillingness. He did not want to leave even if he had to die. Because if Jiang Qin died for them he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Moreover, it was Jiang Qin who gave him a second chance at life. Man Shuai would never forget his kindness. Stop talking and leave now. Otherwise we'll all die here. You'll only become my burden if you stay here. Jiang Qin said firmly. At this moment, everyone became determined. They must leave. Jiang Qin was risking his life. If they were to be stubborn they would be letting down Jiang Chen's kindness. Moreover, they would only be helping Jiang Qin more. Everyone leave. Except me and Lu Quanchao, all of you must leave. Otherwise you'll be killed. Zhang Lei said coldly. At this moment even Man Shuai was dragged away by someone. Jiang Qin gave him a deep glance. Man Shuai knew that Jiang Chen's resolution wouldn't allow him to have any objections. Even if he was unwilling he couldn't become Jiang Chen's stumbling block. Wanna leave? Haha, it might not be as easy as you think. Giant lava beast, go and tear them apart. I want their souls to be roasted by the fire. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Ah. Old macaque roared hysterically. At this moment the giant lava beast suddenly leaped forward. Its huge body shocked everyone. Jiang Qin swung his sword and the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was caught by the giant lava beast. The heavenly dragon sword became extremely hot and even red. However, the giant lava beast still could not melt Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, Jiang Qin, who was holding the heavenly dragon sword, was only pushed back 100 meters. To think that even the giant lava beast couldn't break your sword. Looks like I'm blind. This sword might even be stronger than the storm hammer. Old macaque said with a smile. He could not help but covet Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Get out of here. Jiang Qin roared and pushed Man Shuai and the others out of the mountain. Only Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were left. The three of them faced the giant lava beast and were sent flying away by the giant lava beast. There was no suspense at all. After all, the difference in their combat strength was too big. Other than Jiang Qin, Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao looked like they were being burned by the fire. They were in a mess. Three of them were pushed back by the giant lava beast with just one move. Jiang Chen's face turned gloomy. At this moment he had to show his true strength. It's impossible for you to defeat the giant lava beast. A heavenly god realm giant lava beast is comparable to a divine beast. How can you touch it? Old macaque's sneer entered Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao's ears. The two of them smiled bitterly. It was useless as they could not withstand the giant lava beast's attack. Fire Qilin, come out. Jiang Qin held the Zulong tower in his hand and shook it. A few zhang tall fire Qilin appeared in an instant. It was surrounded by flames. It was reborn from the fire and faced the giant lava beast head-on. It had terrifying horns that were covered with terrifying underworld fire. Its entire body was like the giant lava beast. It was made of flames. This is Fire Qilin. It's the Fire Qilin. I never expected this fella to have a mount like the Fire Qilin. Lu Quanchao's mouth was wide open. Apart from shock there was nothing else he could do. This Fire Qilin was also extremely powerful. However, from the looks of it, it was still weaker than the giant lava beast. I never expected to have such an unexpected gain. You're a genius to be able to tame the Fire Qilin. In the past even my master failed to tame a water Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin is as powerful as a divine beast and even a true dragon is afraid of it, its strength is still weaker than the giant lava beast. Old macaque said confidently. At this moment he was not afraid at all. Even though Zhou Xian had a trump card like the Fire Qilin, it only made him a little worried. However, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were dumbfounded. This fellow was like a treasure chest. He had everything he wanted. Even the Fire Qilin was tamed by him. How many trump cards does he have? It's just a giant lava beast. How can it fight against me? I'm not afraid even if I'm stronger than it. The Fire Qilin roared in anger. Flames shot out from its eyes and shot up to the sky. I hope so. Old Macaque was very confident in the giant lava beast. Is there a problem? Fire Qilin. Zhang Chen asked worriedly. The Fire Qilin was just a half-step heavenly god. However, the Fire Qilin was different. It was a true heavenly god. If you lend me a hand, I'll be more confident. Chapter 23:38. The giant magma beast was born from the lava. It was extremely powerful and it had even reached the heavenly god realm. It was hard to defend against such a terrifying beast. No one below the heavenly god realm could fight against it. I'm afraid that Zhang Chen is going to die this time. Although we managed to escape, they are still entangled by the giant magma beast. You're right. The giant magma beast is too terrifying. I don't want to see it ever again. Heavenly God realm. We can't even fight against it. That's right. I'm afraid that Zhang Chen, senior brother Lu and senior brother Zhang will not be able to escape this time. It's impossible for us to defeat a heavenly God realm expert. We don't even have the confidence to fight against that peak late true god old monkey. Let alone now, it's even more dangerous. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger when the giant magma beast comes out. Everyone was panting heavily as if they had just survived a disaster. Their complexions were very ugly, but at least they were out of danger. This Mount Qiling was really too scary. Can't you guys talk a little less? Don't you know who saved your lives? How dare you say such sarcastic words here? I feel ashamed for you guys. Zhang Hao's face was gloomy and he shouted in a deep voice. He really felt that these guys had no sense of shame. Moreover, Zhang Chen had risked his life to save them, but they only cared about his own safety. Apart from a little bit of pity, they only cared about their own lives and did not care about others. This kind of people made Zhang Hao feel ashamed to be associated with them. A bunch of shameless guys. Man Shuai stood on Zhang Hao's side. If Zhang Chen did not chase him away, he would definitely fight against Zhang Chen until the last moment. However, these people only wanted to run away. Hee. It's easy for you to say. How dare you two flatter yourselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself. We naturally want to stay and help Zhang Chen and the others, but what do you think we can do by staying? We'll only become cannon fodder and our deaths will be worthless. Since that's the case, why don't we hurry up and flee for our lives? In this way we'll give the four sects a chance to catch their breath. The people of Heavenly Star Sect said and looked at Zhang Hao and Man Shuai in disdain. That's right, senior brother from the Heavenly Star Sect is right. It's only human nature to look out for oneself. Besides, wasn't there an old saying? Where there's life, there's hope. We're the hope of the Tianqin sect and the earthly Hades sect. How would you know? This is righteousness. We won't do something that would bring about our own destruction. If we don't live well, wouldn't we be letting down the hopes of Zhang Chen and the others? Senior disciple Zhang and senior disciple Lu were true geniuses, and we are proud of their deaths. Senior disciple Zhang Chen is also a genius of his generation, and we will remember them forever. But now we have to leave this place. Otherwise, if the giant lava beast rushes out, we'll be dead for sure. You're right. We can only run for our lives now. If you two want to die here, we won't be able to stop you. Hee. Then let's part ways here. After saying that, the 10 people turned around and left Mount Qiling quickly. They were worried that they would be doomed if the giant lava beast rushes out. Zhang Hao and Man Shuai looked at each other bitterly. Although what they said was not unreasonable, they didn't know whether Zhang Chen and the others were still alive. It would be too heartless for them to leave just like that. How could they be chased out by humans? They're right. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. If we want to live, what's so difficult about it even if we have to eat each other? But there's something that's more important than living. Zhang Hao looked at Man Shuai and smiled. Death can be as light as a goose feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. Although we don't have any righteous cause, we can't die without knowing why. In this life we have to leave something behind. If we don't even have something to remember when we die, what difference is there between us and the walking dead? If Zhang Chen is really dead, I'm afraid that we won't be able to move a single step in this hidden secret realm. Jiang Hao sighed. He had lost an arm and his strength was only at the early true god realm. It would be hard for him to fight against any danger. The giant magma beast took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and the mountain to shake. The whole mountain was trembling and magma kept spurting out. Jiang Qin stood there proudly, allowing the magma to fall on his body. He was not injured at all. The fire Qilin did not want to be outdone. His flaming body was like a thunderbolt. The magma beast and the fire Qilin kept clashing against each other. The terrifying flame was getting bigger and bigger. The mountain was getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao could only try their best to protect themselves. It was very difficult for them to take action now. The battle between the fire Qilin and the magma beast was extremely terrifying. The magma beast's cultivation realm was higher than the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin could only defend passively. But even so he was not defeated. After all, he was an ancient divine beast. Qilin and the true dragon were equally matched. There was even a rumor saying that the Qilin was the king of all beasts, ranked above the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise. However, it was only a golden Qilin. The lava beast's attacks were ruthless and unparalleled. The fire Qilin's aura was calm and steady. At this moment, Jiang Qin could feel the pressure from the fire Qilin. After all, the grade of the lava beast was much higher than any ordinary demonic beast. Moreover, the divine beast, the fire Qilin, was suppressed by the fire Qilin. Jiang Qin, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The fire Qilin shouted. Although Jiang Qin was only an early true god, the fire Qilin knew how powerful Jiang Qin was. If they were to fight, he might not be Jiang Qin's opponent. However, the fire Qilin hoped that Jiang Qin would be able to fight against him when he was heavily injured. Alright, Jiang Qin said in a deep voice and quickly attacked. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the sword pierced through the sky and cut through the void. The sword fell on the body of the giant magma beast. Flames burst out and a terrifying heat wave rushed towards Jiang Qin's face. Jiang Qin stood still like a mountain because he had the protection of the 5 elemental true fire. Magma was nothing to him. Good fella. Even magma can't do anything to you. Looks like I have underestimated you. I'm afraid that your soul is worth more than 100 people. Old Macaque said with a faint smile. Chapter 23:39. Let's take action. At this time, the more people we have, the more power we have. Seems like the old monkey will not give up so easily. Lu Quanchao said. Let's wait and see. Even if we rush in now, we won't be a match for this old monkey. Let's just wait and see. It won't be too late for us to strike when it's a life and death situation. In other words, if even Jiang Qin isn't a match for this old monkey, doesn't that mean we can only wait for our deaths silently? Zhang Lei's words were reasonable. Lu Quanchao sighed and nodded silently. However, at this time he was in a dilemma. Jiang Qin's crisis was not simple. Whether it was the old macaque or the giant lava beast, both of them were existences that could destroy the world. Although the old macaque's great soul-forming light was ineffective against Jiang Qin, it was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Jiang Qin faced the old macaque and the giant lava beast. The old macaque did not want to be outdone and guided the giant lava beast to counterattack. Giant lava beast, break out. Devour them and you will gain more power. As soon as old macaque's voice fell, the giant lava beast leaped up like a heavenly pillar and descended from the sky. It had the strength to pick up mountains and its aura was unparalleled. The rolling lava torrent poured down. Everywhere it passed was covered by lava and flames rose to the sky. Countless lava fell on Jiang Qin's body, but it did not cause any ripples. Jiang Qin did not dodge and did not flinch in the face of the giant lava beast. The old macaque was also quite shocked. Why is this guy so fearless? Even he felt that something was amiss. The fire Qilin roared continuously and kept colliding with the giant lava beast. Both of their techniques originated from the flame. Therefore it was difficult for them to do anything to each other. However, the giant lava beast was always in the lead because of the difference in cultivation level. However, Jiang Qin was not someone to be trifled with. At this time he naturally became the biggest threat to the giant lava beast. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin's attack was earth-shattering, but even so, when it hit the lava beast's body, it only made the beast's body tremble slightly. What a tyrannical defense. Jiang Qin was shocked. Do you think you're the only one with amazing defense? Gagaga, the lava beast's strongest point was its fire attack and defense. If your Qilin was a water Qilin, you might be able to fight evenly with the lava beast. However, since they were both of the fire attribute, the suppression in rank was something that the fire Qilin could never reverse. As for you, you're dreaming if you want to break through a god's defense alone, especially one that's on par with a mid-god. Old Macaque sneered as if he was mocking Zhou Xian. The scariest thing was that he couldn't break the defense of the giant lava beast. Is that so? I don't believe it. Zhou Xian Lung said. Seeing that the fire Qilin was being forced back step by step and had even been lightly injured by the giant lava beast, Zhou Xian knew that he had to go all out. Otherwise they could only die with a grievance. Look at my invincible prowess. Zhou Xian roared. After the dragon transformation, his strength had increased tremendously. It was comparable to a late true god. At this moment, Zhou Qian's strength was the most terrifying. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible. It was a true primal origin treasure. It was just that his master had added a layer of seal on it. It was hard for others to see the true power of the heavenly dragon sword. However, at this moment he had to go all out. Break it for me. Zhou Qian swept across. Even an ordinary half-step heavenly god would not dare to take this attack head-on. Facing the powerful defense of the giant lava beast, Zhou Qian did not believe that he couldn't break it. Wherever the sword light passed, the heavenly thunder rumbled. The sword chi rippled. The giant lava beast staggered 2 steps back. Its eyes were burning with anger. 2 rays of fire shot out from its eyes towards Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's expression turned solemn. He quickly retreated. The heavenly dragon sword blocked the 2 rays of fire. He was pushed back 100 meters by this terrifying force. This giant lava beast was too powerful. Zhou Qian's eyes became solemn again. Zhou Qian could clearly see that the heavenly dragon sword could only leave a mark on the giant lava beast's body. Moreover, it was his full strength. If his strength was at the heavenly god realm, he would definitely be able to kill this giant lava beast with a single slash. Gaga, I've said it before. You can't break the giant lava beast's defense. It would be strange if you could break the strongest defense of a heavenly god realm. The old macaque laughed loudly. The giant lava beast was unstoppable. It crushed towards Zhou Qian. The fire Qilin rushed forward. The 2 flaming beasts collided with each other again. Even Zhou Qian was a little shocked. The fire Qilin was suppressed by the giant lava beast without any warning. The fire Qilin was getting stronger as the battle went on. The fire Qilin had exhausted most of its divine origin energy. However, facing the giant lava beast, which was still in its peak state, it could only passively take a beating. You never know who will have the last laugh until the last moment. Zhou Qian squinted his eyes. Lung said. Sword of Solitude. Unity of Dragon and Sword. Zhou Qian instantly turned into a sword, shuttling through the void, crushing Wan Qing. The Sword of Solitude soared up to the sky, piercing through the giant lava beast's body. At this moment, the giant lava beast was pierced through by Zhou Qian's sword. Even the fire Qilin was a little dumbfounded. This guy is too terrifying. Just now, the Sword of Solitude and the Unity of Dragon and Sword, even I dare not take it head-on. The giant lava beast collapsed with a loud bang. The magma in the flame was boiling more and more violently. You lost. Zhou Qian said faintly. He looked at the old macaque. The latter's smile was still there. Zhou Qian frowned. This guy, could it be that he still has some tricks up his sleeves? Well done, Zhou Qian. Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. It's too early for you to be happy. The giant lava beast is indestructible. As soon as the old macaque's voice fell, he raised his hand and smelted all the gravel in the magma together. At this moment, an even more powerful giant lava beast was reforged. This time the giant lava beast was more than 15 feet tall. It completely crushed the fire Qilin. Even the fire Qilin felt his heart palpitating. Zhou Qian stared at the giant lava beast. This old macaque was really difficult to deal with. The giant lava beast that was crushed by him stood up again and was even stronger than before. This was something that Zhou Qian did not expect. The old macaque and the giant lava beast were too strange. Immortal. I don't believe that there's a beast that has no weaknesses in this world. If that's the case, I'll give you eternal life. Chapter 2340. The second time it was the same. The giant lava beast condensed again. The flaming magma spewed thousands of meters into the sky. It was scorching and terrifying. The third time it was the same. Zhou Xian once defeated the giant lava beast, but the result was the same. The price he paid was that he was exhausted. How is it? Do you believe that my giant lava beast is immortal now? Old Macaque sneered and said disdainfully. This was his strongest technique. Zhou Xian could not break it. Zhou Xian was panting heavily. He knew that he must have missed something. Could there really be something that could not be killed or destroyed in this world? As long as there is a lava stone, the giant lava beast can regenerate infinitely. You can't beat me. Padai. Lowly guy. My patience has been completely worn out by you. Old Macaque said in a deep voice. His overbearing aura was unstoppable. The colossal lava beast looked like it could destroy the world. Every step it took in the huge pit under its feet weighed more than 5 million kilograms, shaking the ground as it pounced over. The fire Qilin fought desperately and repelled the giant lava beast. However, he was seriously injured and knelt on the ground. Thank you. Zhou Xian looked at the fire Qilin with a gentle gaze. At the moment of life and death, the fire Qilin did not abandon him. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But you guys still have to die. This is something that no one can change. Accept your judgment. Old Macaque sneered and waved his palm. The giant lava beast stepped on the magma and punched heavily. It was unstoppable. It wanted to take the lives of Zhou Xian and the fire Qilin. Eat it. Zhou Xian threw a medicinal pill to the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was slightly stunned, but he still ate it in the end. At the next moment he felt that his body, limbs and bones seemed to be reborn. His strength was restored in an instant. This is a celestial-grade pill? The fire Qilin was incomparably shocked. It was easier for demonic beasts to absorb elixirs than humans, and it was more thorough. The medicinal properties of the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir were almost completely absorbed by the fire Qilin in an instant. Zhou Xian didn't have time to say anything else. He also ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Now that he was facing the lava beast again, he was no longer as reckless as before. Otherwise, it would only be a futile effort. Moreover, the lava beast was getting stronger the longer it fought. Get lost. Zhou Xian slashed down with his sword, barely managing to block the lava beast's attack. However, he was also forced to retreat. Old Macaque was surprised. He did not expect Zhou Xian to recover his body in such a short time. Is this guy as abnormal as the giant lava beast? This guy is not easy to deal with. Keep him occupied. I want to see what kind of tricks this old monkey can come up with. Zhou Xian gave the fire Qilin a glance. The fire Qilin understood his intention and charged towards the lava beast. Although it would not be easy to defeat the beast, it was still a piece of cake to stop it. Old Macaque, next I will go and see what is under the lava. Zhou Xian smiled slightly. Old Macaque moved his mind and quickly rushed to the front of Zhou Xian. Your opponent is me. Old Macaque said coldly. It seems that there is something fishy in the lava. I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to give in so quickly. Zhou Xian said. Humph, even so you can't pass me. Even if you pass me, I don't believe you dare to jump into the lava. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As for whether I dare to jump or not, it's not up to you. Humph. Zhou Xian's sword fell like a storm. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. He forced Old Macaque to retreat. Under the great soul-forming light, Old Macaque could do nothing to Zhou Xian except for the giant lava beast. Tempest Hammer. This hammer is not bad. I want it. Zhou Xian sneered. The fusion of dragon and sword pierced through the void. Old Macaque also suffered the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart. However, he was only in the form of a soul, so he only suffered heavy injuries. However, the Tempest Hammer was taken away by Zhou Xian. Looking at Zhou Xian and the Tempest Hammer falling into the lava together, Old Macaque's eyes turned cold and murmured, I hope you can come out alive. I hope you can come out alive. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. No one can resist the heat in the depths of the magma. Even when I moved the 10,000 miles of Qiling Mountain into the hidden secret realm, even my master couldn't dive into the deepest part of the magma. Tens of millions of years ago, this Mount Qiling was not something that belonged to the hidden secret realm. It was the hidden secret celestial emperor who used the mountain-moving technique to stuff this Mount Qiling into the hidden secret realm. Zhou Xian jumped into the lava and disappeared. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were dumbfounded. Will Jiangchen come out alive? I think Jiangchen is going to die this time. Zhang Lei smiled sadly and shook his head. I think he will create a miracle. Lu Quanchao had always held on to a glimmer of hope for Jiangchen. You're too naive. That's lava. This lava is scarier than normal lava. Although we didn't go there, we could feel the mysteriousness and horror of the lava. Zhang Lei said. Even so, we still have a glimmer of hope. Lu Quanchao smiled faintly. He had already given up on life and death. The moment he decided to stay, he was relieved. In the lava, Jiangchen dived for thousands of meters, but he still couldn't find the end. He continued to dive 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. The temperature of the lava was getting higher and higher. However, he had the 5 elemental true fire to protect his body. Even the karmic fire of the red lotus might not be able to burn him into ashes, let alone this lava. Even though this lava was different. 13,000 meters. Even Jiangchen felt the heat in his heart. At this moment, the lava turned out to be a broken ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, flags fluttered in the wind. Blood and flesh were everywhere. Even the grass and trees were dark green. At this moment, Jiangchen was shocked. How could there be such a place at the bottom of the lava? Countless arrows, broken divine weapons, bodies of divine kings, heads of hierarchs, and souls of divine emperors. It was a tragic scene. No, this must be a sealed place. Otherwise, these things would have been melted by the lava. Forbidden place. Jiangchen thought of these words. At this moment, he turned his eyes and found a fiery heart beating like a baby. Heart of Lava. Chapter 2341. The heart of magma was the source of the magma beast's energy. The entire flow of magma underground originated from this heart of magma. Jiangchen took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. If it wasn't for this vigorous heart of magma, perhaps the magma wouldn't have gushed out, and the magma beast wouldn't have been reborn again and again, becoming immortal. To Jiangchen, the giant lava beast was too hateful, especially the old monkey. If it wasn't for Jiangchen's great soul derivation technique, even a heavenly god realm expert would be defeated by it. The great Yu soul-forming light was terrifying and the giant lava beast was immortal. As long as Jiangchen could get the heart of lava and cut off the connection between them, the giant lava beast would not be reborn again and again. Under the lava there was a taboo in the ancient battlefield. Jiangchen knew that he should not take any risks. Otherwise he might not be able to deal with the seal. The heart of lava. I will take the heart of lava. How are you going to fight me then, old monkey? Jiangchen clenched his fist and his eyes were filled with a strange radiance. Jiangchen used the 5 elemental true fire to refine the heart of lava with the myriad chi cauldron. He integrated the entire heart of lava with himself. However, Jiangchen knew that the energy of the heart of lava had the ability to regenerate. Although his 5 elemental true fire was more powerful, the heart of lava was endless. With the integration of his 3000 flames dragon seal and the heart of lava would definitely reach a higher level. Moreover, the heart of lava was a great supplement for the fire qilin. The fire qilin could devour the heart of lava directly. Rise. Jiangchen held the heart of lava tightly. The majestic energy felt like it was going to tear him apart. However, with the suppression of the 5 elemental true fire, the whole process was not difficult. The heart of lava was gradually refined by Jiangchen and entered the myriad chi cauldron. In the end, it was completely refined by Jiangchen. Jiangchen is really staying at the bottom of the lava. Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. His eyes flickered with radiance. Their last hope was about to vanish. Perhaps this is our destiny. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly and shook his head. There was no doubt about Jiangchen's death because he had been gone for a long time. Even the fire qilin was exhausted. Facing the terror of the giant lava beast, the fire qilin tried his best, but the giant lava beast was still invincible. The combat strength of a heavenly god was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the giant lava beast had the strongest defense of a heavenly god. The fire qilin was pushed back by the giant lava beast. However, he believed that Jiangchen would not die so easily. Now all of you shall die. The old macaque sneered and said disdainfully. He raised his hand and the meteor hammer smashed towards the fire qilin. With the help of the giant lava beast's pressure, the fire qilin was heavily injured. The fire qilin was blown away by the meteor hammer. At this moment, the colossal lava beast took advantage of the situation and gave chase. Its huge fist landed on the fire qilin's head. The fire Qilin barely managed to dodge the attack. However, a deep scar appeared on its body. Its internal organs were sent tumbling by the colossal lava beast's fist. The old macaque attacked again. He found an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the fire Qilin the moment the giant lava beast attacked. The fire Qilin was shocked when the old macaque smashed his hammer. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red figure appeared in the magma and soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. You want to touch my people? Shouldn't you ask me Jiang Chen's permission first? Jiang Chen sneered. His sword slashed through the void, sending old macaque's meteor hammer flying towards the void. The meteor hammer and the tempest hammer were a pair. The tempest meteor hammer was a mid-grade heavenly divine tool, not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen kept the meteor hammer. The old macaque was so angry that his eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen, you're not dead? Lu Quanchao was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Chen had given them too many surprises over and over again. Now, after staying in the magma for such a long time, he was able to walk out of it as if he was taking a stroll in the park. How could they not be shocked? Even the old macaque was shocked and angry at Jiang Chen. You're not dead yet? The old macaque's face turned gloomy as his heavenly god tools were taken away by Jiang Chen. At this moment he could not do anything to Jiang Chen. No one could be so difficult for him. Now he could only hope that the giant lava beast could finish off the fire Qilin as soon as possible. But just as he thought, the fire Qilin had lost his initiative. In terms of defense, he was weaker than the giant lava beast. He would be the final winner in this battle. If you don't die, I won't die. If you die, I won't die either. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the giant magma beast once again. The sword of solitude combined with the fusion of dragon and sword. The tip of the sword shook the sky and swept everything in its path. The sword light flashed across hundreds of miles. The sun, moon, and stars were overshadowed by it. The magma beast roared furiously and grabbed Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword with both of its hands. However, the heavenly dragon sword was indestructible and indestructible. It was still getting closer and closer to the magma beast. The magma beast only held the heavenly dragon sword for 3 seconds before its palm cracked. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the magma beast's body once again. My giant lava beast is immortal. It's impossible for you to defeat it. Old macaque was fearless. He was calm and composed. It was as if he would not change his expression even if the mountains and rivers were to collapse. But this time, after the giant lava beast fell, all the lava stones became dim and did not reforge. At that moment, the old macaque's heart felt as though it was struck by a heavy blow. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the magma. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Are you looking for it?" The heart of lava was held tightly in Jiang Chen's hand. The unparalleled blazing energy was earth-shattering. Even the fire Qilin could not help but lick his dry lips. The heart of lava. You actually took away the heart of lava. No, this is impossible. Bible. Old macaque staggered a step. His eyes had already lost its luster. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to extract the heart of magma from the bottom of the magma. It was unimaginable. Moreover, could Jiang Chen really ignore the power of the seal at the bottom of the magma? Even he could only look at it from afar. He did not know how terrifying the existence at the bottom of the seal was. Chapter 2342. In the past, even with the protection of the great soul-forming light, he could only dive to within 1,000 meters of the core of the lava. He could not even get close to the sealed land below the core of the lava. That was because the sealed land was terrifying and it was not something he could fight against. Even his master, the hidden secret divine emperor, could not do anything to the sealed land. Because old macaque had a conjecture that the sealed land was most likely the desolate god battlefield of the immemorial era. It was also the most terrifying sealed land in the entire immemorial era. No one could break the sealed land and no one could get close to it unless it was the person who sealed it. This guy had too many secrets. Even the 6-eared macaque who claimed to know all the laws of heaven and earth could not see through him. Even the 6-eared macaque could not see through him. Old macaque was shocked. His hard work for millions of years was going to be in vain at this moment. Since the heart of the lava had been obtained by Jiang Chen, the lava giant beast would not be able to stand up again. Immortality was just a gimmick. The thing that gave the lava giant beast its energy was the heart of the lava. They were bound together for good or bad. The sealed place, the person who sealed it. Maybe I should have gone with my master millions of years ago. Old Macaque roared. His voice was filled with desolation and sorrow. He could not tell who was right and who was wrong. If Old Macaque was the one who had the last laugh, he would rewrite history. But it was the truth. Xianxia had defeated him. Old Macaque was not satisfied. But what could he do? This was his fate. 3 realms, 6 Dao, 9 cycles of reincarnation. It has its own destiny. Old Macaque looked at Xianxia deeply. Xianxia frowned. This guy seemed to know something about the sealed place. Nothing is impossible. Old man, your death is not to be regretted. Zhang Lei held the purple golden spear with red embellishment in his hand. The spear radiance was as cold as the wind, piercing through Old Macaque's weak soul. No. Xianxia wanted to ask Old Macaque about the sealed place, but Zhang Lei destroyed his soul. In an instant they turned into specks of starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. What's the point of keeping such a demonic soul? Killing him would reduce the risk for those who enter the hidden secret realm in the future. There are tens of thousands of souls on this Mount Qiling. I'm afraid it will be difficult to wash away this injustice. Zhang Lei said with a straight face. Xianxia frowned and let out a sigh. He did not say anything as Zhang Lei's actions were too fast. This time it's all thanks to you, Xianxia. Lu Quanchao said sincerely. Xianxia nodded and kept the great Yu soul-forming light in front of him. Zhang Lei's eyes were filled with excitement, but he knew that Xianxia would never give it to him. There are thousands of souls in the great Yu soul-forming light. You'd better release them and return to the heavens and earth to be reincarnated. Otherwise it's too cruel for them. Thousands of souls have been trapped in the great Yu soul-forming light for thousands of years. The great Yu soul-forming light is so terrifying. It must be an unparalleled evil weapon. Lu Quanchao looked at the great Yu soul-forming light in Xianxia's hand and said, "All right. This old macaque collected thousands of souls just to reforge the great Yu soul-forming light and let him be reborn. However, he has killed many innocent people." Xianxia knew how terrifying the great Yu soul-forming light was. The great Yu soul-forming light is about to be formed. It's a pity to release those thousands of souls. Zhang Lei sighed. So what if it's a pity? Do you think we can use thousands of souls to reforge the great Yu soul-forming light? What's the difference between that and the evil Dao? The great Yu soul-forming light does not necessarily require thousands of souls to be formed. Xianxia said faintly. Then he turned on the great Yu soul-forming light. At this moment the entire Qiling mountain was spinning. Ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Millions of souls' strength soared up to the sky. All the souls were bidding farewell to Xianxia said. They were very grateful to Xianxia. If the souls below the heavenly god realm did not enter the divine tomb, they would be imprisoned and would never be able to reincarnate. Xianxia had given them a new chance to be reborn. Life and death are decreed by fate. Xianxia looked at the thousands of souls and said. The whole Mount Qiling was shaking and the ground was shaking. The impact of the souls rose up to 90,000 miles. It was a magnificent scene. Zhang Lei clenched his fist tightly. To him it was a waste of effort. Old Macaque's millions of years of effort was wasted. All the souls were released. The great Yu soul-forming light had become a useless divine tool. Xianxia was as still as a mountain. He looked at the millions of souls flying towards the void and his heart was as calm as still water. He wasn't a savior, but he wasn't an executioner either. He couldn't use millions of souls to forge the great Yu soul-forming light. Although once the great Yu soul-forming light was completed, his fighting power would definitely rise to a new level. However, Xianxia couldn't do it. He couldn't make these tens of millions of souls become his vassals and turn them into ashes for the sake of the great Yu soul-forming light. Then it wouldn't be a divine tool anymore. It would be an evil tool. Suddenly Xianxia felt a familiar aura. Bai Yunfei. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and he grabbed Bai Yunfei, who was floating far away. At this moment his eyes were bloodshot and his aura was filled with anger. Who is it? Xianxia said in a deep voice, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bai Yunfei smiled bitterly and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough. Bai Yunfei's soul was sucked into the great Yu soul-forming light. Tell me who it is. Xianxia's voice was deep and full of killing intent. I was killed by the beast. But I am not willing to die. We were seriously injured and met the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect. We asked for help but we were mercilessly rejected. They could have left us but I still died. Maybe this is my fate. But I don't regret it, Xianxia. If you had challenged me I might not have come here. This is my life's dream. To live a mediocre life is not the life I Bai Yunfei want. If I stayed in profound Feng sect, I might not be able to become a heavenly god realm expert in my entire life. But now I've become a genius disciple and entered the hidden secret realm. I'm in the same boat as countless disciples of the emperor. Even if I die here I won't have any complaints. This is the cruel competition. From the moment I left the profound Feng sect, I knew that I'm going to die. Bai Yunfei said dispiritedly. But at this moment he was only a remnant of his soul. The three grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect. I, Xianxia, swear that I will make you pay with your blood. Xianxia's eyes turned red. He pointed his sword towards the sky and his sword Qi sword. At this moment Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with excitement. What more can I ask for with such a brother? Although I'm going to die, I, Bai Yunfei, have lived a good life. Because I know a brother called Xianxia. Chapter 2343. Xianxia's strength had reached a whole new level. He could see that even the chief disciples of Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect were standing behind him. Xianxia was afraid that he had the ability to gain the respect of the two of them. Don't worry, brother Bai. I will definitely take revenge for you. I will refine the great you soul-forming light for you. Wait for me. When the great you soul-forming light is completed you will be reborn. Xianxia took a deep breath. He could not swallow his anger. He would definitely look for the three grand guardians of Clear Stream sect to settle the score for Bai Yunfei's death. Otherwise, it would be a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. Although Bai Yunfei's death was not caused by him, Xianxia still blamed himself. Great you soul-forming light. You said that this magic lamp can help me to be reborn? Bai Yunfei said excitedly. His eyes were filled with tears. That's right. However, the great you soul-forming light is damaged now. It can't form a soul at all. Previously, someone used thousands of souls to refine it. You're one of them. It was about to succeed but I released all of them. Believe me. I will definitely make the great you soul-forming light form a soul for you. Xianxia said. Brother, I believe you. Bai Yunfei couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He wanted to shake Xianxia's hand but he couldn't. From now on the great you soul-forming light will only form a soul for you. Xianxia and Bai Yunfei looked at each other. Bai Yunfei was touched by their friendship. From now on Bai Yunfei's soul would be the only one left in the great you soul-forming light. Although Xianxia might not be able to refine the great you soul-forming light now, he would definitely be able to refine the great you soul-forming light one day. At that time Bai Yunfei would be reborn. Bai Yunfei was placed back into the great you soul-forming light by Xianxia. He had to find the third grand guardian of the Clear Stream sect and make things clear to Xianxia. The third grand guardian of the Clear Stream sect did not save Bai Yunfei and caused his death. If Tangzhen is also helping the evildoer, I don't think I will show any mercy. Three grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect, I will fight you to the death. Xianxia Leng said. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei could feel their hearts pounding. This fella's killing intent was too strong. Both the old macaque and the giant magma beast died in his hands. This early true god was not as simple as he looked. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he put away the incomparably huge piece of fallen heavens that had once grown the dead spider lily. He would definitely be able to use it when he refined equipment in the future. Even if it was a heavenly god tool, it was absolutely indispensable. Senior brothers, please protect me. I would like to see what kind of item this great you soul-forming light is. Xianxia said. All right. Don't worry. Lu Quanchao said. Xianxia nodded his head and went into meditation. The Zulong Tower was already guarded outside. At this moment the fire Qilan's injuries were extremely serious. On the 33rd floor the fire Qilan was also recuperating. Xianxia threw a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to the fire Qilan. However, the fire Qilan was not willing to eat it and looked at Xianxia. Thanks. Xianxia smiled. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I might be in a worse situation today. I have said it before. If there is any danger, I will not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, I am living under someone else's roof now. The fire Qilan laughed. Although he was joking, it made Xianxia sigh. The fire Qilan risked his life to save him at the critical moment. Zhang was touched. Although the fire Qilin was an eccentric beast, he was a man of his words. Moreover, he did not hold back when he was with Zhang. In this battle, the fire Qilin was able to take down the giant lava beast. If Zhang was alone, it would be difficult for him to do so. After much consideration, Zhang did not take the heart of lava for himself. Perhaps the fire Qilin needed the heart of lava more than him. Moreover, he deserved it. Zhang never wanted to mistreat the fire Qilin. Since the fire Qilin risked his life to save him, it meant that the fire Qilin treated him as a friend. Moreover, the fire Qilin was a genuine person. This is for you. Zhang stretched his hand and the heart of lava appeared in his palm. At this moment, the fire Qilin's pupils contracted and his expression changed. His heart was beating rapidly. This is the heart of lava. The fire Qilin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He would be lying if he said that he didn't covet it. The importance of the heart of lava was self-evident. However, it was something that Zhang obtained, so the fire Qilin wouldn't ask for it from Zhang. Wait, did he say that he's giving it to me? Raging waves rose in the fire Qilin's heart. His entire body trembled slightly. You're saying? You're giving the heart of lava to me? Only then did the fire Qilin react, muttering in disbelief. Yes, I'm giving it to you. I don't have any use for it anyway. Zhang tossed it over to the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin caught it and his breathing stagnated. The heart of lava was the energy source of the giant lava beast, so the fire attributed energy in it was self-evident. He would be lying if he said that it was useless. How could the fire Qilin not know that? Zhang had the 5 elemental true fire. If the heart of lava was used together with his 5 elemental true fire, it would be perfect. However, the fire Qilin had never expected that Zhang would give it to the fire Qilin. The value of the heart of lava was immeasurable, especially to the fire Qilin. All right, I'll accept it. The fire Qilin looked at Zhang deeply. The heart of lava was too important to him. With the heart of lava, he would have the opportunity to break through to the heavenly god realm. If he succeeded, his fire-attributed energy would be even more terrifying. The fire Qilin's natal true fire combined with the heart of lava would be even more terrifying than Zhang 5 elemental true fire. The fire Qilin knew that this was Zhang trust in him. Zhang strength was terrifying. Even if the fire Qilin was in his best condition, he might not have much chance of winning against Zhang. The fact that Zhang was able to reach the bottom of the magma and obtain the heart of lava was enough to show how terrifying Zhang was. He was also the one who defeated the giant lava beast. The fire Qilin wasn't a person with strong principles. During this period of time, he had benefited a lot from cultivating in the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the flow of time was 30 times faster than normal. He wouldn't have any complaints even if he had to stay in the Zulong Tower for 1,000 years. That was equivalent to 30,000 years of cultivation for others. When he came out, his strength would definitely be able to suppress everything. However, this opportunity was given to him by Zhang. He only wanted to repay Zhang's kindness. However, it seemed like his kindness could never be repaid. The heart of lava was a priceless treasure, yet Zhang gave it to him without hesitation. The fire Qilin would never forget this kindness. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. Some words could only be kept in his stomach. I'm injured now. With the heart of lava, I will definitely benefit a lot. It will also be beneficial to my injuries. I need to go into seclusion now. Take care of yourself. The fire Qilin said. All right. Chapter 2344. Zhang took out the great soul-forming light. When the great soul-forming light was at its peak, it was an primordial divine tool. It was not an ordinary primordial divine tool, as there were not many primordial divine tools that could attack the soul. It was obvious that this was the peerless treasure of the hidden secret divine emperor. However, it had been destroyed and millions of souls were released. Zhang needed to research on how to repair the great soul-forming light. Zhang put the great soul-forming light into the myriad qi cauldron to reforge it. However, it was useless. The great soul-forming light could not be repaired. Outside Qiling Mountain, Jiang Hao and Man Shui were extremely nervous. There was no sign of Zhang and the others. They did not know if they were dead or alive. However, at this moment, Zhang felt that the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron seemed to have a little effect on the restoration of the great soul-forming light. He couldn't help but feel surprised. As expected of the myriad qi cauldron. It's really great. Although the recovery speed is very slow, it's good as long as there's hope. Ah. Zhou Xian was very happy. He was going to leave the great soul-forming light here to repair it. He did not know how long it would take to repair it, but it was still a glimmer of hope. His current level of crafting was not enough to refine an origin divine tool. Moreover, he did not even dare to think about refining an origin divine tool that could attack one's soul. However, one day he would definitely succeed. Help, help. In the distance, 2 of the 10 people who had left returned. Both of them were covered in blood and their faces were pale. The fear in their eyes was self-evident. The 2 of them were even dumbfounded. Clearly, they had just escaped from death and were still in a state of shock from the previous scene. Even now, they were still in a state of shock. What happened? Did the rest of them die? Man Shui said with a solemn expression. His heart sank. Dead, all dead, all dead. We encountered an army of skeletons. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Millions of skeletons were marching forward. We just entered their ranks and were instantly torn to pieces. The other 8 are all dead. The disciple of the earthly Hades sect murmured. His eyes were glazed over. Clearly he was scared out of his wits and was dumbfounded. What? Skeleton army, where did they go? Man Shui asked. They went to the north. I'm afraid the leader is a heavenly god. He's a black-robed man. We didn't even see him before we were drowned by the army of skeletons. It's terrifying. I don't want to see them ever again. The other person from the Heavenly Star sect said softly with lingering fear in his heart. Humph, who asked you to be so ungrateful and insist on leaving? Why have you come back now? I tried to persuade you but you didn't listen. Now that you're all dead and only the 2 of you are left, how dare you come back? Jiang Hao said with a sneer. The 2 of them lowered their heads. Their faces were pale but they were speechless. Took a lot of courage for them to turn back now. However, it was better than being torn into pieces by the skeleton army. Jiang Hao laughed and said. Are Zhou Xian and the others dead? The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect asked. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Believe it or not, I'll kill you before the army of skeletons tear you apart. Man Shui rolled his eyes and said angrily. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. I just want to know how's the situation now. The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect waved his hand and took a step back subconsciously. In their eyes they were like stray dogs. It was a sad situation. There are many people who want me dead. But until now no one has succeeded. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind the disciple of the Heavenly Star sect. Everyone gasped. Jiang Chen, Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao were all safe and sound. At this moment the result was obvious. The old macaque had lost and he must have lost miserably. The souls of the entire Mount Qiling just now were soaring up to the sky. Did you guys do that? Man Shui asked. That's right. The old macaque is dead. Oh, where are the rest of them? Where did they go? Lu Quanchao said. The 10 of them were afraid that you would die inside. Without a guarantee of safety, they decided to form an alliance and directly left Mount Qiling to find another way out. But who would have thought that they would encounter an army of over 1 million skeletons? Now only 2 of the 10 of them are left. Humph. Jiang Hao did not have any pity for these people. If they died, then they died. It was not a big deal. These 2 men were also struggling at death's door. Those people had brought this upon themselves. Now that Jiang Chen and the others had returned triumphantly, they had lost their lives. He did not know what those people were thinking. At least these 2 disciples in front of him were already filled with regret. Jiang Chen was the first disciple of Jiang Chen. Everyone has their own fate. We can't blame anyone. But it seems like we have to be careful of this skeleton army. Zhang Lei nodded silently. Since it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. They could only blame themselves for being too anxious. Otherwise they would not have died. The earthly Hades sacred mountain is 30,000 li away from here. We can go there and have a look. If we can get a drop of the spiritual spring water from the earthly Hades sacred mountain, this trip will be worth it. Lu Quanchao said. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Lu Quanchao must have the map of the entire hidden secret realm. But for the profound Feng sect, every time they entered the hidden secret realm, they would not be able to find anything. This was the gap between them and the profound Feng sect. Even the current Jiang Chen was like a headless fly. This is the general map of the entire hidden secret realm. There might be some places that are missing, but it should not be difficult to find the general location. Lu Quanchao took out a roll of the map and passed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen accepted it without hesitation. He looked at the map of the entire hidden secret realm. They were now at the northwest of Mount Qiling. It was only 30,000 li away from the earthly Hades sacred mountain. They did not know what kind of danger they would meet in the earthly Hades sacred mountain this time. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate the demonic beasts in the hidden secret realm. There were dangers everywhere. He did not know when he would fall into a dangerous situation. The spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain is said to have the effect of reviving the dead. It's a real spring of the heavens and earth. The spiritual spring water can refine cultivation and nourish the body. One drop of the spiritual spring water can nourish the body for 100 years. It's a peerless holy water. Lu Quanchao said. Old ancestor Di Long also said that if you can get a drop of the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain, you will be very lucky. If you can get a small bottle, you will be very lucky. Chapter 2345. A terrifying blood-colored centipede soared up into the sky, its body dozens of meters long, blotting out the sun. As it swayed back and forth, sticky liquid sprayed out of its mouth, filling the air with a poisonous miasma. The crimson centipede shrieked and hissed incessantly. Two agile figures, one at the front and one at the back, stabbed at the crimson centipede respectively. However, the surrounding venom made the two of them extremely cautious. They did not dare to let their guard down for fear that the venom would stick to them. Even so, the venom that filled the air still caused the two agile figures to slow down a lot. A stinky bug trying to overturn the seas and rivers? A green-clothed lady shouted. She held a 3-feet-long ice sword in her hand and slashed through the sky, cutting off more than a dozen of the blood-red centipede's legs. On the other side, the white-clothed lady did not want to be outdone. She danced in the air with a murderous aura. Although she was corroded by the poisonous gas of the blood-red centipede, her combat strength was still terrifying. Her 9-segmented whip swept across and hit the blood-red centipede. A deep crack appeared on the centipede's body. Perish! The white-clothed lady coldly snorted. The 9-segmented whip flew out of her hand and turned into a 1,000-feet-long shackle, completely binding the blood-red centipede. Even though the blood-red centipede struggled with all its might, it was to no avail. It could only spit out venom continuously, causing the surrounding sky to be filled with poisonous gas. The green-clothed lady raised her sword and stepped on the void, riding on the blood-red centipede. She stabbed her sword into the blood-red centipede's body. Green blood spurted out and the blood-red centipede roared continuously. However, the green-clothed lady's long sword had already pierced through the blood-red centipede's body again and again. As it struggled, the blood-red centipede gradually lost its ability to resist. However, the two ladies' countenance became extremely ugly. Because the blood-red centipede's poison was not that simple. A half-step heavenly god realm, this kind of strength was quite terrifying. Even they were severely injured and fell into a passive position. Although the blood-red centipede was dead, the two of them were still in a dangerous situation. After all, this hidden secret realm was full of danger. The green-clothed lady took out the monster spirit from the blood-red centipede and glanced at the white-clothed lady. Both of them were not in a good condition. Although both of them had reached the peak of the late true god realm, they did not fight for the monster spirit. The woman in green was none other than Yuki Chihian. Many thanks. You could have just sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. You could have waited for me and this demonic beast to injure each other, then snatch the demon's spirit. The woman in white looked indifferent. She shook her head and looked at Yuki Chihian, who was also deeply poisoned. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Moreover, what would I gain by killing you? Wasn't it still useless? Too many people have died in this hidden secret realm. It's a blessing from the heavens to be able to walk out alive. Lotus Cloud Sect Yuki Chihian. Heavenly Star Sect Ling Long. The two women looked at each other. There wasn't much complicated communication, because they both understood that fighting side by side was more worthy of respect than any words. Moreover, they also appreciated each other's talents. Yeah. Too many people have died. Those who could leave this place alive are all powerful experts. In front of death, we're still too weak. This hidden secret realm is like hell on earth. Life and death are already out of our control. Yuki Chihian said faintly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She did not know why, but Jiang Chen's figure appeared in her mind. That fella should not die so easily, right? After such a long time she wondered how he was doing. Being alive is better than anything else. Scope. If we continue to stay here we'll only attract more people and beasts. By then this place might not be safe anymore. Ling Long said. Someone's here. Xue Qianying frowned and suddenly stood up. Not far away, for people were slowly walking towards them. It's you, Yang Jian? Yuki Chihian asked in a low voice. I never expected to meet you here. It's fate. Yang Jian looked at Yuki Chihian and said. This is our profound Feng sect's great senior Pan Hong. This is divine spear sect's Lung Lingyi. This is impermanent sect's great disciple Liang Quanping. Beside Yang Jian, Lung Lingyi and the others also nodded their heads at Yuki Chihian and Ling Long. It's indeed the divine spear crown prince of divine spear sect, Lung Lingyi. Ling Long squinted her eyes and looked at Yuki Chihian. Both of them felt that these people's arrival was a little strange and unusual. It's fate that we meet each other. But we're going to leave this place now and head to the northwest. Farewell. Ling Long said faintly. She looked at Yuki Chihian and turned around to leave. Ling Long, do you still remember me? Ever since I first laid eyes on you I've been thinking about you day and night. For so many years, you've always appeared in my dreams. The hidden secret realm is so dangerous. Why don't we travel together? We can take care of each other. Lung Lingyi smiled and said. I've always liked to be alone. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. Ling Long did not leave any room for negotiation. Lung Ling said. Then we'll bid our farewells here. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long wanted to leave but they were stopped by Lung Lingyi. Why can't you give me a chance? Your strength has obviously been damaged. If you insist on going your own way you'll definitely face danger again. Lung Lingyi advised earnestly. Even Yuki Chihian was slightly shaken. Their strength was indeed greatly suppressed. The terrifying poisonous gas had invaded their bodies. It was already good enough for them to unleash the strength of a mid-true god. Why don't we travel together first? Yuki Chihian said quietly. I have a bad feeling. These people are not that simple. If we fall into their trap we'll never be able to escape. Ling Long transmitted her voice to Yuki Chihian. Yuki Chihian looked at Ling Long meaningfully. At this moment both of them understood what Ling Long meant. Forget it. Since Ling Long doesn't agree then we'll leave first. Yuki Chihian pulled Ling Long up but they were stopped by Yang Jian once again. Qianying, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. I don't care what she thinks. I just want to know, do you really have to leave? Stay, I'll help you to heal. Yang Jian comforted. Yuki Chihian still shook her head. It was not the first time that Yuki Chihian met Yang Jian, but she felt that something was wrong with this Yang Jian. I just want to be with you. Is that wrong? No matter what, I must have you today. Lung Lingyi still had a smile on his face. He looked at Ling Long's graceful figure and charming face, making Ling Long feel disgusted. Go! Ling Long shouted. The two of them quickly turned around and left. However, their strength had been damaged. It was unwise to fight Lung Lingyi and the others now. So they could only try their best to escape. Want to leave? Hee, not so easy. Chapter 2346. Yang Jian held the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and swept across the heavens and earth. He was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Lung Lingyi's spear shone brightly and broke the void. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down fiercely. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Ling Long and Lung Lingyi's eyes changed slightly and they quickly dodged. It was a close call and it was extremely overbearing. He did not show any mercy to the two ladies. Yang Jian was in front and Lung Lingyi was behind. Under the encirclement the two ladies were finally stopped. If their strength was at its peak the two ladies would not be afraid of them. However, they were like arrows at the end of their flight now. There was no chance for them to escape. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Hee, you refuse to toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're mine now, Ling Long. Lung Lingyi looked at Ling Long and said. His eyes were filled with greed. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Ling Long said faintly. Life or death, it's up to fate. Let's do it. We won't regret it even if we die. Yuki Chihian said in a deep voice. The two ladies showed their strength and decisiveness at this moment. It was impressive. However, Yang Jian and Lung Lingyi did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Then I'll have to be a hypocrite for once. Yang Jian laughed out loud. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was unusually scary. The young Jian from before wasn't like this. He was gentle and polite, extremely humble. Could it be that this is your true self? Yuki Chihian said. A leopard can't change its spots. I've been a hypocrite enough. I might as well go crazy for once. Hee. For you I can change my principles. Yang Jian sneered and approached Yuki Chihian step by step. Let's fight. Even if we die we can't compromise. Ling Long looked at Yuki Chihian. The determination in their eyes was incomparably strong. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long were true heroines. Even if they were injured they would not show any weakness. They fought with all their might. Yuki Chihian fought against Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not gain the upper hand in the beginning. After all, he was not a match for Yuki Chihian. However, Yang Jian was strong and his three-pointed double-edged blade was unstoppable. Even if Yuki Chihian used all her strength, she still could not defend herself. Her injuries were getting more and more serious. On the other side, there was no need for Liang Quanping and Pan Hong to take action. Leng Lingyi was not any weaker than Ling Long. Their battle strength was on par with each other. Ling Long's nine-jointed whip was too far away to reach Leng Lingyi. To Leng Lingyi it was not a threat at all. His long spear continued to shoot out spear light. Ling Long could only retreat step by step. It was obvious that she was losing. Leng Lingyi did not hold back during the battle. Ling Long attacked like lightning, but she still could not escape from Leng Lingyi's peerless spear light. Bang! Leng Lingyi smashed his spear on Ling Long's shoulder. Ling Long was pushed back a few hundred meters. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. At this moment she finally knew that these two guys did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. They wanted to deal with her and Yuki Chihian. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Ling Long sneered. Her nine-jointed whip continued to strike. Even though Ling Long was injured, she did not lose the mightiness of a peak true god. Her counterattack was on par with Leng Lingyi's spear light. However, Ling Long could not hold on forever. The poison had attacked her heart. At this moment she was completely exhausted. Under Leng Lingyi's attack she was pushed back once again. However, she still maintained her peerless elegance. Yuki Chihian was also in the same situation. Both of them were constantly pushed back and eventually lost their battle strength. Now let's see how you guys are going to fight against me. Leng Lingyi said with a smile. Hand over your treasures. Otherwise I'm going to unleash my bestial nature. Liang Quanping chuckled and leaped out. His feminine eyes were flickering with a strange light. Yuki Chihian and Leng Lingyi looked extremely solemn. They did not expect that the two of them would be defeated by these vile people. If my strength was at its peak, would you guys dare to fight against me? Ling Long sneered. But that's just a hypothesis. Now the two of you are in my hands. Yang Jian shouted in a deep voice. Kill or plunder, do as you wish. Ling Long said. Kill you? Isn't that too easy for you? Liang Quanping said with a feminine face. A bunch of shameless people. I've already given up on life and death. Shui Qianying also looked down on them and said in disdain. Sure enough, women are not inferior to men. Since you guys are so courageous, then I will not kill you. I will torture you guys. Isn't that comfortable? Liang Quanping smiled coldly as he slowly approached Ling Long. The ambiguous look in his eyes became even more intense. Someone's coming. Watch out. Yang Jian glanced at Leng Lingyi and said in a deep voice. At that instant, a storm hammer landed in front of Liang Quanping. I dare you to make a move. A cold voice reverberated in the sky as a stalwart figure stood proudly in the sky. Jiangchen, is it really you? That's great. Yang Jian said with a surprised look. Senior brother Yang, it's you? Jiangchen was slightly startled before his lips curled into a joyful smile. These two are Leng Lingyi from the Godly Spear sect and Liang Quanping from the sect of Impermanence. By the way, where are you guys? Is it just you? Stu. Man Shui, Jiang Hao, Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the rest walked over. Jiang Hao's broken arm was a shocking sight. Senior brother Pan, senior brother Yang, I didn't expect to see you guys here. Man Shui smiled as if he was very close to them. In this hidden secret realm, there were less and less people from Profound Feng sect other than him and Jiangchen. Therefore Man Shui was very happy to see the people from Profound Feng sect here. Jiangchen, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with them. Ling Long said. Yuki Chihian looked at him blankly without saying a word. Why did you guys tie them up? Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. Ling Long was the goddess of heavenly star sect. Therefore Lu Quanchao was obviously unhappy at this moment. What's going on? Senior brother Yang. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Jian with burning eyes. It's a long story. Both of them were poisoned. They killed everyone they saw. More than 10 of our brothers died in their hands. Therefore we had no choice but to capture them. Yang Jian shook his head and said. Chapter 2347. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yang Jian and the others and asked in a deep voice, what poison did they get? Blood centipede's poison. Pan Hong said. From Jiang Chen's point of view, Pan Hong was rather calm. Blood centipede's poison? Then why is it so crazy? Lu Quanchao frowned. He was confused. Slander, you bunch of ambitious bastards. That's not what you said just now. Humph. Ling Long sneered. Ever since they got poisoned by the blood centipede, we had no choice but to tie them up. More than 10 of our brothers have died in their hands. We had no choice. Leng Lingyi said as he glanced at Jiang Qin and the others with a calm expression. Leng Lingyi pointed from afar. As expected, more than 10 people were lying on the ground in a bloody mess. It was obvious that they had just died not long ago. Even their breaths were still lingering. Liang Quanping's face was filled with sorrow. They killed 4 of my brothers. If it wasn't for Yang Jian, I would have paid with blood. Liang Quanping's words made Lu Quanchao and the others feel ashamed. Regardless of the reason, they were the ones who killed them. You guys really did it. Zhang Lei frowned. Even the women were no exception. They had killed so many people. Could they forgive them just because they were furious? Zhang Lei had always been fair and just. At this moment, even he felt that the 2 women's crimes were unforgivable. So you guys had planned this. I didn't kill them. Ling Long gave Leng Lingyi a glance, then looked at Jiang Qin and Lu Quanchao. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable disdain and disgust. Because the deaths of the 10 people were obvious. Moreover, there was also the poison of the blood centipede on each of their wounds. Then how do you explain the people there? It's reasonable that you couldn't control yourselves after being poisoned. But is it that hard to admit it? Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. I've said it before. I didn't kill them. Ling Long looked straight at Lu Quanchao. The latter was slightly taken aback, but the evidence was conclusive. What else could he say? The people there are all dead and they've been poisoned by you. How can they explain themselves now? Do you still want to struggle free? A life for a life, a debt to be repaid, this should be a matter of course. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin, this. Lu Quanchao whispered. Tell me, should we kill him or not? Jiang Qin looked at Pan Hong and Yang Jian. So what if I kill him? A grave mistake has already been made. Every death is a loss for us. Leng Lingyi sighed. That's true, but they can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. They must be controlled by us until the blood centipede's poison is completely cured. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. Yang Jian said in a deep voice. That's right. They've already killed so many people, we can't help the wicked. We must control them first. They are extremely dangerous. Even we might not be able to come out unscathed. Pan Hong nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we should punish them severely. Only by killing them can we be happy. Jiang Chen said. Ling Long and Yuki Chihian looked at him in disbelief. How could this guy be so ruthless? Forget it. The dead can't come back to life. Even if we kill them, so what? Liang Quanping murmured. At this moment he was no longer high-spirited as he complained. What do you want? Ling Long stared at Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen was holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His killing intent was obvious as he walked towards Ling Long. Jiang Chen, you're crazy. If you want to kill Ling Long, you'll have to kill me first. Lu Quanchao took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen, protecting Ling Long with his life. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Lu Quanchao stared at each other. Move. Jiang Chen said. I'm not your match, but if you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my body. Lu Quanchao knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen, but he still stood in front of Ling Long. They were both disciples of Heavenly Star Sect, and Lu Quanchao had liked Ling Long for 10 years. Although she didn't have any feelings for him, he was willing to die for Ling Long. A man could die, but he had to die with dignity. Don't force me. Jiang Chen thrust his sword towards Lu Quanchao. However, Lu Quanchao didn't move at all. The sword pierced through his chest and blood flowed out. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Zhangchen, let's forget about it. Man Shui said in a low voice. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They've killed so many people, don't they deserve to die? I don't need you to plead for them. Zhangchen said in a deep voice, telling everyone to back off. You can always find a way to frame someone. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Long's eyes shone as she stared at Zhangchen fearlessly. Zhangchen. Yuki Chihian looked at him. Is he still the guy I know? In his eyes, it seemed like he was always the one who was closer to his elders. However, Yuki Chihian also saw a hint of affection in Zhangchen's eyes. At this moment, Yuki Chihian's body trembled and she stopped talking. I've misjudged you, Zhangchen. The elders of the four sects wanted us to protect you with our lives. Now that I look at it, it's a joke. You saved my life, so I won't fight back. Living in this world, it might be difficult to live with an indomitable spirit, but it's not difficult to live a carefree and unrestrained life. Come and go without worries and view life and death as a path. Lu Chuanchao's righteous words had pushed Jiang Qin into a desperate situation. At this moment, both Jiang Hao and Man Shui seemed to be disappointed with Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Chen's decisiveness in killing and his coldness was really frightening. Ah, you've become the righteous one while I've become the one you despise. Do you think I'm wrong to kill them? Jiang Qin laughed wildly. I'd rather die than let you harm a single hair on Ling Long's head. Lu Quanchao was still as stubborn as before. Good. Get out of here. Jiang Qin drew out his sword and kicked Lu Quanchao away. The latter flew backward and was seriously injured. Jiang Qin. Man Shui was about to say something, but his mouth was blocked by Jiang Qin. Shut up and get out of here. Don't you think I'm wrong too? Lu Quanchao and the others dragged Ling Long and Yuki Chihian away. Junior Jiang, you can't blame them for this. They were just poisoned. Yang Jian said in a low voice.